economic essence of the formation of income, and now the question is what this moment is able to offer us. Also here, the reserve is to be made again that we can also simply not explain everything for barter. But besides this we can really understand the formation of that income or parts of the income that have this character. The branches of income that we are differentiating would therefore be just as many as there are types of productive goods within our system. But one can condense these into three groups, namely labor, land, and finally, produced goods. Other types of income than those that may arise from these three groups cannot be in our system. Before we transition to closer statements of the same, we have to make the following remarks. One could especially ask oneself whether the entrepreneurial income does in fact represent a further branch of income. Here we speak of the entrepreneur without defining him further, but other sciences have more to say about this aspect. Furthermore, we eliminate capital interest in the common sense of the word and also that which one calls entrepreneurial wage from its income. Now something undeniably still remains, a sometimes very significant magnitude as is taught through experience, and the examination of this something is certainly a problem of utmost importance. One has attempted to look at the same as the compensation of any special service that is however essentially different from the wage. However, the majority of theorists explain this income in another way. We want to wait on elaborating this question until later. But at any rate, our system does not give an explanation for the same. We cannot quote a price that could thereto help, and we stand at a border of our system. We first see from this example that there is an income, which does not explain our static system. There may be others. The task that arises for us there is to prove that the pure economic theories, which have attempted such an explanation, are useless, or that we get just as far as they do. If we would not be successful in this verification, then our system would at the very least be in need of a completion, and if this would often occur, then we would turn away from the same. But furthermore, it must constantly be shown whether the questionable emergence is perhaps of dynamic character, meaning certainly economic, but not explainable with the means of the static system, or whether we are entitled to assign it to another science. The latter is certainly not the case for the entrepreneurial income, and we have to find an economic explanation. It is, however, quite generally accepted that the same only emerges in a dynamic state. The case of the entrepreneurial profit leads us to clearly realize some deficiencies of our view. There are therefore branches of income, and we will see that besides the entrepreneurial profit another one of such exists, that evade our explanation here. But then there are still incomes, for which the pure economic view fails, for example, the ruling heads of the civilians, furthermore others, for which it achieves so little that one would be better to drop them entirely. This is more or less the case for example, incomes from political occupations, for some liberal jobs, for the salary of the civil servant. One can certainly not understand these things without every economic view. That they even exist is certainly only economically explainable in some of these cases, but this contribution is so scarce that one can only agree with the theorists who disregard these types of income as a rule. The laws of motion, such as the rule of supply and demand, only emerge a little, and other views, for example, those of the social power relationships, fit unequally better, and tell us unequally more. Our contribution to the understanding of the distribution processes stands in a similar relationship to the entire problem, as the theory of the international values to the entire problem of the global economy. What remains with us among all limitations that we have already made earlier and of the two that we were just now compelled to make through the acknowledgement of branches of income, which cannot be economically explained at all, and such which cannot be explained in the framework of static, is still important enough. It was furthermore much overestimated, and all theorists that have ever lived have therefore predominantly directed their attention to it, and the revival of the theoretical interest has, after the new foundation was in place and was adopted in a large scale, had a formal run of the theorists to the problem of distribution as a result. Let us overlook the battle line in order to see how the matter stands, then one could probably say that many positions are taken, and the capitulation of the stronghold lies ahead. but the flag has in fact not struck yet. The static incomes still stand the firmest, but one still fiercely battles in the field of static. It is difficult to characterize the current position of these questions. In the circle of theorists the matter is approximately the following: in regards to the ground rent, Ricardo's theory still dominates to a great extent, and all oppositions to the same have not been able to deter the majority of theorists from it, not even when their remaining theories do not agree with the same. For the wage of labor, one has concerned oneself more and more with the concrete conditions, than with the general theory, but v. Wieser's attribution theory within the latter has indeed nevertheless remained unopposed. One can only consider the development of the wages theory by the Americans as a version of the same. The third branch of income is called interest. It was always a stomping ground for the most diverse special theories. At any rate, v. Boehm-Bawerk's criticism has forced the same ones back, and his own theory seems to gain more and more influence, as I believe, much more than was generally believed or is admitted. Only the productivity theory and the abstinence theory have maintained themselves beside it. One is allowed to lose track of it during the evaluation of the individual thought, that it, as we emphasize time and again, only has purpose and meaning in its context. As a rule, it is based on superficiality and carries mistakes with it if one simply transplants one individual thought from the system of an earlier time into the newer one, as was the case for the pension theory. One is also not allowed to judge an individual thought from the standpoint of another system. If one wants to be fair, the value of the same is different within the different systems. It can tell us a varied amount from various levels of the scientific development. On the other hand, it does not seem right to us to be of the opinion, along with some current theorists, that the individual thought are always complementary. This is only the case to a limited extent. In general, the case stands in a way that various theoretical views with regard to their formal character have rather little to say to one another, and the basic theoretical problems allow an approach with relatively simple means. The one thought does not complete the other, but rather makes it expendable. It is a praiseworthy effort, to be fair to our predecessors, but one may think very differently about the attempts of some modern theorists, not wanting to find the slightest difference between the most diverse things. 3. The first result that our view gives us in this field is the realization that the branches of income that occur in static as we define them are coessential, meaning that they are based on the same moment and can be explained in the same manner. This result is very important and gives our system a uniformity that must be considered as great progress towards the former ones. These incomes are price sums and are distinctly determined as such. We do not need to look for special reasons that are supposed to clear up the same ones for us, as the classical authors did. This is the greatest success of the attribution theory. The classical authors have also admittedly not completely misunderstood the fact that the incomes are prices. It is one thing to occasionally see a fact, and another to grasp its scientific significance. A price theory almost constantly stands before the distribution theory in also the older systems, but one does approach the incomes as if they were independent emergents that demand an individual explanation. The only branch of income for which they clearly recognized the nature of the price is the labor wage, but the representation also immediately diverges for it, in order to attract other moments. By contrast, pension and interest were always specially justified. This is connected with the price theory of the classical authors, as it was already indicated. By emphasizing the consubstantiality of the branches of income, we are by no means misunderstanding those differences between the same ones that do show themselves by the flightiest observation. We only claim that the pure economic nature of the branches of income is the same and that those differences lie in moments that are not purely economic, for example, in the social position of those which refer to the incomes. The latter is certainly an important moment which greatly contributed to the clouding of that fundamental realization. The laborers and the landowners contrast so strongly with one another, the manner in which they reach their income is such a different one. Furthermore, all living conditions and the entire social and political habitus, all that is different. It is added that the interests of these classes so often collide, that in fact, everything seems to speak for the assumption that the economic foundations of their being are also different, and we can especially encounter the reproach here that our manner of representation whitewashes the social contrasts. But this reproach is unfounded if one understands this correctly. We are only concerned with the fact that these incomes are formed from prices. A formal equality arises from it, which also leads to a similarity in the laws of motion, but which does not reveal anything about whether these incomes are large or small and which social function they fulfill. The contrasts of the classes are in no way denied through this. On the contrary, our view is very practical for illuminating the economic side of the same ones. One has also said that it makes little sense to first treat the production factors as equal, and then to still emphasize that difference again. An equality in principle is useless when the gradual difference exceeds a certain size. This reproach also does not seem to be entirely justified. The equality in principle and the gradual difference are indeed interesting for different classes of problems. Wherever it deals with saying what these incomes are there, the same thought process can be used for all static ones, and this is important enough in order to speak of a consubstantiality. If one were to then ask for further circumstances, which these so interesting prices determine, then one will come across varieties, which does not change anything about the fact that the foundation is the same everywhere. Just as the individual drops of a waterfall find various ways through the rocks, unite and separate and have the most variant destinies without therefore ceasing to originate from the same source, the incomes take different paths in this manner, are narrower determined by various circumstances, but it does therefore still remain interesting that they are of the same essence. This realization only forges slowly. It really only stands on solid ground when it is based on the theory of attribution. Currently, it is also not generally accepted yet, although it is gaining ground. Only when it has been entirely permeated, is the first phase of our science completed, the classical system finally overcome, not due to dialectic discussion, but rather through the power of success. The newer value theory has not shown what it is able to do until here, and this new clarity and simplicity is already a reason in itself for giving preference to it. While the classical theory does not consider the ground rent as a price, but rather explains it from a special circumstance, we can set it next to wage all the more for this reason, since it first deals with only the simplest, most basic things. The matter therefore forms itself quite simply: land as well as labor achievements attain a price in the manner that was discussed, and their owners are in the position to use the same one as they choose, since they can count on the same labor and land performances in the next economic period. If one has completed the production process, then one firstly has the product and secondly the land and the labor power. The comparison to a constantly flowing source lies near and is useful, and there is nothing conspicuous to the fact that laborers and landowners have the income at their command. All further things may then be very complicated. The foundations are clear enough. There is nothing simpler and nothing that needs to fear less resistance than the claim that one rates and pays for land and labor achievements, because one needs them. Even the circumstance, that the owner of land and labor power is not completely in the right when he accepts the recurrence of those achievements that secure his income as being certain, cannot change anything on this matter of fact. The laborer will become older, the land will become worn out. It is probably to be assumed for the latter that it will always be acquired through meliorations, etc., at the same level of earning capacity. It does not go on so readily. Even if this were possible, then it would need a special explanation for why a portion of the earnings is thereupon used, and one does not give this explanation if one simply explains that before this operation is made, net yield is not even available. Only the gross yield is given, and if the same finds another use than that of consumption, then this requires an explanation. We will encounter this problem by the third branch of income that is being led, and we do not want to unravel it here, but rather want to assume, to simulate that labor power and land really form two inexhaustible sources that always and equally flow. This is surely fiction, but it is close to reality for short time frames. One could not say the same for tools and entirely for raw materials, and this causes us to not approach interest with the same certainty as wage and pension. Only these two are certainly static branches of income whose explanation easily and clearly arises from our system. We therefore do not want to speak of interest yet, we want to look at it last. 2. The wages theory. The wages theory is really a classic example of certain points that belong to the methodology and epistemology of our discipline, and that, which we are aiming for can perhaps not be made any clearer anywhere else. Let it be therefore permitted to direct the attention of the reader especially to the way of approach. For clarity about that, which has been accomplished, on the one hand, and about the ways in which further progress is to be hoped for, on the other hand, the same should not be without advantage, even if this chapter only offers things that are well known. A price of labor arises entirely by itself from our system. Once given, such a result comes out of the same one, as out of a machine, also entirely by itself without a citation of any new observation or hypothesis or any other measure being necessary. The only thing that was necessary was the realization, or more correct, the assumption that quantities of labor are elements of our system, or that labor has a value function, or finally, very clear and popular, that labor is an economic good. And this is, according to our conception of the essence of the value hypothesis, not only occupied by, but rather equivalent to the observation that labor is bought and sold, as it is written in the first line of Ricardo's chapter on wages, because we only conclude from this that it is being classified. Our result in its essence exists in that the price of labor forms itself the same in principle as all other prices, and that it is distinctly determined. We have the value function of the direct or indirect buyers of labor and money, the same value functions for the laborer, and we can then prove it in the same way mathematically as for all other goods. Furthermore, not only the price, but also the achieved quantity of labor is distinctly determined just as the quantities and prices for all goods. Finally, a similar type of maximum of utility exists for this barter, and price and quantity of labor are in a complete interdependency with all other prices and quantities of goods in our system. And this makes the use of the variations method that is to be discussed later possible for us, which gives us certain laws of motion of price and quantity of labor. Our result is certainly not worthless. But very many, especially interesting questions do remain open. It is also clear that the older theory knew to raise all kinds of further questions and claims. Now what is our position to it, and what kind of verdict can we form about it? First, however, we still want to discuss our result, and this is what we attach great importance to. Furthermore, there is hardly anything left to desire on simplicity and persuasiveness. However, both unfortunately disappear through further elaboration. One immediately runs into difficulties there, which are generally perceived but not recognized poignantly enough. This branch of our discipline therefore also has that specific trait of dissatisfaction. And almost every author emphasizes this in order to then still present essentially the same again, if he does not prefer to ignore the theory altogether and to turn socio-political discussions. This field belongs to those deadlocks of the social sciences where the entire progress seems to stagnate. We want to briefly depict these circumstances later. Perhaps we will be successful in smoothing the way through calm, impartial observation of the matter. Our pure theory of the price of labor is initially deductive. Wherever a result arises from our system that is supposed to explain any emergence that was not specially thought of by the construction of the foundation, a deduction, in the proper meaning of the word, is present. This is the case for us. The closest forms of the emergence of price, which the price theory directly proceeds from, are the prices of the consumption goods. If we also use the same raisonnement beyond it, even if we have examined and carefully pondered every step of our thought process, then our obligation is much more pronounced than it would otherwise be, for whether our result can be compared to reality. We therefore have two questions with which to present ourselves. Firstly, does our result explain the prices of labor? Secondly, how far does the phenomenon of the price of labor reach? Let us say more precisely what we mean by the same. The first comes down to the demand for the verification of our result. Let us call the price the labor wages, so then it gives us a theory of wages. This step seems to be endlessly natural and simple, so that one often overlooks the fact that a step forward even lies in it, and considers his foundation in reality as being so evident that one does not need to utter another word about it. That is not so, but it is rather a not so simple problem whether our value and price of labor, as we have derived them from our system, explain the emergence of wages. We wanted to state this first. We will then turn to the second question, which we can now also express this way: can all incomes that can be ascribed to work performance, or better, for which work performances somehow come into play, be construed as wages, namely as wages in our sense, which was just defined, and not as compensations in the moral sense, which we do not consider? Our explanation surely reaches further than that emergence, which one in everyday life considers to be wages in the strictest sense, but how far? Beforehand, firstly, would it result that our price theory, which is based on value, readily, at least in principle, absolutely solves the problem of wages in a satisfactory manner, and secondly, that all incomes, which present a personal performance, can be grasped under the schema wages, then this would give us a downright sublime realization. Yes, one could then say that the economy is in a position to give a type of theory of society. It would be the foundation of sociology in another sense than conformable to the economic conception of history. If all wages in this broad sense would just depend on the value of the affected labor performances, it would then also not make sense, or just some artificial sense, to say that the laborer gets his product, but just as the different prices of different qualities of a consumption good, the value would give the scale of the labor income, and if the higher valued labor would furthermore also be performed by the higher valued labor power, similar to how the better tools naturally give the better use, then all those incomes and the social position of those that they enjoy could be explained by their abilities and the value of their performances. The social construction would be comprehensible through the principle of value and would lean on a transparent economical foundation. This profound insight of magnificent simplicity and a row of scientifici, especially relating to the developmental tendencies and practical relating to the social policy and the value judgment about the social aspects, consequences of a significance that can hardly be overestimated, would arise. And this would still be completed if one takes two steps forward. If one were to assume that one could speak in the same sense for the labor power as for a machine that would also be controlled by the value principle, then the circle of emergence would be closed and the value would really be the foundation of the social science. One would then have an exact instrument for the ascertainment of all uses of incomes. Large incomes and luxury expenditures would then have to be grasped as means of the reproduction of high-valued labor power. If this were possible, then we would have made an endless profit, scientifically speaking. The other step consists of ascribing incomes from ownership of capital one to performances of the owners, be it in the sense of the abstinence theory, be it that one assumes a type of entrepreneurial activity of the capitalist. Then there would only be one more category of income, namely that of property, which would form an exception. And even for this, there are two reference devices: above all, Carey's theory of ground rent. And then still another, namely the assumption that one can simply grasp the performances of every means of production as being performance of its owner, that one could completely analogously speak of performances of my land, as of performances of my labor power. This does in fact happen very often, and one quietly slides over the difference, which we already spoke of in another section. But then, a magnificent construction would be done. Someone will not easily want to keep this thought process completely bare and in the poignancy as we have presented it, but elements of the same, which have a tendency to exactly the same consequences, are virtually the rule in theory. We must be mindful of its different levels. The lowest one is widespread. Let us now outline the position of important theoretical directions to it in a few points. The socialists and the German social politicians are adverse, individually or under their influence. The most approving ones are the French academics, who actually consider such a distribution as being natural, and even if they only partially postulate it, they do also realize it to a great extent, and still more, closely believe the realization. but they help themselves by grasping the worst discrepancies as abnormalities, rudiments that will disappear, and letting the painful gap to reality appear as being as small as possible. Natural and artificial monopolies cause deviations, but all incomes do strive to adjust themselves to the scale of measurement. The interest on capital is explained as being the fruit of labor and the delay of consumption. The entrepreneurial profit is ascribed to a special entrepreneurial activity and to a service of the absorption. Such conceptions, perhaps not made to be so useful in taking a political position, also exist outside of this circle. The abstinence theory of interest is still alive. Especially the moment of supply of and the demand for waiting was recently poignantly worked out by Castle. Carver associated it with the productivity theory. We will get to this later. This standpoint is almost the rule in regards to the entrepreneurial profit, for example, according to Walker's theory, and similarly according to that of V. Mangold, which we will get to know in its place. The entrepreneur virtually appears as the most talented laborer. Only his talent would lead him to his position and to his income. In this sense, Castle says that high business capacity is a rare, therefore an economic good, and therefore highly paid for. And even representations where other moments also have a say, for example, it is actually unfair to name individual ones in fetters. A row of characteristics is indeed listed, which an entrepreneur must have with the apparent purpose to characterize his ability as labor and the nature of the same, and therefore making a price of the same plausible. Such thoughts, the intention to make an economic principle not only to the foundation of the theory, but to the understanding of the social construction, can also be verified by Clark and V. Weiser. We see an interesting variety by Walras, whereby we must, however, strictly separate the politician and the social philosopher from the theorist. He seems to be of the opinion that all incomes can simply be explained by the value theory from personal performances, with the exception of the ground rent, and therefore his claim for the country's nationalization. If this has happened, then everything is all right. An interesting example of how practical claims can grow out of theoretical thoughts, which has cost the economical science so much of its reputation. Pareto's theory of the income curve also belongs here, which lead to an audacious use by Laurent. Let us therefore say an entire theory of the mechanism of the organism. In order to not shock either side, the existence and growth of society lies herein. This leads to the consequence that the ruling classes are the most competent, the best, a result that the so-called theory of race also comes to otherwise, a quite interesting coincidence. But we must refrain from going into this, because all of this already lies outside of the field of economy. We only want to go so far to say that we consider that theory to be radically failed, that we believe that it blatantly contradicts reality, that this proud construction is only a phantasmagoria. Then of course that, which seemed to have been explained has again sunk back into the night of a chaos, and we must conceal our opinion about the possibilities of bringing light into it, if we do not compromise the same through a flighty representation and want to eliminate the justified reproach of the dilettantism. Point 2. So let us stop at the boundary of our field, and let us content ourselves with proving that we stand on one of such. May it never be injured. Let us modestly return to the problems of our science for which alone we have the prerequisites, and let us first ask ourselves where the point lies, at which the raisonnement loses the solid ground under its feet. The answer is not difficult to give. One acquiesced in the result of the theory without verifying it, and one made the broadest use of everything that appeared to let itself be molded according to its schema, without examining its limits. This is how one reaches theorems of seemingly absolute universal validity, with which one has approached reality without taking into consideration that, even if right, an exact construction never suffices in constructing practical consequences. And yet, nothing at all is absolutely true, and the number and the content of entirely universal sentences are scarce. One should not have lost sight of this and would have immediately become suspicious. We would still like to emphasize something else. A too far-reaching universal validity of the same representative theory, which is based on the exact theory of wages, is by no means a speculation, as the national economy is often reproached for it. It is not based on any metaphysical sentences, or any that were cleverly thought out through some dialectic. Rather, it is based on an exact foundation and through its conveyance of observations of facts, and we believe nevertheless to be able to prove that it is essentially incorrect. Here we therefore have a case of a really scientific theory that, as one should believe, should have to be accurate if its prerequisites apply, and whose prerequisites are based on facts, and it is still not satisfactory despite everything. Shouldn't we go crackers there concerning the economic theory? What distinguishes the theory in question from the theory of any other price, for which we also have to admit that reality will never completely confirm it? Indeed, we just seem to have admitted that no essential difference exists. Now, this is an excellent example in order to present, in turn, our standpoint true to our principle, that we want to study methodical and epistemological questions for the things in themselves and not with general reasons. Yes, there is really no essential difference between theories that we represent and this one which, in agreement with other theorists, appears to us as a monstrosity. The opposition is seemingly not unsolvable, and lets itself be solved quite easily. The difference is of course only gradual, and the degree of the derivation of the theoretical picture of reality, considering every case and every purpose of research, is the decisive moment. The boundaries are not poignant, but rather change under the mentioned circumstances and the development of the realization. And because of this, we cannot stress often enough that it is entirely worthless and leads to nothing at all when deciding a priori, by means of great principles, about value of the theory and admissibility of the abstraction. As we said, we completely reject this and examine on a case-by-case basis, whereby the same result by no means comes about. It thereby shows us the relative justification of all claims that are seemingly so opposing, pro and con the theory, and this is the path on which clarity and agreement seems to be attainable to us. If an opponent of the theory says that the same is unrealistic, then he is in general, such a claim constantly also contains a heap of false and, furthermore, foreign elements, for example, social political considerations, practical political tendencies, etc., that one must eliminate, and which we are not going into again here. Quite right. One disproves him through the objection that this only lies in the essence of all theories when he really has no understanding for this essence and has no awareness of it. But otherwise, one proves nothing for the theory. And this is how it is for all reasons, pro and con, everywhere. The same are almost always true, but they are powerless in their universal validity, so that they, as one can actually see it, never convince anyone at all. They are not decisive for the admissibility of the abstraction and the isolation method, and for the fate of the theory, but rather only that detailed examination that has never been properly carried out, respectively its overall result, gives the verdict. We came to the conclusion that the price theory is generally not worthless, but it nevertheless only conveys a stylized one-and-one of an excerpt of reality. We are getting to the opposing one, relating to the theory that is discussed here. One could also call it theoretically accurate, since it does not contain a logical mistake, but it is not useful, because its result deviates too much from reality. And we are only concerned with usefulness, as we demonstrated earlier. One could probably make the assumptions that lead to it, but one either does not get far, or goes astray with it. We therefore see that a theory that in itself is accurate can lead to wrong consequences, and an element of truth therefore lies in the position of those, which reject considering the isolation method as the only formal aid that can only convey incomplete, but not incorrect results. It is a valuable, yes indispensable, but not harmless ally, which only gives its good service under strict control. Exactly the same raisonnement achieves much better things for the ground rent theory. Amongst others, we will immediately see why. Blame and benefit of the exact method lie closely parallel to one another, not separated by a principally easily recognizable wall. We devote ourselves to the hope that considerations of this kind can contribute, in the individual case, where they can really be carried out exactly and do not have that acuteness in principle, which make the general argument so bitter, to lead to clarity and agreement, and especially to approach the distribution problem with a satisfactory solution, which at least lets actual insight into the distribution process be hoped for. Let it also be remarked that the difficulties, which we now want to take a closer look at, are perhaps one of the causes why many authors do not want the work to be true one then embellished it with ethical motives, amongst others. After we have said that we decidedly rejected the theory of the incomes of labor, we can allow ourselves to admit that we do not deny it each and every meaning. Certainly, if our general prerequisites were to be met, reality would have to appear this way. And there are just as certain some emergents far outside of the tight boundaries of the theory of wages, which this view is suitable for. We do not love any extreme claims and want to retain every grain of truth. One will judge differently how much truth now lies in the same. One will approach this question with different dispositions, depending on the land that one regards, and even depending on the experiences and observations that one personally makes in life. We do not want to attempt to decide on them here, but rather only want to exactly examine how far and under which premises our theoretical result verifiably proves itself. 2. We therefore turn to the two questions whose answer we considered to be necessary. First off, as we said, to the first one. Let us primarily recall what we understand by explanation, none other than the declaration of a distinctly determining variable for our unknowns and of laws of motion of the same. Every theoretical construction that achieves this is right for us, and that, which does this the best and the simplest we call the most useful one. The variations method that we will get to know later on will give us the pure economical laws of motion of the prices of goods and quantities always under the same premises, which grants us the distinct determination of the variable of an economic quantity, so that our first question can be reduced to the following one: is the distinctly determining wage rate that our system gives actually that of reality? Is that, which we have derived really that moment, which underlies the different forms of wages? Of course, we do not mean a numerical variable, our system does not give us one of such, also not a general proportion, as for example, von Thunen attempted to give. We are aware that both change according to the circumstances. But we still mean more than the mere fact of the distinct determination. We would like to know whether our entire schema is suitable for the emergence of wages. Now, it seems as if this verification could not have any greater difficulties for the work than for all the other goods. The processes in a labor exchange, as on a farm where a servant is admitted, are obviously no different in essence than those in a commodity exchange, or for another trade by the farmer. A little more outer economic moments may come into play there, especially in the case of the farmer's convention and habit, as well as personal considerations perhaps play a larger role than here. The main economic features are always distinctly recognizable, and such moments do not suffice for a differentiation in principle, especially for us, since we at least partially include the same in the value function. The picture of the theory may by and large fit a bit less, but it fits. The wages become high wherever a deficiency of labor prevails, they are lower cateris paribus wherever abundance prevails. This is almost too obvious to be mentioned, and pieces of evidence from reality, say from new colonies on the one hand, and overpopulated countries such as India or China on the other hand, are overabundant. One certainly also runs into difficulties here. The factory regulations almost always contain a specific number of hours. The stronger laborer may also have no opportunity to take advantage of his superiority over his comrades. Social power relations, encroachments that cannot be explained economically in his self-determination, bans on emigration, etc., may obstruct the formation of our theoretical wage rate. An especially important case is that of combination, which not only leads to monopoly-like emergence and therefore disturbs the wage niveau, but can also make achievements through its social and political power, for whose ascertainment the means of static are insufficient. But this is true for all goods, and the same reasons that motivated us to abide by our theory for these ones, also prove themselves here. The number of hours for the factory regulation will be generally adjusted to that time, which would arise from a theoretically free commerce at the most. A rounding off of whole hours will be made, whereby the remaining working conditions, breaks, sanitary conditions, etc., would give rise to balancing out the rest in another way. One also often sees those interfering influences for other commodities, export and import bans or complications of every kind, etc., and our laws still maintain their place, despite such deviations, as mentioned. The same applies to the combinations and the analogies for strikes, although less frequently and pronounced as this one. They are so obvious that it is surprising that so little emphasis has been placed on this in the theory up to now. Therefore, the question that we ask ourselves, that we are so often asked by opponents of the theory and that is negated by the same ones, is certainly answered in the affirmative to this extent. The discrepancy with reality is of course greater than most theorists are inclined to admit, and that, which remains for our result on value of its realization, surely, different opinions about it are possible, but whoever considers this value to be significant nonetheless, in the sense as we do, he cannot help but accept our theory of wages, certainly to this extent. This is a first step. The theory of wages could, according to this, be conceived as a special case of the exact price theory. It could be satisfactorily represented through its schema, and it could also find itself in sufficient agreement with reality, whereby very important results, in whose ownership the classical authors already believed themselves to be, would of course be moved into an unreachable distance. But once, this is not all. We have proven this only for the one side of the matter, the simplest one that is handled first, and which is, however, handled alone in the common representations of the price theory, namely for the formation of the price for available, given quantities. For the remaining goods, with the exception of land and other gifts of nature, we can indeed go further and also stretch the value and price consideration to their cost goods, and thereby capture the economical cycle entirely. Can we also do this for labor? Only then would our theory explain to us the emergence of wages of reality entirely, at least in principle, otherwise the manpower must be accepted as being given, meaning that we admitted that we cannot explain its formation and magnitude. The reader knows that the latter is our point of view. We have indeed therefore acknowledged the population and its physical and moral characteristics, but also for the purpose of having constant functions of demand as data of our problems, as system determinant. This does not have to be justified any further here. On the other hand, however, not everything is clear for even the attained results, and we encounter a difficulty that can force us to modify the same and to even still refine something from the modest realization of value that we attributed to the theory. There I would like to again point out how essential an entirely detailed examination proves itself to be. How easily one could be satisfied with our first step: everything seems to work and surely everything is logically irreproachable, and it will nevertheless show that doubts do still exist. And such thoroughness is for the most part not found in economical works. There is still a hard job to do there, which is in a position to give our system more than some intrepid innovation. The difficulty that we mean here has already been indicated. It lies in the flat wage rate as is given by the theory. One of such obviously does not exist in reality. Despite the fact that well-known circumstances hinder a local equalization in the same manner as for other good circumstances that for now do not play a larger role here than for these and should therefore be bypassed, although by no means be overlooked, there are different wage rates for different jobs. This has nothing noticeable about it per se and also does not contradict the theoretical unity of the wage rate. One also pays more for better quality of other goods without one, if one accurately understands the theory in another way, doubting the unity of the price. Goods of the same kind but of different quality are just economically different goods. But between their values and prices, as between all goods altogether, a given relation exists that was just given by the value and price theory. The individual qualities are available in exactly the quantities as the demand demands it and achieve a proportional price. The best piece is also the one that is paid for the best. If a piece of meat under otherwise the exact same circumstances has double the nutritional value than another, then it will be valued as two equally big ones of the latter kind. The circumstances will of course never be equal. In our example perhaps a difference in taste, etc. will be present. Such ulterior elements are especially valued, as Clark has emphasized 3, and it would not be permitted in general to extrapolate proportional price differences from the physical ones. Not only the value of better qualities will always come into question, but also the buying power and number of those buyers, which compete for directly the same ones. A portion of the buyers that wants to or must be satisfied with the inferior ones from the very beginning will not compete for the better ones, and the price formation of the same will therefore have a substantial independence. Housing prices are an instructive example. This stands out even more in those cases where better qualities serve other needs, but a relation will constantly exist that can be ascertained with the means of the value and price calculation. Just as a machine that produces twice as much as another, admittedly cannot be valued entirely twice, at least in strict theory the diminishing of the marginal utility of the product must be taken into consideration, but its value and price will be in a fixed, clear connection with value and price of the inferiorly usable ones. Only when this connection exists is the price formation of a good completely described by our laws. Now, is this the same case for labor? For the purpose of brevity, let us differentiate, without going into the subtler differences that tend to be made today, only common and qualified labor, and ultimately again in that for which the qualification essentially exists in the learning of a skill, and that, for whom it essentially exists in a higher, natural talent. Certainly not everyone is capable of learning every skill, and the application of a higher talent requires some type of education as a rule. One will nevertheless easily admit that we have two differentiable moments in front of us. The following questions therefore arise from the one that was just asked: are the wages of every kind of labor in every connection, which is describable by means of our theory? Thereupon, do the different values explain themselves from a difference in qualifications? Finally, is the qualification through learning in that connection to the qualification through assessment, in which the characteristics, for example, of a raw material for its further manufacturing, the best raw material is manufactured the finest, is this also the same case for labor? These are quaestiones facti. It depends on their answers whether the value principle explains the wage rates. Here we stand before a problem whose existence is often indicated or nevertheless felt. This is one reason that many economists only want the wages theory to be used for common labor. Point for a realization of the difficulties that lie in the price formation of qualified labor. Opinion already lies in this opinion and shows, again, that the realization of the older theorists went much deeper than is often accepted. Point 5 But only Marx and his orientation have undertaken a solution to the same. They have affirmed these questions, however, from the standpoint of the labor principle, and they have suggested the means of reference to ascribe qualified labor to unqualified labor, for the reason that one interprets the first as a multiple of the latter. And the representatives of the value principle lean towards an affirmation. For them, all labor is explicitly or implicitly ascribed to one unit of value, to one and the same value scale, just as for Marx it is to one unit of work, as mentioned. And for the unit of performance a flat wage rate exists accordingly. Now, if one regards the labor force of a company, or even of a branch, or finally of a country, then such an affirmation could at first glance really be suggested. The better performance at least inclines towards better wages, its superiority explains itself from a specially learned skill, or larger force or skillfulness, and even if this is not certain, the better man will most likely acquire the former. The higher wage will be the incentive for it, and supply and demand will both be controlled by the value principle. One value scale will encompass these types of labor. The same approach is just as suitable for the production of a specific product of expended quantities of labor. All laborers who, for example, play a part in the production of a skirt, from the shepherd to the laborer, who undertakes the tailor pressing, are remunerated according to the value of their labor. This seems obvious. But yet, there are also emergencies here that can make us apprehensive. May the Chinese man in San Francisco even achieve exactly the same as the American man, he will nevertheless not receive the same wage. And we do not need to search for such cases which, by the way, are not rare. Compare for example, the wages of the Italian laborers in Austria or southern France. The example of the enumeration of female labor suggests itself entirely. The same is considerable lower even there, where a woman can do just as good of a job as a man, and does so. One could counter that analog things also find themselves by other goods. A renowned company can achieve higher prices for also entirely the same products as its younger competitors. And if we do not attribute a relevance to this case in principle, then we may also not do this here. Maybe. We could admittedly respond that the difference is, however, only gradual, but that, on the one hand, the deviation from reality is not too great, on the other hand, it is not to be neglected. But we do not want to insist on it, since we cannot meet our decisive reservations yet at this point. But every company, at least every large one, has a category of laborers who are accustomed to be considered civil servants. In what connection is their income to the wage of the laborers? The doubtful point is that such a civil servant who belongs to a different social class would never become a laborer, even if this would pay better. This fact is indisputable, and it is just as certain that he also often did not have a choice at the beginning of his education between both jobs, but rather would have had to aim for the one of the civil servant, even then when the prospects of this career had been disadvantageous all along. His education is not only a sunk capital, which can no longer be retrieved now. All productions offer examples of this, but he was already socially forced from the very beginning, at least as a rule or very often, to tread on this path. And this immediately leads us further to the wages in all higher professional branches. Who could overlook the fact that as a rule everyone strives to stay in his social class, that the same puts him in iron chains? All of the young people, who year in, year out pursue civil service in our homeland, hardly account for the opportunities outside of the same. On the contrary, they are most often aware that their prospects in the economic respect are generally not favorable. They nevertheless offer their labor force here, for the position where not the largest, but perhaps the smallest enumeration waves, and where the demand is obviously exceeded. They do not in fact have a choice as children of their country and their class. A military officer can in general not change his profession without a very noticeable social capitis diminutio. In these professions, national and political boundaries also come into play much more distinctly than they could do by means of bans on emigration. One can avoid the latter, but outside of their social relations young people are helpless and are not able to maintain their ground in their present social niveau. Let that, which has been said suffice. Satisfactorily explaining this could be a topic of an interesting social study. Let us only still complete it through one moment. The artist, the scholar not always produces his works, but often without regard for demand, even though he also strives for economical results again, at least frequently with his labor. Not to mention the works that are done without this intention, for example the magazine articles of a politician. The entrepreneur, the civil servant, the artist, the laborer, all of them become this through forced circumstances, not through free choice. This is the rule, which is only proven the more by the stir that an exception causes. Now this means none other economically than that the supply of labor is not controlled by the value principle as it applies to land and every other product. Our system is broken here, its inner strength of life, the interdependency, paralyzed. Only within a national and social circle, free movement of labor prevails, and only if one attaches this clause and apart from that explains the distribution of labor as a system determining fact, only then does the value calculation apply. And that, which is said, maintains itself to the greatest extent in every type of qualified labor. Moments other than economic ones therefore determine the distribution of the labor quantity of the national economy and the entire world. This is perhaps a great concession that we are granting the ethical orientation. It is right on this point. Labor in general is not as easily economically flexible as even the country is. And if one were to counter us here that a free movement also does not exist for other goods, then we could satisfactorily counter this. To the extent, under consideration that the freight and toll of the prices of goods during free competition are not the same everywhere, This is based on friction oppositions that are not of further interest as insufficient knowledge, missing enterprise, etc. This is different for labor. Great, important moments that one cannot possibly overlook stand in the way of the movement of labor. National sentiment, or better, the moment of antagonism of the races, social relations of every kind, in short, the entire social structure, everything that it holds together, makes every such assumption difficult. While furthermore, the production otherwise constantly follows the value principle, other moments are first and foremost decisive for the distribution of labor. These moments also function within the national economy. But also the geographical chains, which we spoke of, have an entirely different meaning here than for other goods. Those that also prevail for these also exist here, but in addition, also others, more powerful ones. Therefore, qualified labor is not always enumerated in a way as one should expect it to be according to our theory, and if one speaks of labor in general, then the latter is useless. As the value scale, Marx's labor scale incidentally also fails, as one can easily see. A concern arises regarding the second question. For all other goods, the best piece stands there where the highest performance is necessary, and it receives its value and price, its place on the value scale from its ability to perform it. Now, it seems to me as if this would absolutely not be the case for labor in general. As a rule, the entrepreneurial position or the opportunity to attain it is hereditary, and its function is fulfilled to a great extent without regard for special aptitude. Despite this, the performance is a valuable one, and the entrepreneur is right in charging a high wage for himself for it. But he cannot at all claim that he is the suitable laborer for it. However, those who would be just as suitable or better for it can most often not compete with him for it. They have no way of reaching it, even entirely aside from the lack of capital, certainly not the common laborer as a rule, but also not the civil servant, only the very superior force, and even it only asserts itself through favorable coincidences. Only someone in an equal social position can compete with him, only there is the sun equally distributed. This is generally applicable in also the community life and in all liberal professions. The best force that has to bring forth the most significant performances, it is not necessary. Besides efficiency, a row of requirements are to be fulfilled, which tend towards eliminating, at least often, very efficient competitors. It is not that the more significant performances always demand higher qualifications. The average measurement can be performed by the average man on all, even the highest levels, and one can generally say that the apex of the social pyramid is not formed by the most efficient elements, and its base is not formed by the most inefficient elements. We could show that no complex of these higher characteristics belongs to the common entrepreneur, which attribute some representations to him that he also does not possess them, as a rule. Not he, entirely different things are the driving forces of his enterprise. And I believe, through impartial observation, that it also otherwise shows that the best qualified labor can by no means bring forth the most significant performance. But let us stop. It is an embarrassing feeling for me to have to indicate problems that reach deep into sociology so briefly. But it was nevertheless necessary in order to justify our opinion. We are not going into the discussion of the question of which moments they are that determine the distribution of the labor force, but rather satisfy ourselves in establishing that our economical means towards these circumstances fail, and we want to formulate the consequences of the circumstance that was just discussed for the economical theory. In order for the value calculation to be thorough and satisfactory, it is absolutely necessary that the labor forces are only distributed from the standpoint of the value of the performances, and the demand for performances corresponds to the schema of the value function. Only then will the values of the individual performances be normal in the sense of our system. Now this is not the case for labor. We have already seen that the supply itself of the available labor is not controlled by the value principle, we now still see that the demand also is not. Or more correctly, it only is this under the same limitation as the supply, with the clause, in the same social and national circle. This goes as far as one being able to ask oneself whether the use of the categories supply and demand even make sense and are of value here. It is easy to see how we want to answer the third question. We negate it most decisively of all. Not he acquires qualifications whichever type or turns to higher professions, who is especially inclined to do so, but rather he, who possesses the opportunity to do so, which is in turn primarily characterized by the moment of class. And again, within the same economical and social class a connection between qualification and natural talent, as it is necessary for the value calculation, may indeed exist. One can think differently about its meaning in relation to other moments that also function within the mentioned circle. It certainly exists in a significant degree. So beneficiation of the raw material of the good labor is therefore also not made according to the economic laws, at least this cannot be claimed generally and in this sense, as it can for all other goods. Let us sum up. I would not have anything against treating labor exactly the same as all other goods in principle, as a commodity like one expresses it, if this schema would lead to useful results. To strive against it out of consideration for human dignity or out of reasons like the one that man is the subject of the economy and can therefore not be its object seems to us to rest on a misunderstanding of our theory. But our examination of the verification of our result leads us to recognize the same as being jejune. We stand before emergence to which no bridge leads from our system. Similar to islands, the individual groups of laborers that exist in the national economy are separated from one another in the broadest sense, and there is hardly any commerce between the same. Those social bonds are indeed not eternal and the centuries are approaching the islands. For our purposes, for our system that is only constructed for short periods, this correlation hardly exists. However, the value principle does prevail on every island. And our means of reference lie in it, which we would like to put in place of the one from Marx and the value theory. We assume that every type of labor and laborers once and for all exists and is given. In our area of study there is a set number of civil servants, artists, scholars, and unskilled manual laborers, etc. Every relation, every transition from one to the other is missing between these groups. To us, this seems to fit better to reality, and it being corrected in this manner results in our theory of wages being applicable. For every one of these groups there is a distinctly determined wage rate that does not stand in a simple relation to the other wage rates as one would like to believe. However, a relation does exist, it is only another one. We then want to immediately ventilate it. Of course, we may then make no secret of the fact that our theory from the standpoint of practical results is almost pressed down to implicitness. At any rate, it loses significant meaning that would otherwise pertain to it. We still want to specify the meaning that pertains to the common construction. Could one not in fact carry out the same in an entirely abstract area of study? Certainly, and then that organization of society would emerge, which we have outlined. But one may not forget that several new premises are necessary to do so, much more advanced than we would otherwise need for our system. You see, it would not be sufficient to simply assume an isolated nation. Because even a nation that seems very homogeneous to us contains very many ethnical elements, between which free competition can never exist. We would have to construct one as it, at least currently, exists nowhere. This would be the first premise. Secondly, but even within one of such it would however not be the case according to some theories encounter the phenomenon of the class formation and at any rate, the numerous individual correlations, which constitute the social milieu, the social basis of every individual. It would also have to be apart from that. The individual groups that form around certain interests and positions will surely oppose every outsider with resistance, and personal relations would quite certainly play a role in even a communistic community, which would, according to selection of efficiency and other qualifications as it exists for every other good, substitute another type of selection. Our schema would have to connive it. Thirdly, ownership of goods and acquisition of qualifications would also be in connection here, which should be more important than the one between natural talent and miscellaneous qualification. If the value calculation is to be thoroughly useful, then one would also have to abstain from it. Here a uniform price would then exist for the unit of performance, even then, not for the unit of labor, since the natural skill would form an interrupting moment. But what purpose could such a construction serve, which value would correspond to it? Above all, it represents a further step of abstraction than our system does otherwise. This must especially be held onto. We constantly place special emphasis on such differentiations of different steps of abstraction, since they are very essential to the correct understanding of the individual theories in themselves and in their relation to one another. One could say that our discussions that we just carried out actually served no other purpose than to give the proof that this great theory of society and even the common theory of wages represents such a further step that it carries another character and is distanced further from reality than other parts of the theoretical economy, than the greatest part of the same. And it is informative to remark that in the course of our thoughts, hypotheses can often creep in entirely by themselves, without us becoming aware of it, without us being conscious in leaving the firm ground and working with new moments. The economic subjects that the construction, about whose value we now want to pass judgment, has to do with are not people, but rather utility machines, which have need of all the characteristics, which are a mark of people who live in the social organization, which constitute the social organization. Those assumptions regarding the hedonistic motives and the lack of everything non-economical are really necessary here, which the economists generally and unjustly constructed for the entire system and superfluously limited the application of our sentences. This is also an important result, which seems suitable in showing the individual parts of our theory in a more poignant light, and also in proving that our system in itself is not at all as far from reality as is often believed, that this appearance is only evoked by some of the economic theories. Here we have one of the same in front of us. But our system already deviates enough from the facts. This theory should exceed the measurement of the useful one, and since it can and did give rise to radically wrong deductions of social nature, we want to therefore turn away from it. But we want to add alleviation to this judgment. We have already said that it does not lack every value. And we now want to complete this in yet another direction. The theory is not essential to the explanation of the wages essence. We can also attain this result in a more correct way, by examining the wage on every one of our theoretical islands. It does not give us the wage rate of reality, because such a flat rate does not exist at all. Insofar as it debauches us to this opinion, its role is corruptive. But if we remain conscious of its essence and its premises, then this theory is not wrong as we said. It teaches us in particular through the sensational discrepancy of its results with reality that the value principle regards, not controls, the field of labor as a whole. One can just prove this the best with it. Now in it lies, in my opinion, its most important, practical value of realization. It only gives us a negative result, but this is also not to be scoffed at, and its derivation and discussion gives us an important pointer in the direction where the decisive moments are to be looked for. One can briefly justify the lack of a flat wage rate with the lack of completely free competition. But this manner of expression is, on the one hand, incomplete, it leaves the individual, important points in the dark, and on the other hand, ambiguous. We have therefore not adopted them. But at this point where we point them out, we do want to still remark that the mechanism of free competition functions less smoothly even elsewhere for labor as for the other goods. One is to be reminded of a special reason for the scarce movement, especially for labor that we, by the way, already touched upon, of the one emphasized by Professor Edgeworth: only when every buyer can barter with every seller, complete equilibrium is attained. However, the laborer must generally sell his entire labor to a single entrepreneur. And this alone would prove, as can be shown, a considerable difference between the price formation of labor and of the other goods. 3. We still have to complete that, which has been said through the examination of whether a connection and which connection that exists between the values and prices from every type of laborer from his birth on, from the consumed goods and his wage. We intentionally do not say and the goods that are produced by him in order to avoid the difficulties that surround the term product of labor, and that also only seem fixed in part even though in the largest part to us through the modern attribution theory. Such a connection exists for all goods that are not freely presented by nature, that are therefore produced, and only when it exists, is the value calculation thoroughly useful, at least according to this direction. Again, we do not have a collected opinion about how this behaves for labor. It would be pointless to philosophize about whether labor should be conceived as a produced good or as a bounty of nature. A priori reasons for the one or the other cannot help us at all. Even less naturally determining our social, political, or moral moments for our position. Labor to us does not already belong a priori to one or the other of those categories of goods. It is up to us which one we want to class it among. The one or the other is solely a methodological aid, a technical rule of measurement, so to speak, and not the slightest expression of a fact, or a social claim, or a postulation lies in it. We therefore have entirely free choice. We will decide on that eventuality that is better suited for our system and offers better derivations on the one hand, and which lead to more consequences that are fitting to reality on the other hand. But we must constantly not lose sight of the arbitrariness of our choice in principle. One reason that could affect us for doing the same would surely be the one that we, if we would regard labor as being a produced good, perpetuate our analysis a few steps further, according to an analogy with other produced and reproduced goods, and could gain more results than for goods that are not able to be produced. And if these results are useful, then this would not be scoffed at. But we must remind one of the fact that for us those imperative reasons that we established for the classical authors AA 0.6 are not there. We do not have to do this like they do in order to maintain our system. The fact that we do not have to do this is a preference of our approach, a great preference of the modern system. Insofar as that classical theory would only be traceable to this theoretical imperative, we would simply drop it like many other things. But the theory of reproduction cost of the wage also has a second meaning, which is to be differentiated from the one that was just mentioned. In the interest of its valuation, it is an interesting theory in itself, with the exception of its role in literature, working within our area, overlooking the value of our system and the field of its usefulness. We find that a shaft opens itself here, which possibly leads to a mine. We see a possibility to enhance our possession of theories. It is not allowed to be neglected, and we want to regard it without insisting on it at all costs. If we discover something that speaks to us, then we will treat labor according to an analogy of the reproducible goods, in the other case equable an analogy of the non-reproducible goods, and then construct the foundations of our system according to this. Our examination has entirely the same character as the former one. Just as we had seen there, whether there is something in reality that would correspond to the flat wage rate of the theory, we have to prove here, whether the results that would emerge from the treatment of labor as a reproducible good fit to reality. Here too, it deals with an attempt of verification. Now the first result that would have to maintain itself would be the equation between production costs and wages. All others that would be aimed at, are dependent on this sentence, are only attainable across this bridge. In the event that we could verify it, we would then have to repeat the same operation for every step. If we cannot do it, we do not need to ask for anything additionally. The reader is already able to see what our judgment will be. We have already mentioned moments that point to this. Since the theory of reproduction cost of labor never quite gained a foothold in Germany anyway and has only a few followers, we therefore want to be brief. It is the most obvious for all higher professions that this equation does not exist. Let us again give the example of a civil servant. As his costs he would have calculated expenses related to his studies, etc., and in addition his labor for them, finally, his financial support up to his employment. This sum would be set equal to the discounted value of his further earnings to the time of its calculation. We are not going into detailed questions regarding this calculation, because the same does not seem to be useful to us, and does not seem to adequately come close to the processes of reality due to the following reasons. Firstly, a portion of the educational costs cannot be conceived as costs for a specific profession, but would at any rate rather be expended, even if an entirely private life would be intended. This is so clear that examples are superfluous. Primarily the views and habits of the social class, which the person concerned belongs to, are decisive of the education, and not economical moments. This alone would already have to bewilder us regarding our equation. Let us keep in mind that this not only applies to higher professions, but also more or less applies to every type of labor. The common laborer also learns, for example, many things in elementary school that cannot count, or not unforcedly count, as preparation for his profession, and obviously other reasons are decisive in learning them. One could now want to limit the equation to those special preparations, therefore to the educational costs for the entirely unqualified laborer. But this would not change anything on the fact that other costs that were justified as being only economical are being expended on man. On the contrary, it would only emphasize them. Thereupon, this differentiation would not always be carried out easily. Some things, for example, higher education is, on the one hand, a prerequisite for the profession of the civil servant; on the other hand, it would most often by all means be expended for the members of that class, also with no consideration for the profession. However, these difficulties would not be insurmountable. But we do not want to follow this any further, since there are still other reasons, which divert us from this approach. Secondly, that calculation, which is not abstained from for every other good, is actually, as a rule, not constructed here. Who would then ask himself whether the equation will exist for him? One will often be aware that the success will be scarcer economically than the costs, and one will even more often hope for the contrary. Social constraint, ambition, etc., repress the economical moments. And the child of the laborer is also raised without such considerations only existing distantly. However, during the acquisition of a special qualification our equation will often apply, but here too, certainly not without exception and not even as a rule. There are certainly cases that can fit into the schema of the productive merger. The entire theory which we are speaking of here is certainly not in limbo. But these cases for which it applies are seldom and meaningless in relation to the quantities of the ones where other moments prevail. Thirdly, especially the element of cost that lies in its own labor of education jibs that schema. It is almost only effective for higher professions. And inclination, the will to power, etc., is much more important here on the one hand, and on the other hand perhaps even more so the circumstance that the member of certain classes can do nothing other with his labor force, is consequently socially forced to utilize them in one of the few ways that stand open to him, even if this does not correspond to the economical rules at all. Fourthly, costs and success most often, or yet, very often, do not fall to the same people. The former often carry, for example, the parents and in some respect the community, without hoping for an economic success and therefore also without a uniformity of costs to be able to aspire with the same. Fifthly, finally, a long time often goes by between expenditure and success. All circumstances can change during the same and in fact, almost always change. An exact correctness of our equations can therefore not be expected, and furthermore, if a calculation were to be made, it would certainly be computed to dynamic changes. In doing so, one must always keep in mind that directly dynamic moments also come into play for education, every type of effort that does not fit into our static equilibrium. For our system, which only leads a so to speak momentary existence, such processes are intangible. Once expended costs will therefore behave similarly to land, since they can no longer be made reversible. It must therefore be taken what can be achieved, without one being able to have an effect on the price through a modification of the supply. And all skills that were acquired through propensity have this character. This moment thus directly points us to not constructing an equation for labor of the type that was mentioned. This is in fact the result that we reach. Due to these reasons, we will not go into the production for labor. And we just now have the full justification for this representation that we had developed at an earlier point. Point 7. We are at the end of this thought process. To some, it will seem that we have dwelled too long upon this. But this did still seem necessary to us, since we are herein laying our eyes on the difficulties that stand in the way of a clear conception of the problem of wages, and form the sources of many misunderstandings and controversies. Our result is not gratifying to the theorist, because it arises as a result that only a modest role corresponds to the economic theory in these important questions. In regards to the last of the discussed points, we would like to emphasize that we by no means deny the possibility that a static examination could still prove a connection between costs and price of labor. We only claim that from the standpoint of the theory and with its means one of such is not to be constructed, and that it is more advisable and more careful not to follow this path. We only solved our question in the sole interest of our system. We ourselves have indeed pointed out denunciations in the sense of one of such connections. But above all, it is the great fact that the majority of laborers only acquires about that, which is necessary for the maintenance of life and labor force, which the representatives of this theory can rest upon. The modern social statistician does admittedly know to cite enough data that show that neither something general, nor something necessary lies in it, but we do not want to deny that it does by and large behave in this manner. No logical necessity, no great law expresses itself in it, but rather only the fact that the supply of goods for humanity is just a very sparse one altogether. The theory of reproduction cost of the wage is, in the use of unqualified labor, a theory of a minimum of existence, and therefore amounts to the iron law of wages. The latter would therefore arise from the theory if labor could be conceived as a commodity from all sides like all other ones. Its relation to a corresponding theory of population is clear. Yes, one will perhaps be able to say that observations from the area of the facts of wages and the needs of the theory of wages have contributed to that classical theory of population. I do in fact believe that the latter has not arisen from a, for example, biological study of the increase in population, because this would have led to other results, also not from unbiased, impartial observations of its facts in themselves, because in my opinion, other moments would have had to force themselves through than those from which the theorems of the theory flow, at least also others. No, it was solely constructed with regard for the explanation of certain economical emergences, and these represented its point of departure. I am sorry not to be able to linger on these very important contemplations any longer. The essential point is that our approach grants us a clear judgment over the theory of reproductive cost of the wage and over the iron law of wages, which therefore simply represents a special case of the same already an important result. Let us summarize it again. Both theories represent themselves under two aspects that must be carefully differentiated, one as essential elements of the classical educational system, which requires it, two as interesting theories, also in themselves. Their first role is played out in the modern system, we do not need it. The second aspect of the same gives us an interesting example for theories that are assuredly based on facts, which lead on to its construction, and nevertheless do not maintain themselves. They are not wrong, but are rather to be kept under certain requirements. But the latter ones are such that one would be better off in abandoning that which is based on them. One can call the first role the deductive one, the second, the inductive one. Both were relevant in the past, but the present does not need either one. We therefore come to an end that the theory of reproduction cost of the wage, as well as the iron law of wages, no longer forms constituent parts of the theoretical economy. We are abandoning them. Their interest is now more of a historical one. One more thing about the standard of life theory: as the attacks and doubts regarding the iron law of wages accumulated, one believed in being able to save the position of the theory through it and simultaneously being able to approach reality with the latter. It therefore originated from the theory of the minimum of existence and is meant as its correction. Now, little that is positive can be credited to it. Above all, it is based on a misjudgment of the circumstance that if that connection between costs of labor in the sense of the educational costs or costs of upbringing and the wage does not exist, this entire train of thought must be abandoned. Thereupon, this correction destroys the foundations of the theory, breaks its core out of it by directly foregoing that, which is essential. Finally, it only says a banality, namely that every laborer in the price battle will attempt to attain a wage that enables him to at least continue his current standard of life. He is thereby supported by conventions and other moments of persistence so that the current standard of life is actually mostly maintained, and the entrepreneur will not generally go wrong by regulating the wage, which he will have to pay to the extent that corresponds to the standard, in his calculations. But the standard of life gains nothing from the depth and the meaning of the iron law of wages and also from the practical interest of the same. Yes, its foundation in fact, its entire character is a complete different one. It is only a superficial emergency construction that spoils the style of the entire structure, a correction of certain evidently inapplicable consequences without reform of the fundaments, and without regard and understanding for the fact that the substructure cannot tolerate such an alteration. We must unfortunately deny ourselves in carrying out, as others too in my opinion, all others special questions starting from our standpoint can be added to a clear and thorough solution, which radically and satisfactorily brings the endless controversies to an end. The most important question in this connection would be how the laws of movement of the wage are in regards to the other branches of income, those laws that the classical authors derive at with such great certainty, and that played and do still play such a large role in the discussion of economic problems, without one being able to really maintain them or thoroughly disprove them. Citations of facts pro and con both are simple lead just as little to actual insight as do general arguments. By the by, this discussion shows that also the historian and the practitioner must in fact turn to the theory or must at least theorize if they want to reach an overall judgment. Here belongs, for example, the question of the effects of a strike, then the effects of an increase in wage for other branches of income, and namely those branches of income, which increase and decrease simultaneously and in contrast to one another. Plenty will be said about this at a later point, but only so much to show that our theory really is able to achieve something useful there. A complete representation of the results is impossible in the framework of this work. We only want to touch upon two special questions here. Firstly, the question whether or not the wages, as one maintains to say, are paid from the capital. The answer is simple: if one calls all of those goods of an individual capital, which he does not use for his consumption, then the question is self-evidently affirmed. But if one asks whether the consumption goods of the laborer are to be simply regarded as production means, as for example, oil of a machine, then this is just as self-evidently negated. May this suffice, we cannot elaborate it any further. We want to answer the second question just as briefly: what can be thought of the wage fund? Now surely the total sum of the wages is distinctly determined at every given moment exactly the same through our theorem of equilibrium as the individual wage rate, and the same as the total sum of the ground rents. There is therefore a wage fund, as well as an annuity fund, and the expression is fitting and useful so far. When it was satirically, by the way, very brilliantly said that one could then also speak of a potato fund, then this is to be countered that it could in fact be occasionally useful to regard the total sum of the products, sold quantities multiplied by the price, the turnover for a good, and that the potato fund and so much more the same quantity for such an important good as labor therefore fulfills a task very well, and suffices for an economic need. Yes, even the conception that a larger number of laborers will have to divide themselves into the same like a smaller one is not so far removed from reality than one could believe. This sum certainly does not grow proportionally to the quantity of available labor in the static state. But this is also everything. The remaining significance of the wage fund in the classical system disappears in the modern one, and the theory of the wage fund of the elders, even though it is certainly not absolutely wrong in itself, and even though, namely on the premises of static, a moment that was given much too little attention during its judgment, but whose fruitfulness shows itself again at this point maintainable to a great extent, and according to its essence, belongs to the requisite know-how, which we have discarded. It can no longer be regarded as an integrating constituent part of our system, can therefore also not be used as a weapon against the same. If we would like to still help ourselves to it on occasion, namely occasionally use the expression wage fund, then it is in fact important to clearly comprehend that it does not belong to our foundations and must potentially prove itself for each individual case. 4. It can only still be spared to answer our second question, the question, how far does the area of the emergence of wages reach? This can happen very briefly. Not every skill is labor, not every labor reaps economical enumeration, not every economical enumeration is wage, therefore the price which the theory derivates. Some theoretical sentences are certainly applicable to almost every skill. Every walk can be described in the language of economy. One goes so far until the equation marginal utility marginal cost is fulfilled, therefore until fatigue or the value of another use of power and time balance the enjoyment of going further. And this can also be said for operations of public spirit or of benefaction. This approach is not always suitable. The athlete often works his horse longer than the actual enjoyment justifies. The politician tries harder than one should expect from the standpoint of actual satisfaction. But insofar as a static approach is even suitable for these things, this description is also applicable. In a certain respect, one can now include such like in the theory of wages, but there, where it deals with one great emergence of the labor wage, one will be better to eliminate skill, which is self-purpose or follows purposes outside the economy. One will only regard one of such that commonly reaps income. The emergence of wages of the theory here now also outreaches that, which is called wage in common life, thus in the case of the self-employed entrepreneur, so especially of the farmer, of the craftsman, etc. But to what extent? One could be tempted to answer, insofar as job performance comes into consideration. But some labor always comes into consideration for every acquisition. The capitalist does not only have to cut out coupons, but also has to select his investments, the landlord has to monitor his tenants in the economical sense, etc., without this labor being specially remunerated. But much more important is the skill of the entrepreneur, namely that, which is not suitable for the entrepreneurial wage, but rather more specifically for the entrepreneurial profit. This is certainly remunerated, even oftentimes very high, but not through a wage, which would be analog to the laborers. A skill is therefore probably economically reciprocated here. However, the wage schema does not suit this remuneration. Its use would rather falsify the picture of reality. As for other labor, no supply and no demand of such performances take place on the market. As we will still explain later, they are not separately bought and sold. There finally are incomes, as for example, civilians who certainly correspond to a skill, without the economical term of wage being adequate. Other approaches, for example, by means of the moment of tax are better suited. The answer to our question subsequently arises entirely by itself. The emergence of wage reaches as far as one can connect a good, unaffected sense to the schema supply and demand, buying and selling. The area of the theory of wages is therewith defined. Attempts to go beyond this are not advisable. 3. The theory of ground rent. The foundations of the theory of ground rent arise just as easily from our system as for wages. It is hardly necessary to be declaratory of the same of the closer one. Every property has its distinctly determined value and price in our system, which explains itself in entirely the same way and is subject to exactly the same formal laws as value and price of every other good. It is in the same relation of effect and interaction to all other prices in the national economy and to all requirements of the same altogether, such as number, labor force, and the population's direction of needs, organizing of the social organization, level of technology, quantity and type of the available supply of goods, etc. All of this expresses itself in the value and price of every property. Land does not differentiate itself in the slightest from other elements of our system in all these points, and for the foundations of the exact economy, we need to worry just as little about its special characteristics in principle than about the technical features of, for example, a machine. Just as we did not differentiate the price formation of sugar in the theory from that of wheat, we will also not differentiate the price formation of land from that of labor. In fact, in the theory we only speak of goods in general anyway, and when we name special types of goods, this only happens for the purpose of enlivening the representation and has nothing to do with the essence of our approach. Our schema is abstract and absolute in also this sense, and we only occasionally introduce circumstances, which are only specific to one or the other good, for the purpose of handling special questions. This rule also applies here. I believe that this conception must seem to be of impartial judgment, yes, self-evident. What is more natural than to say that a price is paid for land, because it is useful, because one needs it? But one has almost always described the emergence of ground rent differently, and even still today, one must consider Ricardo's theory of ground rent to be dominant. In fact, it sounds downright paradoxical to say that ground rent is essentially the same as labor wage. One could obviously much rather speak of a contrast. The landlord and the laborer are, as I said, of such different social characters that one automatically searches for differences in the economical foundation of their existence. Their interests are more often opposing than coinciding, even though this contrast may have often and perhaps mostly been exaggerated. One could accuse of clouding the picture of reality if we were to take no account of all this. But by taking a closer look, that, which is paradox of the matter, disappears. Let one realize that, which we have already said about the nature of our exact system. Of course, far be it from us in wanting to deny those contrasts. The circumstance that we are calling on one and the same explanation for the landlord's income as for that of the laborer does not mean that both are to be judged the same from the socio-political or from any other standpoint than that of the theoretical economy, but only that a small group of formal laws applies both to one as to the other. The laborer surely does not become a capitalist when someone considers labor as being a capital good, and one can only lay eyes on something objectionable in one of such methodological rules of measurement by lack of understanding or ill will. But I believe to have already said enough about these concerns that lie in this direction. It is sufficient to repeat that socio-political and sociological discussions cannot play a role there, where it deals with the purposes of the pure price theory. They would only be hindering, and consideration for them is contrary to a healthy labor distribution. But even regarded as being purely theoretical, our conception encounters quite some difficulties. As is generally known, it is certainly common to quote a great deal of characteristics that single out land from other goods. This discussion occupies a rather broad area in especially English literature. We have already had the opportunity to explain that we do not want to pay special interest to this topic. We said that a priori statements about such things lead to nothing, that the actual purpose which one has his eye on alone decides. An example is the non-duplicity of land. On the one hand, it was explained by us that no good is absolutely duplicable, but is rather actually non-duplicable in every given moment of every one. And on the other hand, the quantity of land is given not quite fixed. Despite the fact that the economically used land can still be aggrandized through new cultures and can still be diminished through the task of cultivation, so does the quantity of land, which is dedicated to a specific use, change through the fact that one can feed it land that has so far served other purposes, or conversely, that can allot the quantity of such other purposes that is available to it. And this is also the case for the other differences, which maintain to be commonly emphasized. This not only contradicts the claim that such circumstances can be taken into consideration with utility for certain purposes. One can therefore take the circumstance under consideration during the discussion of the question of how a change in the price of a product affects the prices of the participating production factors, that the supply of land is generally less elastic than that of capital and labor. But this does not matter to the main questions, and it is advisable to represent the same as simply and coherently as possible for now. The conception of the similarity in monopoly of the income from land is in relation with the just mentioned moment. But the alleged non-duplicity in no way eliminates competition among the landed properties, and it was justifiably emphasized that one can only speak of a monopoly there, where an economic subject has complete control over the supply of a good. But this is evidently not the case here. One could just as justifiably speak of a capital monopoly and a labor monopoly of the laborers. Such an approach may have its advantages for some purposes, and certain theorems can be demonstrated by means of the same. But a universal truth does not lie in it, one can rather consider it to be a fiction that occasionally proves itself. It is generally better to derivate the price of land with help of the hypothesis of free competition. It could seem that we can also not speak of a uniform price of land in this case, because every property has its special characteristics and certainly differs from every other. It is, so to speak, always unique in its own way. Location and composition of the ground are by and large given fixedly, and one could therefore at least frequently say in another sense than the one, which was just mentioned, that every landowner has a type of monopolistic disposition in regards to his property. While therefore most of the theorists have no decency in speaking of a flat wage rate and a flat interest rate, it is not at all possible, and it sounds very strange, to accept a flat rate of ground rent, a uniform ground rent rate. One is rather accustomed to seeing a so-called differential income in ground rent, therefore a direct contrast to the flat rates of wage and interest, which are determined by free competition. And yet, our derivation of ground rent as a price points to something of the sort. If we can therefore use the latter approach, then much for the uniformity of our system is won by it, and interesting results for the laws of movement should arise from this standpoint. This is fortunately readily possible with the help of a simple stratagem. Instead of speaking of land in itself, we must simply speak of land performance. Nothing forced or objectionable lies in it at all. We also do not regard the labor force for labor, but rather the labor performance, not the value of the first one as such, but rather the value of any unit of the latter one. The expression capital utilizations is absolutely common. And the uniformity of the wage rate and the capital interest is not asserted by the entire labor force and by the capital goods as such, but only rather by units of labor performance and capital utilizations of similar type. The matter therefore does not behave differently in the slightest for land than for other production factors. Neither for land, nor for labor and capital is there a uniform price if one has the goods as such in mind, but there is probably one of such, namely not any less for the first one as for the latter one if one adheres to the uniformity of performance. Every property therefore contains a specific type and number of possible performances, just as a laborer is able to bring a certain type and number of labor performances onto the market corresponding to his aptitude and education. A flat price then exists for those land performances, just as for every other good, and the price theory, namely also the hypothesis of free competition, is just as applicable to it and has the same limitations as for every other price. The fact that one landowner has a greater income than another no longer poses a problem from this standpoint. It is no more surprising than the fact that the owner of a more efficient machine or higher labor force attains a greater income than he, who has a lesser efficient machine or smaller labor force. He simply owns more or more valuable land performances, a more valuable good than the other man, and is in exactly the same position as a landowner who owns a larger but less fruitful property. The fact that someone who has a fruitful field receives a higher ground rent than the owner of a lesser fruitful one is no more disconcerting than the fact that the owner of a larger one receives more ground rent for the same fruitfulness than the one with the smaller one. We do not need a special principle to explain these things, rather, the matter is clear so that nothing remains to be asked. Our system therefore gives as a completely satisfactory theory of ground rent entirely by itself. It would thereby be in our option whether we want to limit ourselves to only assuming one specific type of land performances so that a flat ground rent rate would arise, or to construct a special ground rent rate for different types of the same and for every one of them. The latter may be more suitable to reality, but nothing hinders us in principle than regarding the different numbers of the units of performances that are contained in it as the only difference between properties. This would also work quite well for the comparison of land, which cannot serve for the same productions, because even if it seems that one cannot compare the units of different types of performances with one another, even if it seems that one, in our schema, cannot compare, for example, differently yielding types of wheatland, but not wheatland and pastures. One therefore easily sees that we can construct the unit of performance in a way that it is suitable for every type of land. A unit of value would also be suitable for it among other things. While value calculation with regards to the mentioned circumstances does not offer entirely satisfactory services for the different types of labor, the opposite would arise for land. Its use is determined, although not exclusively but still in principle, by economical considerations. One can therefore say for the unit of value of land for every economic subject that it attains a flat price. This calculation according to the units of value is also applicable to land in various locations and furthermore, can be used agriculturally as well as for structures. However, if one would want to, for example, construct a unit of performance of land due to the chemical component parts, then another would have to be assumed for city land and the location would also have to be considered as an independent moment. To expand on this would lead too far, but I believe that every connoisseur of the theory sees that there is no difficulty in principle here. 2. We have especially derived the value of land performances, and this is in fact that, which especially and actually only comes into consideration for the static theory. Significant changes in ownership can indeed occur in the static state of the national economy, and everything that is actually interesting about them gravitates towards the great problem of the development. Besides, since the price of the land performances and not the one of land itself is important for the problem of distribution, we could disregard the value and price of the latter quite well. We would then proceed in no other way than reality often does. For example, the price of land did not come into consideration for the largest epoch of the history of the German economy, and there was hardly a reason to be conscious of its value. The economical development and moments outside of the economy influence the value of land much more in themselves than that of the individual land performance, and cause the first one to show a far-reaching independency towards the latter one. I am therefore giving the answer of the theory to the question of land value not with great certainty, namely not with much self-confidence. It in itself is of course simple enough. The value of a property for someone is equal to the sum of the values of those land performances for him, which he takes into consideration according to his aptitude and his circumstances. It must thereby also be considered that the values of the latter ones are that much more scarce, the further in the future its possibility of realization lies under otherwise the same circumstances. This answer surely is not without significance. In fact, we believe to have to see an essential progress of the new economy in it. But the matter is not as simple as some theorists represented it to be. Our formula namely involves a keener abstraction. It is further from reality as one should believe. The length of the time frame that it refers to carries with it that it is by far not as suitable to the facts as the theory of the price of land performances. Even the contempt of prospective utilizations, which deals with the problem of interest, is a problem whose difficulty, as well as dynamic character, we will see when we get to interest. By the way, it cannot simply be measured by the interest rate, even if an interesting correlation exists between it and the latter one. As a whole, one can say that one will have to call on even much more and other factual material before the matter is satisfactorily grasped, and the reader sees at this point how occasionally and even often, although of course not always, a correct handling of the theory quite astoundingly brings us close to the historian's circles of thought. And this would show itself even more distinctly if we could be somewhat more explicit. Our theory of ground rent then exists from both of these results regarding the values and prices of, firstly, land performances, and secondly, of land itself. We now have to verify the same. This task regarding the second one is by no means simple. One even readily sees that the result would be complicated and only partially satisfactory. But we do not want to occupy ourselves with it any further, since the topic actually does not belong in static. The verification of our theory of the value and price of the land performances is that much simpler. Does it explain this value and price? Yes, sufficiently, by and large. There are indeed enough difficulties. It is clear that the use of land does not exclusively take place according to pure economical rules, and even less according to static rules. that the value scale in no way exhaustively mirrors the price scale of the same. Not everyone gives away his multifamily house to a restaurant or for other business purposes, even if this would be beneficial. Not everyone uses his property for economical purposes in the narrow sense of the word. Many people also inhabit their family house in a center of business activities, even though the land that it sits on would be used more beneficially for a multi-story, multi-family house. Others lay out a wildlife park there where the value of land considering an intensive garden economy is fixed. And there are many of such cases. They really tarnish the picture that our theory conceptualizes, they paralyze our law of the flat ground rent rate. But only in part, the large mass of the land performances fits into our schema. One also may not overestimate those assumptions. One will constantly observe the disappearance of family houses in central parts of the city to a large extent, even though other moments besides the economic ones are also effective for it, and we do in fact mostly only find wildlife parks there where another type of use of land is not or only insignificantly profitable. Other types of cases are just exceptions. Even so, it must be admitted that they play a larger role than for other goods, but hardly anyone will claim that they render our theory useless. There are also economical moments that do not grasp the schema of our theory. It often happens that one holds on to certain cultures out of different types of national economical reasons, even though others would initially and purely economically commend themselves more, and absolutely lie within the scope of the pertaining landlord. One may promote the cultivation of any fruit, which does not yield that return in money, which would otherwise be attainable, etc., out of favor to a national industry or out of other national reasons. All of these things disturb our value and price calculation and are not ascertainable from it. They are also frequent and of special interest. But one will still admit that our theory covers most of the facts, furthermore, also explains a good deal of strong tendencies and gives, so to speak, a standard, which every actual state is compared to, whose application one sees as the norm and whose failure forms an emergence that causes our surprise and immediately requires a special explanation. But is this price of land performances the ground rent? Does it represent the income of the landowner in its capacity as such? This question can also be answered similarly. There are also difficulties here that disavow our picture, take a portion of its value from it, but also do not do more as a whole, do not render it completely irrelevant. It is especially difficult to isolate this income. Not only because it very rarely appears by itself, but also because it is influenced by those elements that it is associated with. One can, for example, not simply conceive rent as being ground rent, other elements still go into it, house rent for fundus instructus, etc. But then the income that a property provides will essentially be dependent on what one actually does with it, and a special interaction, for example, between ground rent and interest on capital, will exist, which is to be differentiated from the general interaction that our system reflects. In such cases it can occur that the ground rent can only be detached from the total income that someone derives from an economic venture by means of a more or less artificial approach. It can thereby occur that nothing at all remains which could be considered to be ground rent. This often occurs in the business of the farmer, while a sale of the performances of the pertaining property would nevertheless lead to an income. Our ground rent leads an ideational existence in such cases. Finally, one must be carefully thoughtful of not overlooking a portion of the same. It can often fall to several different people, not only to the landowner. The building lease is such a case, namely only if a recognition sins, an interest on recognition, is being paid, a portion of the ground rent, perhaps the largest portion, does not fall to the landlord, but rather to the tenant, to the laborer or capitalist, and it would obviously be remiss to want to look for the ground rent here in the rent. Point 1. As serious as all these considerations are, which arise from these and other similar moments against our approach, it will be as clear to anyone, who has a taste and understanding for theory altogether, especially during the recital of the same, that our abstract picture gives the undertone for all of these emergents, that the same appear as problems because of this, because they deviate from the rule that is outlined through this picture, and that the principle and the majority of emergents of income from land are appropriately grasped through the same. 3. A theory of ground rent that is simple, clear, and, above all, essentially applicable therefore arises from our system, suitable in replacing the one of the older national economy and forming a great advantage for the first one. This theory represents a great progress vis-a-vis the one of the classical authors for two reasons. Firstly, because it does not require a new principle, hence the explanation the reducing of that which is unknown to that which is known, which it offers is more complete than that of the latter one, and secondly, because the picture that it constructs is also more satisfying in itself than the classical one. It is therefore a progress in itself and allows for a revision of the classical approach. In fact, we require the law of diminishing returns. This is that new principle, as is generally known, nothing more. It no longer forms a constituent part of our scientific arsenal. It is to us, as we said, only a technical fact everywhere it occurs, even outside of the theory of ground rent, which is of course very important in practice, but is of no further interest to the pure theory of the economy. The classical authors, on the other hand, need this law. As we have already explained, they needed a special moment in order to explain the ground rent. The characteristics of their price theory required it. Our price theory, more complete than that one, does not need this bridge. And the crux of the matter for the judgment of Ricardo's theory of ground rent and our position to the same lies in it. It can only be understood from the needs of the classical system, but from this also follows that we cannot hold on to it as we choose, like many national economists do, even though they otherwise stand aground the theory of marginal utility. It is in my opinion that the most important objection to the American school, in that it places the law of diminishing returns next to that of diminishing marginal utility without realizing that both do not have the slightest thing to do with one another, except for the formal moment of continuous diminishing, and the first one is made redundant through the latter one. But we must also judge other attempts, which lie in this direction, in the same manner. Especially in England, one has continued to build on the foundations of the classical authors and has made full use of the principle of diminishing returns. One has generalized the same in different ways, namely has even applied it to labor and supply of tools, and has come to analog residual and differential theories of wages and capital interest, as well as of entrepreneurial profit. More about the latter point later. We are gliding past an entire system of the economy that is based on this principle. It is perhaps more fitting to say that this system is at least partially based on a confondirung of this principle and that of the marginal utility. New terms were formed, thus that of the producer's rent, which embodies the generalization of the theory of ground rent for every production, and that of consumer's rent, which represents a psychological construction per analogium of the physical surplus of the production returns over the total costs. We cannot go into this here too, but we will only be able to predict a short future for all of these attempts. They are too formal, adhere too greatly to superficial moments, and lead to nothing. Especially the circumstance that such a boundless generalization of the term rent, in this sense, is readily possible should be alarming. This especially shows indeed how little substance it has. The most important material objection to the classical theory of ground rent and all of its branches is that it assumes a given price for the ground product. This may sound somewhat surprising, but it is actually no different. It explains the landowner's income as a plus over the total costs of production of simply that product, which actually produces the pertaining property. But why is exactly that much produced of it and not less or more? Why does it stop at this boundary and not at another one? Now, the price of the product decides this, it must therefore be given. But let us go on. This price can only be regarded as the sole factor for the establishment of this boundary, if the prices of the means of production are firmly given. In the sense of the classical authors, these are the prices of capital, of the tools and labor. But this is not yet sufficient. Why is this agricultural product and not another produced on our property anyway? The classical authors do not say anything about this. They must therefore also assume the type of culture as being given. But if one does not want to do this, then one can only refer to the moment of demand, of value. This moment decides the choosing between the different production possibilities, thereby indirectly decides the monetary returns and therewith the value of land performances. If the type of culture is firmly given, then the value and price of the land performances must also be. But then we get to the somewhat paradoxical result that the classical theory of ground rent already presupposes the value and price of the land performances, therefore that, which it should explain, and it does actually behave this way. The theory of ground rent of the classical authors has therefore not only been overcome, it is not a theory of ground rent at all. It is only seemingly able to explain the price of the land performances whose existence the price theory disavows. As we have explained, it must actually assume it as being given. This theory is certainly correct on all its conditions, but these latter ones take every value of realization from it. We are therefore turning away from it due to both of these groups of reasons. A certain significance for the explanation of some moments of interruption remains for it in another direction that we have already pointed out. The market of land performances certainly functions not as smoothly as for the other goods, and the approach that the landowner must take what he gets in a certain sense, because it is difficult for him to alter his supply, is not unwarranted. But this meaning is scarce. Furthermore, this is also the case for other goods in principle, which the appropriate expression quasi-rent was coined for. But the essence of the matter does not lie in these moments, and we can say with ease and thereby be conscious of only serving a healthy scientific development, and being free of every destructive addiction or lack of reverence that the role of the classical theory of ground rent is finished and the future does not belong to it. One clearly sees this in literature. One can claim that the development of the theory of ground rent really is a healthy one. The thought that we represent gains ground entirely by itself in systematic representations, even if its authors do not have the conscious intent to combat the classical authors on this point at all. One theorist after the next explains that the existence of land without rent, yes, even the law of diminishing returns is not essential to the existence of a ground rent, that the price of land enters the price of its products just the same or just as little as that of labor and tools, etc. Piece by piece of the classical theory is being abandoned, the foundation and the entire appearance of the theory change slowly and without clamor through the inescapable power of the progressive realization. This of course only applies to better representations, there are still enough of those which do not experience this progress. Professor Marshall's work shows us the nicest example of a breakthrough to a new theory of ground rent of the most loyal endeavor to spare the classical authors. He initially formulates the classical theory and emphasizes its correctness. But this formulation depresses it to an implicitness. It namely clearly shows that only the plus over the marginal utility of the pertaining type of culture always on the conditions of the classical authors does not enter the price of the product, but indeed the plus vis-a-vis other types of culture. But how is that different than that this value and price of the regarding property, which would befit him in other uses, forms an element of cost and a constituent part of the marginal price, even of the actual chosen use very well. That this value and price must be given if the raisonnement of the classical authors is supposed to be applicable? And does this not lead to our conception, is this not simply our theory? Marshall's conception therefore changes under his hands so to speak, without the classical authors being deemed as wrong in principle only reluctantly, but that's much more significant. And we cannot help admiring this, therefore with this clarity and depth on the one hand, and with this sparing of that, which exists on the other hand every innovation should go on. But the result is the same in this case, all of the adherence to classical skills, all of the expanding and defending of classical thoughts can mask the innovation of Marshall's leading thoughts for only the superficial observer. According to this, one can consider the construction of a new theory of ground rent as being one of the most certain results of the theory of attribution. It would really be failed to want to hold on to the classical one still today, and soon, no one will do this anymore. 4. About the third static branch of income. One can consider it as being consensus that there are three static branches of income. A difference in opinion exists at most regarding a fourth one of entrepreneurial profit, which, as a result from some theories, would have to stand next to this third one. Now, the third branch of income is called interest. But it cannot be defined as simply as the other two. If one would want to regard it as a price, then one would possibly be embarrassed to say as price for what it should count, because different answers are possible for it, different ones to a much greater extent than for both of the other branches of income. The least accordance is surely for interest, and one is generally convinced to have the most difficult problem of the theory of distribution before oneself. Those who did not have this conviction suffered abject failures. We do not have the intention to deliver a story and criticism of dogmas, but want to certainly seek to occasionally learn as much as possible from that which has been accomplished, and to say quite a bit about other theories of interest with this intention, which is also supposed to contribute to a better understanding of them. But the facts and the problem itself now lie at our heart. The interest on capital would of course be, as everything else that shows itself in our system, if it does this differently, which we can by no means say for certain yet, since we are reserving the verdict whether it is a static branch of income, determines all other elements of the same as it reacts to all. That, which one generally comprehends as being interest and which we speak of in this moment, without still determining what we understand by it and whether we even want to use this expression, would of course be another variable than it is and would play another role, not only in the economic life, but also in the entire social life if the remaining elements would be other ones. It is obvious that if the population were to have more or less energy than it actually has, if the technology were to be at another level, if the conditions of the external nature were to be other ones, interest would be different. It bears a relation to all these things and still many others, which are supposed to be visualized through our system. To examine the type of these relations is certainly interesting and necessary, and the phenomenon of interest, regarded from different aspects, can undeniably offer a different view. An approach and manner of expression can then be convenient and useful for special purposes, which prove themselves as being incomplete or even as being wrong in some regard. But this cannot discourage us if we ask about the essence of the phenomenon, solely abide by its foundation in its simplest form, and to search for a precise and short formula, whereby certainly no termination of the realization of the complexity and fullness of life of the phenomenon occurs. On the contrary, it can thereby only be promoted. If we did not want to go into this here, then we would have to impose the same renunciation also for wages and rent on ourselves, where one could repeat the same quite literally. We are also not misjudging the numerous relations there, which one must shed light upon if one really wants to understand the matter, and yet, we do consider it being permissible and useful to initially represent the essence of the things as briefly and simply as possible. Whoever pays too much attention to everything of interest that exists on one's way will never reach the goal. And this applies only too much to some modern interest theorists, who eventually get to foregoing a clear theory of interest altogether. Point 1. Our task is the following: we have to see which elements of our system we have not yet assigned from those, which we can assign to the explanation of income formations, thereupon, whether something arises from the same in similar manner as for wages and rent, which can be considered as the foundation of the phenomenon of interest. If we are able to construct a picture that suits reality, then everything is all right and we have won a solid foundation in order to go into those complicated relations. If not, then we at least have the negative result that interest is not a static income. So in turn, the matter shapes itself relatively easy, and it will be distinctly easier to present our view of the problem than to defend the same against all the reservations and objections that it may encounter. The first thing is done with a few words. Those elements of our system that could come into consideration here are especially, and we only want to speak of it for now, tools and raw materials. We already have generally stated their values and prices, and there is therefore no difficulty at all in understanding how the owners of the same get to the possession of a monetary sum or of consumption goods, and how we spoke of a price of land and labor performance for labor and land, and how we considered wages as well as ground rent as being such prices. We will also speak credibly of a price of performances of tools and raw materials here. But the difficulty that is lacking in this representation immediately comes on when one takes a step further. It is that universally known one, which has already caused many theories of interest to fail, After the harvest, one has corn as well as land, after the day's work, his labor force as well as wages, but it is different for tools and raw materials. There, after a production process or in any case after a number of such, which is scarce in relation to those that outlast land and labor force, probably the products, but no longer the raw materials and tools themselves, and it is clear that this has the result for the value and price formation that the proceeds of every part of the products, for which one attains more with the help of tools than without the same, that therefore a plus, which would represent a continuous income whose recurrence one could count on, does not come about. One is easily convinced of these facts of the case if one overlooks the thought process of any representative of the productivity theory, and this was emphasized so pointedly and convincingly by V. Boehm-Bawerk that more on this point could seem to be redundant. We nevertheless want to convey the thought process of those theorists very briefly, whereby we want to make use of the psychological approach for the sake of convenience. In a number of production processes, a tool is used until it is worthless. One would have also achieved a certain quantity of products without the same, but more was won with the same. Now, one cannot say that the tool of this plus, which is ascribed to him quite understandably, produced in the same manner as the cherry tree produced cherries. The difference in this case simply is the fact that the cherry tree still exists and will again carry fruits. But one can compare the products of the tool just as little. They are indeed things of a different nature which are entirely incommensurable. Such a comparison would only be possible if the things were the same, if, for example, a machine would be used for the production of machines of the same type again. The only thing that is comparable, simultaneously the only thing that is interesting to the economy is the value. But it is clear now that the value of the tool, under certain reserves that do not interest us here, is equal to the sum of values of its individual performances, and that, since the value of every such performance is equal to the value of whose ascribing products a surplus could never arise at all in this way, which could be consumed without altering the asset base of the tool's owner. We are not standing in line to make a consequence, either one calls that, which we have derived, namely the price of the tool's performances, not interest. This means that one does not acknowledge that the pure economical foundation of that, which is generally considered as being interest, lies in it. It then follows that the static system does not explain interest, that the same is not a static branch of income, that an entirely stationary national economy would not know any other incomes than wages and ground rent, a result that would have far-reaching consequences, or one calls every price interest. The owner of the tool can then either consume nothing of the same, or he will spend his fortune. One can also express the latter in a way that in this case, interest does not represent a net income. The terminological question what one wants to call interest would naturally be indifferent, but one remarks that it does not deal with this, but rather in fact with the very essential question whether or not one deals with the pure economical foundation of this important branch of income here. We believe we should decide on the second alternative, not only because the first one encounters the difficulty of the problem of net income, which one cannot possibly avoid, but rather because we are also thereto inclined through the direct study of the phenomenon of interest, as we will indicate later. Firstly, we therefore do not have a permanent income here, and the picture of the always floating source does not fit here. If one would want to use it regardless, then it would have to be clear in one's mind that it deals with a fiction, which must first prove its right to exist, can very easily lead one astray, and above all, seems to skip over, to bypass, and simultaneously to mask the most interesting and most difficult problem. We will still speak about this fiction, its justification, and its lacking, but here, we are dealing with facts and can only hold on to that, which has been said. Secondly, this price is not interest. These 2 points do not coincide. We do not have a permanent income, but an inflow of goods to the owners of tools nevertheless takes place in our system, and we could call this, in accordance with some definitions of income, an income after all, but this income is not interest, not only because interest seems to flow constantly, but also due to other reasons. This conception certainly seems peculiar due to different reasons, and very much requires the closer representation. Even if we were to succeed in inducing the reader to accept it, then the problem of interest would not be thereby solved, our system would rather only bring us to the foot of the mountain, so to speak. But it is so difficult to forego something in whose ownership one already believes to be, that we are responsible for the task of indisputably showing that the matter really is this way. Above all, do we not limit our system to an area that is too narrow when we forego the explanation of interest? Is this not proof that our limitation is just inexpedient? This is to be immediately answered: we do not limit it arbitrarily, not on a whim, or due to pedantry, and in order to stay true to any a priori reasons of distribution, we are not excluding interest, rather, it does not assimilate. We are only doing the following: we are regarding the methods and the results of our discipline and are seeking to formulate them correctly, to work out its essence. When we do this, then we see that those circles of thought, which form the content of the pure economy today, are in essence of static character, and that the same, represented in their pure form, do not explain the phenomenon of interest. We will have to show that only through the citation of certain aids is such an explanation or the semblance of one of such possible, and we will have to examine these aids. It is very important to plastically withdraw the same from our system. If our conception continues to be correct, then the theory of interest cannot live out in the framework of static. And in fact, in our opinion, the cause of all doubts regarding the problem of interest and the fact that all theories of interest and so undeniably unsatisfactory lies here. If this is admitted, then we have rendered the greatest service to the theory of interest that is even possible, to have contributed to the realization of its true area and its true nature, and we then have hope in finally really being able to understand this phenomenon. The fact that our system then appears in an even less favorable light than before may not keep us from it. It is indeed our purpose to shed light on the same from all sides. It thereby arises by itself how and where we are to continue on working. Let us return to our argument. We will see how right we are from all productivity theories. One can again characterize them there that they are initially correct and frequently derivate the fact, with an effort of arguments, which would not even be necessary, that tools have value and price. If they thereby react against the socialistic attacks on interest, then they charge an open door. A discussion of the claim that capital is a useful aid of production is certainly redundant. But one herewith has, as we have explained, not proven anything for interest, at least not in itself. One could rather say that one has proven its absence. What is to be explained is this plus, is the permanent net income. One approaches this task, which therefore goes beyond the mere verification of the so-called productivity with different aids. The simplest thing of the same is to smudge and to explain the facts of the case altogether, that everything has already been done by now. We do not want to speak of this, but the other aids must be examined, at least very briefly, namely for the dual purpose of seeing whether they are static, meaning assimilated into our system, to get along with its other form, and thereupon, in order to see whether they are applicable, meaning really explaining the phenomenon of interest. However, at least a few of the many difficulties of our system must first be continued to be presented to the reader. We initially want to say something about the fundamental problem of the compensation of capital, in our opinion, and thereupon also a few things about the phenomenon of interest itself. Then those remarks about several of the most important theories of interest, and finally, such about the direction are to follow, in which we believe to have to search for the solution to the problem of interest. That, which is offered cannot be complete in any direction. No one can be more aware of its lacking than me. I have only difficultly decided to offer the few aspects that one will find in the following. They are recommended for the leniency of the reader. I can only say that my conception has offered quite a surprising enlightenment for myself, and I am very convinced to have paved the way for a new satisfactory theory. 2. One maintains to encounter the following train of thought in the representations of the theory of interest: the owner of the produced means of production rents out the same to the manufacturer, may the same be a laborer or entrepreneur. He puts a portion of the proceeds aside, which is supposed to serve him in procuring other means of production of this type. When the old ones have become outworn and worthless, a risk premium is also consigned as a rule. The remainder is then represented as his income. Only a small portion of the theorists accept the presence of such a remainder as being self-evident. Most of them seek to explain this fact, but however this may be, one is always of the opinion that one is describing a very natural process about whose factuality no doubt could exist at all. If one says that the owners of produced means of production are permanently, without any time limit, living on their income and do not admittedly increase their wealth on our conditions, but can receive it unscathed, one therefore believes to have expressed a banal, but indisputable fact. The greatest differences of opinion regarding the explanation of this income exist between the theorists, but they all agree on the fact that one can place interest very close beside wages and rent. Those who have a special explanation for every branch of income, of course also have one of such for interest, so that no noteworthiness lies in it, and those who explain all incomes in principally the same way also extend their explanation to interest, treat it entirely like wages and rent. One is to be referred to the representations of Walras and V. Wieser as examples for the latter group, by which this can be followed entirely. J. B. Clark also belongs in this group, but with a special attribute that compels us to specially come to speak of him. V. Boehm-Bawerk, however, bases the explanation of interest on special moments, but does consider it as an income like all others. In fact, this seems to entirely fit the facts. Interest is such a continuous, permanent income, much more secured in same regard than, for example, wage, and a sharply bound economic class seems to constantly live on it. Our conception therefore seems to be in blatant conflict with reality, and it simply is the peremptory duty of the economist to search for a static explanation of interest. We cannot give our complete answer, but we will seek to indicate the main content of the same. However, the following seems a priori important to us. We are remarking in advance that we, in consideration for V. Boehm-Bawerk's examinations, do not want to unroll the problem of net income in its entirety, since this has seemed to have become redundant to us through the same. We want to rather primarily handle only those points that we have to join to the same, and assume its fundamental work as being well known. Our representation cannot tell the reader, for whom this assumption is not fulfilled, what it should. It must also appear as being incomplete. Now, V. Boehm-Bawerk has completely worked out the problem of net income and has proven that the phenomenon of interest does not arise self-evidently from productivity. But even he assumes the compensation of capital, in which we want to integrate the risk premium for the sake of brevity, since the same applies to it so far. The first thing that we have to say now is that this is not self-evident. We want to especially make this very popularly clear. If one were to ask the economist, who proceeds in this manner, why he does this, then he would surely and not without surprise respond to the question that the capitalist would indeed expend his capital otherwise. This can now be countered in that it may be quite sensible not to do this, and that the economist advises well when he refrains from it, but that this is no reason that can play a role here, since it does not deal with pieces of advice, but rather with descriptions of facts. And it is certainly not so clear there that it is always dealt with this way, or only even that it is imperative to all cases. It will be quite sensible in a temporary emergency to occasionally expend more. An individual is also absolutely right from his standpoint, popularly speaking, if he expends more considering, for example, an inevitable, early death. In other situations, for example, considering a declining interest rate, or an old man with, in some relations, greater needs and lesser earning capacity, one will have to again give the advice not to expend the entire income. It can, however, be thereupon countered that one is thinking of normal conditions and does not consider those changes of the individual's or social situation. We want to admit that. It is therefore possible to precisely foresee the manner and rapidness of the wear of tools, and to disregard everything unforeseen, but even then, people do not think of an infinitely distanced future, and if they can also see themselves inclined, considering the indefiniteness of the length of periods for which they want to provide, to always repair and replace their tools, then this is nothing that is necessary, unalterable, and especially nothing that is self-evident. If one claims this, one always thinks of the freeholder who accrues by himself, so to speak, a very specific sum as income, but we are not concerning ourselves with him alone. We will touch upon his case later. The matter is not so clear for the productive means. A new tool must replace the old one, and this new tool does not originate by itself. Seated, the owner of the old one had for some reason decided to produce or to obtain a somewhat better one in place of the old one. Is this occurrence now such an essentially different one than the one that was mentioned earlier? One will say that here, the man sets part of his own income down, but what happens in both cases? He has a monetary sum or products. He wants to spend those in a way that a maximum of benefit arises, just as it is most advantageous according to him, whereby we also include unegotistical moments in this expression, which is not essential here. He therefore overlooks his current and future wishes, and will use his money according to the rate of intensity to its satisfaction. The monetary sum that he has is indeed a homogeneous amount, an insurmountable barrier is not set for his decisions on the limit of his income. It is up to him how much he wants to use for reparation, or for replacement, or for a recreation. To divest a monetary unit from his current needs involves an equal sacrifice for him, may he now use the same for a repair or an improvement. Entirely the same moments determine him in both cases, he will probably do that, which he always does, because this suits his aptitude and his conditions. If he want to equally maintain his conditions, then he will only sacrifice those monetary units that are necessary for reparation, but the effort of will that this requires is the same, whether he uses the same money for reparation or for improvement. After the execution of improvement, he will be able to satisfy more needs, less, if he lets a worsening eventuate, and the same if he just makes the reparation. These cases are only gradually different, the same occurs in each one. But one is now in accord that such improvements and recreations cannot be handled, or only in such a disappearing way, in the framework of static, that one is better to leave them aside, and since the reparation of tools is therewith the same in essence, it too is not a static process, and this was our point. In order to now get to the same result from the standpoint of exact science, if one wants to place a third branch of income of this type, may one call it what one will, next to wages and rent, then one must derivate it from such an equal, permanent source. One must therefore either forego it, or one must create a third production factor that behaves in the exact same manner as labor and land. Insofar as this is none other than a methodological aid, there are no objections to it, but one may not forget that no statement about facts may then lie in it, but must rather remain aware of having made a construction whose results must first prove themselves for the facts. There can certainly be reasons that justify such a fiction, and we will not speak of this yet, but one must beware of regarding the production factor as a reality like labor and land, and furthermore, one may not forget that one has done that, because one wanted to juxtapose our third branch of income with the other two. This could now also be a permissible, economic ancillary construction in itself, which could prove itself to be fruitful. But through the semblance, through a flighty observation of facts, such juxtaposition is not justified yet, and insofar as all theorists believe to have unfailingly observed the fact of expert knowledge of a permanent source of income interest a prejudice, a mistake therefore lies in it. The only fact of the matter is that the tools are used up, and the products are now available. If they are replaced, then it can be explained why this happens. The availability of a permanent supply of tools would only be self-evident in two cases: firstly, if the tools would be just as permanent as land and labor force, and secondly, if they actually did reproduce by themselves, not in the figurative sense, in which some economists allege this, but rather actually physical, as, for example, organic beings. The capital compensation is therefore not a last fact, but rather a problem, and to not have recognized this is a mistake of, as we will see, great concern, just as great as the misjudgment of the problem of net income altogether. The questioning of the latter does of course not lose its significance. The value of the products is always equal to that of the means of production, and the fact that more falls to the possession of the latter is still the crux of the problem of interest, but it now appears in a somewhat different light. At any rate, we have to proceed from the gross yield. It is the only thing that is given, and in our system it is equal to the value of the tool that it is ascribing to. But the supply of tools is a given one, and we cannot handle the replacement by means of our system. One therefore remarks that our static economy is not a stationary one. The latter would have to make such a replacement, the static economy does not do this. It therefore only counts for a moment. We see here how very unrealistic it is, and it can certainly not be done otherwise. You see, reality is full of life and movement. We have said that it involves a fiction when speaking of the self-replacement of tools. This is a fiction of the exact same essence as that, which lies in it, that the tools carry interest like the cherry tree carries cherries. This fiction is unrealistic in the same manner, but is perhaps just as little of use for some purposes as the first one. It would have gone too far, wanting to just rule out both. They are only wrong as a declaration of facts. The tools are being consumed, one produces new ones, which are, however, in short time frames, by and large similar to the consumed ones and come into possession of the same people. But this is not necessary, and it is only approximately correct for a moment, which is so short that one can go ahead and hold on to the identity of the tools for the same. The core of V. Boehm-Bawerk's critical work was therefore the working out of the problem of net income. We have to still add another moment to this work, through which the topic has won endlessly much and which also forms the foundation of our conception, the problem of capital compensation, which has also not yet been worked out sufficiently by V. Boehm-Bawerk. However, it is just as essential to the assessment of the matter as that of the net income. Only through the understanding of both of these points does the way lead to the realization of the phenomenon of interest. 3. Our system therefore only tells us that the produced means of production have value and price, and that their owners can obtain other goods for it. Which goods they obtain depends on their aptitude, etc. We now have to ventilate the question, which we have already negated, somewhat closer, namely whether we are supposed to see interest in this price. It would nevertheless be possible that we stand before that, which underlies the phenomenon of interest, that those prices of the tools represent that element in the phenomenon of interest, which we contribute to the explanation of the same from our standpoint. Just as we had to ask ourselves for wages and rent, whether that, which we derivate from our exact system really is that, which taken purely economically, underlies those branches of income, we therefore also have to ask ourselves a similar question here. Such an examination is necessary here more than anywhere. To have failed to do it is the greatest mistake of most theories of interest. Every theoretical derivation must indeed be constantly verified of the facts, since it is in its nature that it possibly, even though correct in itself, does not achieve what is desired. Even if in a certain sense a process that suits the rules of logic is infallible, then a mistake can still very easily slip in at precisely the point where it is claimed that a specific, exact result is suitable for a specific phenomenon of reality. The theory of interest gives us many examples for the importance of this principle, the fact of productivity, the fact of weighting, of the different valuation of current and future goods, etc. All of this is not only undeniably correct, but also very plausible, but where interest flows from it is another question, and this one is not yet solved through the proof of such facts in themselves. We now have to ask about the essence of the phenomenon of interest. We have, however, already said that we cannot give a complete theory of interest, but we must do quite a bit in this regard, in order to dissipate every doubt about it whether the essence of the phenomenon of interest should even be sought in this direction anyway, which is characterized by the words price formation of tools. At the brink of these discussions, we want to remind ourselves of yet another principle, namely that it is our task to analyze the facts without letting us get led astray by the linguistic use and external similarities between different things, but not to work on terms. The disastrous method of wanting to grasp economic phenomena by means of analyzing the linguistic use has led to a great deal of mistakes, not to moreover mention a single word about the plaintiveness of this method. A good example of the wrong ways, which it leads to, is the theory of interest. That is to say, nothing is clearer than that entirely different phenomena are termed the name interest. Especially house rent and the interest rate of a loan have nothing to do with one another. Rent is a more partial purchase, the exchange of certain performances of a permanent good for another good. At the first moment, it is not perceived at all why such different things even have the same name. It would not even occur to whoever approaches these phenomena unaffectedly to consider them as being equal. If one would want to do this, then one would have to call every purchase price interest. The legal conception of the matter offers perhaps an explanation. The lawyers have constructed the interest rate of a loan per analogium of the house rent, partially because this was quite practical for their purposes, partially also because the legal analysis always achieves the most possible by distortion of the facts. One must, generally speaking, guard against accepting legal conceptions, since the same are most often completely useless outside of the purposes of law. If examples were necessary, then one could very well point to the term ownership. When we speak of the phenomenon of interest, we therefore only have our eye on the interest rate of a loan from now on, whereby, however, we must say that much more than logical reasons induce us the observation of facts to the presumption that the essence of the phenomenon of interest is to be searched for here. But even the interest rate of a loan is not a uniform phenomenon at all economically. Even this is almost implicitness, and to feel obligated, in favor of the legal form and the linguistic use, to find only one formula that suits all these phenomena, is completely foolish. So what similarity exists between the process that we are observing when a new industry should be called to life, and for the case of the Shylock, who extorts high interest from some indebted individual therefore, as a result of the common terminology, even though it does not seem to be quite fitting, between productive and consumptive loan? Only that in both cases the same or a similar legal form and similar expressions are used. One says in both cases that interest is being given, but apart from a very useful one, from the essential difference, which we will still come to speak of, the fact of the completely different uses of the loan already justifies a completely different nature of business. The capitalist class could really not live on lending to indebted men or poor people, who find themselves in need, also not on government loans, and if we regard the magnitude and importance of the phenomenon of interest, its central position in business operations, in the essence of the industry, then we will certainly do best not to concern ourselves with such like trifles. We have therefore proven what forms the core of the phenomenon of interest in our opinion. It is that, which we could call the industrial interest. As we said, we cannot exhaustively explain this highly interesting phenomenon here, but before we go on to make a few remarks about it, we want to say quite a few other things that also lie in the same direction. What we especially want to hold on to is that at any rate, the price of the performances of the tools is not interest. And something else is remarked here in passing, namely that from our standpoint, the canonistic ban on demanding interest appears in a completely different light. Not the phenomenon of interest, which belongs to the life of the industrial development, had the church banned. This only had limited importance back then. It only bans something that does not have anything to do with it, the proliferation of the poor and needy, who are in need of a consumptive loan. 4. It is therefore our opinion that it is failed from the beginning to want to construct a theory of interest in the framework of static. One can never come to a full and healthy realization of the phenomenon at all in this manner, and what the individual theories of interest, which carry out every attempt, contain that is good can always only be a part of reality, a view of a pinnacle that is unreachable to them. We want to also examine those strategies here, with which one can nevertheless explain interest there, where none can be found. But we can certainly not do justice to the individual authors, since a history of dogmas would go too far here. A productivity and a utilization theory of course lie the closest. One wishes for an explanation for the obviously permanent form of income interest. After an analogy of labor and land, a permanent source must also exist for this one. But apart from the consumption goods, next to labor and land, but both of these are already assigned, there are only the produced means of production in our study area, which have already been accepted as having been given, due to other reasons. One now lets these generate utilizations or products. This is actually entirely the same in essence, since the utilizations do only exist in the generating of products, and believes to have solved his problem with it. But we now have V. Boehm-Baruch's reasons that are cited against it, which we also consider to be correct, to submit new ones, namely firstly, the one that those theories start from the assumption that interest is a static branch of income, an assumption, which we believe to be able to prove as being a preconception. Furthermore, the one that they assume, that in the house rent and in the tools altogether, the essence of the phenomenon of interest is to be searched for, and we believe that also the latter assumption is not corresponding to the facts. We place special emphasis on the first one. To us, the explanation for it, that one was satisfied with such incomplete attempts at an explanation, seems to lie in it. The same have something despairing about them. If one were take their authors to task, one should get the response, but it has to be this way, where else is interest supposed to come from? Once, in the catch-22 of the static preconception, there was no longer a satisfactory alternative, and it is because of this that hard-working theorists committed the most obviously logical violations, as V. Boehm-Baruch has proven them to be. If the matter was not so, then it would be very understandable why the theory of interest shows such numerous failures. The root of evil lies at the brink of the train of thought, over which everyone unsuspectingly enters, in order to then no longer find his way out of the aberrations. The most recent productivity theory is the one of Professor Clark. I initially assumed that as a result of V. Boehm-Baruch's objections and of my own concerns, the same is able to be rejected in the same manner as all others. But the repetitive study of the problem induced me to somewhat modify my opinion of it. We have already spoken about the Clarkian term of capital and acknowledged that this fiction has a certain justification. A certain utility could also not be deprived of it. If one would now want to assume that this fund of productive force represents a permanent source of incomes, as well as labor and land, without eating themselves up in the process, now, one could certainly then speak of interest in the static economy. Only two things would thereby have to be kept in mind. Firstly, that all of this is a fiction and one may not search for an explanation of interest in it, and secondly, that this has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with tools. The matter would otherwise be wrong. This sounds quite adventurous, and we ask much of the theoretical propensity of sacrifice of the reader when we demand that he follow us here. But, let us not be easily scared away, but let us rather ask whether or not a such like fiction could have a purpose. And it has purpose. You see, in it lies the only means of being able to speak of interest in static. If this is hoped for, and it certainly is, but if our standpoint is also correct, then one can only continue in the following manner. One eliminates the problem of interest from static and somehow solves it outside of the same. But then, one assumes such a permanent source of the same in static, based on the fact of the far-reaching regularity and consistency of the income of interest, and simply juxtaposes interest with rent and wages, which can be practical for some purposes, and whereby one must only be aware of saying nothing that could collide with that solution, and above all, not to forget the fictitious character of the matter. From the standpoint of static, this means that one does equip economic subjects, who do not have an income according to the laws of the same, with one of such, and also regularly gives them a specific monetary sum. And even if we do not want to tread on this path, we are still not able to deny that it is by no means useless. Of course Professor Clark did not mean this. From his theory, just as it is, we can however only say that it constructs a branch of income that does not exist, but certainly also that this construction is conceived somewhat differently, cannot simply be rejected. But we cannot elaborate on this. But Professor Clarke's discussions also have other merits, which we will soon come to. We are now proceeding to another theory, namely Jevons. For him, interest was based on the possession of consumption goods, as we know. For this purpose, he defines capital as a supply of consumption goods, and precisely this step leads us to a deeper understanding of his theory. How does he get around to defining capital this way? He only does this for the purpose of his theory of interest. He also obviously proceeds from a static system, and one can imagine that his train of thought was perhaps a very similar one as that of those theorists, who we have already regarded. He also steps through those disastrous gateways towards the problem, and believes to have to imperatively find a place for interest in the system. Labor and land cannot carry him, and only the tools and then the consumption goods in the system therefore remain. It is now Jevons' merit to have recognized that the house rent is not interest. He saw that the produced means of production as such certainly do not carry interest, that, as we said, the assignment of its utilizations is a partial purchase that does not differentiate itself through anything essential from the purchase of consumption goods. But he now searched for another source of interest. His glance fell onto the only, still available type of elements, onto the consumption goods, and there, nothing was closer than the thought that the solving of the puzzle must lie in them, that furthermore, the explanation is to be found in the moment of time of the closer one, because they only differentiate themselves through this from the productive means. With what right do we allow ourselves to accuse Jevons of this thought process here, which was possibly not his? We have to do it. We believe that one cannot understand a theory any sooner until one has the feeling of formally seeing the thoughts of its creator. This feeling gives a lively satisfaction, but in addition, this effort also has a very practical significance. It gives us a means for the judgment of the concerning theory at hand. If we have accurately felt Jevons, then one thing is certain, namely that his theory did not arise directly from the observation of facts. It was probably indirectly based on it, since our entire system is based on it, but he did not come to his theory of interest in the way that he, regarding the economical life, would have thought to himself that, as a result of his possession of finished consumption goods, the capitalist acquires his interest. I also do not believe that he first regarded the psychological fact of the underestimation of the future, and then through its observation, came to a connection with the phenomenon of interest, but rather that he first, by means of a type of elimination method so to speak, came to that group of elements that was simply remaining after he, in regards to all the others, had negated the question whether interest flows from them. And then he simply searched for reasons that were supposed to justify those logical necessities. But all speculations will speak against such a theory. We, for example, will be inclined from the very beginning to deny its precept, namely the necessity of a static explanation, and in this case, to cast doubt on this theory from already the very beginning. But not the reasons, on which Jevons based them, these are rather quite evidently correct. We are only missing the proof that the phenomenon of interest is based on these facts. This does also not seem to be the case at all to us. But even if this were the case, then this theory would not be a static one. And here we come to one of Clarke's earlier mentioned merits, namely having proven that in the static state, neither waiting, nor the underestimation of a future satisfaction of needs can play a role, namely for the following reason: if a specific quantity of capital is given, and if a new one is not built, which however, according to our conception, also involves that the old one is not replaced, nothing else can happen than carrying the production process out in the best of the well-known ways, and this will happen. Even so, if one estimates the current satisfactions of needs higher than the future one, and one surely does this, we are not denying this. This cannot be of significance, since one by all means already has the goods or has to wait for the termination of the production process. Quite similar remarks arise regarding the abstinence theory. It also is one of those aids that is supposed to make it possible for us to win a theory of interest from our system, despite everything. It is obviously rooted in the theory of the productive services, therefore has a somewhat other point of departure than the ones previously discussed. The most distinguished one among its representatives, senior, enables us to recognize this quite distinctly. In order to find three sources that are just as permanent for the three branches of income, he places abstinence next to labor and land as third production factor. This means none other now than tools without a specific form. This is also only agglomerated productive force, with the only difference from the productivity theory being that this productive force does not already exist in labor and land performances, but rather in a sui generis factor. It is now by no means decisive for the assessment of this aid whether or not something like abstinence actually exists. This is certainly the case, and the efforts of the representative of this theory in proving the existence of this moment are entirely superfluous. No one will deny it. The only question is whether it has something to do with interest. This is, as we are making an effort to work out, always the decisive point for all these theories. They are actually not directly based on the observation of facts, but rather owe their phenomenon to our economic needs. Even Senior certainly did not discover a connection between abstinence and interest while observing the gearing mechanism of the economic life. This would already not be possible, because a connection that is so hidden does not directly arise by itself from the observation. We also in no way demand this, but rather acknowledge that once we have built our abstract system based on reality, the same can very well give us some interesting results, further also individually, meaning without having to call on a new observation. Only, one may thereby not forget two things: above all, that the thought process, which is discussed here, pulls in an entirely new fact from the outside, and very obviously brings it into our system for the purpose of the explanation of interest. This is not readily done, but rather makes a series of reserves and cautions necessary, if the historians are not supposed to be right in their reproach of unsustainable speculation. Such a fact must be posed very certainly in itself and also be examined very precisely in its connection with the remaining elements of our system. The abstinence theory does not do this. Nevertheless, we are not denouncing such an approach in limine. It can in fact lead to healthy results, at least in the right hand, and every method that does this has its justification, but from the very beginning there is not the slightest reason for us to assume that the raised fact gives the hoped-for result. But then in all cases there is always still, and even then when we draw conclusions from our most secured foundations that are based directly on the facts of verification necessary, that proof, which we spoke of above. And we are missing this verification. This is now our main objection against the theory of abstinence. Only a theory that is content with those demands, which we will make an effort to briefly outline here, really is correct, really economic, and is not affected by those objections of the theory's opponents. Senior and his followers therefore proceeded from the assumption that a permanent source must correspond to regularly floating interest. And this initially entirely amorphous cause that resembles a clothing hanger was then encased by the moment of abstinence. That, which otherwise may still be said about it, is speculation. So this, along with V. Boehm-Bawerk's objections and Clarke's proof that there is no weighting in static, or rather that the same cannot have influence, these are the reasons for the decision for the death sentence of the abstinence theory. V. It also rests on us to take a stand on the by far most important creation in the area of the theory of interest, on V. Boehm-Bawerk's theory. Because even though we have rejected all other theories of interest, the question still arises how we adhere to this one. To us, a complete valuation of it is also impossible, as well as an analysis that gets to the bottom of things. We only ask wherein its essence lies, what its premises are, and what we can gain from it on our way. We can also not gain a final verdict about it here, it will soon show for what reason. Only some views of different sides of the theoretical structure arise on a few points of our way, which we want to briefly outline, but we do not quite reach it and do not penetrate its interior. V. Boehm-Bawerk completely acknowledges the fact that the system that is based on the problem of attribution does not explain the phenomenon of interest, only in the form, however, that he says, the productivity theory does not result in interest. His problem is to explain the phenomenon of interest in spite of that, however, we cannot exactly say whether or not he would consider his explanation as being static in itself. This is connected with the fact that he does not place great emphasis on the difference between static and dynamic. To the extent that, also for him, not all elements can suddenly change for some reason, he considers a type of stationary state that does always repeat itself, but does not completely reflect the characteristics of our static state. He therefore proceeds from the phenomenon of interest and defines interest as the agio of the current vis-a-vis the future goods, and his problem now is to examine the causes of this agio. There are three of them: difference of the coverage of demands of the economic subject currently and in the future, the psychological fact of the higher estimate of the current goods, of the current enjoyments vis-a-vis future ones, and a fact of production technological nature, namely the overly proportional, higher productivity of longer periods of production vis-a-vis the shorter ones. This is all that our remarks refer to, as wishful as it is that this theoretical structure actually gets a criticism for once of the thoroughness and depth that it deserves. At any rate, the point of departure of the theory is the fact of the income of interest, and Boehm's theory of capital can also be understood from it. We observe this for all theories of interest. While one asks oneself for rent and wage, how land and labor come to their remuneration, therefore advance here from the side of the production factor to the income that it yields, thus the opposite always happens for interest. One sees interest and asks oneself where it comes from. This is only natural in itself and shows very distinctly that the problem of interest is a methodologically completely different one than that of wages and rent, and this one can only be formed analogously through strategies and aids. This also shows us how much we have to be wary towards all theories of capital, how much we stand here on the ground of the theoretical construction and not on that of the facts. But v. Boehm-Bawerk seems to take a step further into the area of the facts than the remaining theorists, and enters the theoretical structure one moment later than they do. You see, his statement that interest is this agio seems to represent observations of facts, as his remark seems to indicate, that his theory, expressed very simply, borders on implicitness. And yet, this sentence is only self-evident in a specific sense, it also contains a theory in another. It is only correct for certain then, when we speak of money. Only the consumptive loan can be given in any type of goods, and this does not interest us due to the earlier mentioned reason for every other loan, meaning for the loan for an industrial operation. It exists neither in the consumption goods for the consumption of the borrower, nor in productive means that would already be available. Rather, it exists, according to all rules, in money, and at any rate, only in things for which one wants to buy others. One now maintains to readily accept that one can simply omit the moment of money, which one tellingly calls a shell, a code of the phenomena. It is very clear that this is possible very often, but this must be proven every time if one does not want to risk suddenly noticing that money is potentially able to play yet another role in the theory than that of a measurement of value and convenient expression, and that one has overlooked this role. Popularly speaking, interest is therefore certainly an agio of current money over future money. It presents itself in this manner in the money market. But if one says that it is an agio of current consumption goods, then a topic of proof still first lies in it, a specific theory. It is thereby questioned, not that current goods have a psychological agio, so to speak, but certainly that the same explains that of money. After these introductory remarks we are asking for v. Boehm-Bawerk's further proceeding. The first thing that is noticeable during the observation of his three reasons is their complete dissimilarity, and if we remind ourselves of what we have said about the dissimilarity of the phenomena that are summarized under the name interest, then this will not surprise us any further. The first reason has no significance in principle for v. Boehm-Bawerk, since he only regards the consumptive loan of the needy. This reason can still become very important in a somewhat different sense, but it does not interest us any further here. The other two reasons signify the introduction of two new facts into our system, of two new hypotheses. The thing that is especially important to us for the same now is that they are not static. The first one, the underestimating of future enjoyments, cannot become useful in the desired manner in the static state, as we had seen during the discussion of Jevons theory. Does it even have a significance, which we do not want to decide at all, since this lies entirely outside of the task's framework that is now demanding of our attention? This significance can therefore only lie in the area of dynamic. But it behaves in the same manner for the third reason. The same was attacked from different sides, also frequently mistaken for the tool of the productivity theory. To us, the emphasized objections do not generally seem substantive, even though we are not quite clear about the following point: even if the overly proportional productivity is something completely different than the common one, places emphasis on entirely different moments, will the entirety of the value of its products not be attributed to a tool in spite of that, so that a surplus cannot arise? In other words, does the same objection that is so striking vis-a-vis the common productivity theory not also encounter this third reason? And furthermore, is it really entirely certain that the essence of the phenomenon of capital is only to be searched for herein? But we did not want to examine this. However, something different must be emphasized. If time-consuming production detours are pursued, then one can be doubtful whether this is possible within the static system. At any rate, only the moment of economizing features the same for it, but we have already said that the same does not seem to be adequate to us, to fulfill the role that is attributed to it. But furthermore, when the new production method is carried out, then everything has changed in the system. Even nature and people have not stayed the same in their relationships to one another. The entire construction, the entire life of the people is changed through the now different conditions. The role of land and labor shifts, the organization of the national economy becomes another, new tendencies will come to light, and above all, a further progress will now take place due to these circumstances, etc., in an always increasing scale. The discussed theory is perhaps now a quite first-rate means to grasp certain processes of dynamic. It is by no means static. Already the circumstance that it emphasizes the time lapse, the long periods, shows this. But if we say that we cannot see the key for the phenomenon of interest in the moment of the produced means of production, then we must, however, emphasize that, as we have meant it, does not yet speak against v. Bohm-Bawerk's theory in itself, since this one, as the reader sees, deals with the matter essentially different than those other theories. We will still briefly come back to it. Now, what are the consequences that this theory is not static? One could say that this is irrelevant if it only achieves what is desired. And this moment is nevertheless very important. We cannot explain interest in its simplest form within our system. But if we go beyond this, then we stand in the middle of development and movement, as mentioned. If we want to hold on to more or less stationary relations anyway, then a new level of abstraction lies in it, a step further away from reality. But we must do this. Because otherwise, an entire series of new problems that lies against the great topic of development would force itself into our way, as we have seen. And this would make it impossible to derivate any clear laws of movement. The matter is completely different for wages and rent. We can carry out our view very well there. It is therefore impossible to place interest next to wages and rent, and to directly coordinate its laws of movement of those of the latter ones. The most unsatisfactory thing of all attempts perhaps explains itself from it, to do this, and the many objections, which were raised against Ricardo's formulas concerning this matter. These facts of the case cannot surprise us from our standpoint, and we believe to be able to consider them as being a validation of the veracity of the same. Not due to our arbitrariness, rather, entirely on its own, the phenomenon of interest falls out of our system, which is nevertheless the expression of that method, which we have to pursue. We have no choice there. One of such stands open to us at the utmost in the regard that we can still squeeze interest into our system with help of fictions and further assumptions. But we are of the opinion that this method barricades the access to its essence and the view of very important problems, and that it at most represents a provisionary palliative remedy that is meant for giving way to a complete observation, which is not possible in the framework of static. To eliminate interest from the same is then the other possibility, and at the moment where we see that we can get to a really satisfactory theory in this way, those strategies have lost their justification of existence. We now want to indicate the outlines of this new, encompassing theory, whereby we will again revert to V. Boehm-Baruch's teachings. Prologue to a dynamic theory of interest. A. Our result is too unsatisfying. We cannot abdicate ourselves of the duty to at least indicate the way that, in our opinion, leads to the essence of the phenomenon of interest, because a theory of interest that amounts to the denial of interest anyway, would be new in the fatal sense. But we have already emphasized that we cannot give a complete theory of interest, and believe to have said enough in order to justify why not. Only the proof that the phenomenon of interest does not show itself in the pure static system, we wish to see as being considered a final result, for which we are responsible, and which may be discussed. However, what we now want to say only serves for showing that we know more and are not agnostic about the actual essence of the phenomenon of interest. On the one hand, we cannot give a theory of interest in the framework of this examination that could not be able to live out there anyway, and would demand much more space than the proportions of this work allotted, and on the other hand, we also do not want it, since we are dealing with the essence of the static system here and our task stops at the moment where the proof is furnished that it does not involve a static phenomenon here. But if we still do not feel justified, but rather believe to also be obligated to make a few brief remarks about new foundations for the handling of such a large problem, we therefore ask the reader to want to think about the fact that the same must be naturally content-related and formally lacking, that a great deal of objections, questions, and doubts arise, which I must necessarily leave unspoken here. A critique of my remarks would have to take that into consideration. Namely, I cannot conceal to myself that some of the same can seem to be superficial, and others can even seem to be obviously wrong, hence my wish to exclude the same, if possible, from a possible controversy that can indeed be initiated sometime later about a more complete exposition of my theory. I have already stated the negative side of the matter. It is here in the fore. If one admits that interest in its simplest and, however, correct form does not readily arise from our system, and furthermore, that I have concurrently worked out the cause of the so undeniably unsatisfactory character of all static theories of interest, if one admits that and why the problem of interest shows such peculiar, crippled forms in static, and that its solution must be searched for in dynamic, because the static apparatus barricades the view of the essence of the matter, then everything is achieved that I want to achieve here. The following is only supposed to strengthen this impression and likewise show how I think about the further things. It suffices me, if it is sufficient for giving the reader a preliminary mental image of the elements of a satisfactory solution to the problem, and to convince him that at least something true is in them. Our negative results were the following two. Firstly, we recognized that despite the opposing appearance of capital, however it may be defined, neither maintains permanently, nor replaces automatically. This appearance is based on the seeming facts that the capitalist keeps his capital when he expends its interest, and that the owner of means of production frequently, or even mostly, readily places himself in the possession of similar ones after the use of the same, and before this has not happened, does not speak of income. But we did not recognize a self-evident process in it, but rather a problem in our opinion, due to two reasons. Firstly, because capital, whatever it may consist of, just does not replace by itself, which is a very banal truth and seems to maintain by itself only in the case of the freeholder, a case that we will still come to, but which, even though it gave the push for that alleged observation, still only embodies a small portion of the phenomenon of interest, and secondly, for the reason because replacement of capital is a process that is equal in essence to the recreation of such. The latter moment also taught us that the capital income cannot be a static process, since the recreation certainly is not. From this followed that one can only speak of capital as a permanent source of income, despite all opposing appearances, at least always then, when one understands concrete goods by it, in a fictitious sense, and in turn because of this, that it is a mistake to simply substitute a supply of tools for the monetary capital of the everyday experience, and to declare of the latter what seems to apply to the first. Only Clark recognized that both are to be differentiated, but he too did not in an appropriate manner. Our second negative result was that neither in the moment of the supply of the means of production, nor in other moments, which act in its place and, in our opinion, were only called on for this role as a result of the realization of its deficiency, the explanation of interest is to be searched for, that herein lies neither the essence of the phenomenon of capital, nor the source for this branch of income. But for us, from this follows that interest is not a static branch of income, and the attempt to derivate it with static means can only lead to radically wrong results. Let us now still add how in our opinion, produced goods whether productive or consumption goods does not make a difference can yield pure income, whose existence may have made many a contribution to leading the economists astray. Whoever lends tools or consumption goods, especially he, who makes a profit from it, can attain income from it very well, but only in the following manner: above all, such an individual will be able to attain an intermediary trade profit, the profit of the retail dealer. The same one would represent a type of friction income, which is theoretically without significance. Thus, labor, which he thereby performs, will yield him an income, and the appearance can easily thereby arise that it originates from the rented goods. The landlord can finally also be a monopolist and make a corresponding profit from this circumstance. It is now completely clear that all these incomes do not have anything to do with interest, already not, because they are also possible for every sale. But nevertheless, they may have supported the advantage that interest originated from such sources, and it seemed important to us to clarify this point. Now to our prologue for a dynamic theory of interest. b. We especially asked ourselves, as we approached the phenomenon of interest, whether our system offers an explanation of the same. We came to our negated answer and now have two ways. We can take a closer look at the phenomenon of interest and construct a theory of the same from the facts. Since our system is based on other facts, the same does not exist, or we can, through the introduction of new hypotheses, artificially effectuate that the phenomenon of interest nonetheless arises from the facts of our system. Despite the possibility in principle of the latter way, we will prefer the first one, since only it is able to give us actual perception. But then, we must become clear where we have to search for the phenomenon. We have already said that the economists have handled things that are entirely different in essence under this title, and have already isolated the house rent and interest for the consumptive loan. We now have to take another step in this direction. Furthermore, a characteristic difference exists between those loans that are admitted for the purpose of production, and we are approaching a very decisive point here. Of course we have something to say first, what is not subjected to concerns, namely that productive loans can also be admitted in order to maintain the existing enterprise that, for example, is threatened by a sudden accident. Between these loans and those, which serve new transactions and new improvements, a not insignificant difference exists. Those first ones could actually and in a certain sense be counted among those consumptive loans, and we must therefore hurry to eliminate great social and economical significance that they may also have in life here, where we are dealing with the foundation and the essence of the great phenomena, since all accessories, all that is not quite essential, only serves in tarnishing the great forms. It is quite self-evident that the demand of loans starting from this side is not without influence on the interest rate, just as the demand for consumptive loans also is. We do not want to hold ourselves up with such things, as much as we are aware how dangerous such secondary demurs can often become for a theory. The interest is the essential thing for loans, which are used for the creation of new industries, new forms of organizations, new technologies, and the one half of the decisive point is thereby stated. We now come to the other one. An essential difference also exists and can now be less easily seen and is open to many misunderstandings and objections between the loans according to the circumstance where they come from, where the loan giver takes them from. If a farmer lends his neighbor a bag of seeds, then this is hardly any different, the economic nature of the process and its economic effects are hardly different ones than if he lends him a quantity of consumption goods. The process does not have special interest, and even if the farmer, but which is by no means certain and probably also not the rule in cases equal to our example, gets back more than he gave, then we will admittedly call it interest according to the common linguistic use, but easily notice what a great difference exists between this case and the phenomenon that we are dealing with here. Even then, when the borrower uses the obtained seed on the newly plowed land, so that something new is absolutely created, interest would hardly have to necessarily emerge. If someone generally borrows something from his supply of goods, then this does not yet have interesting consequences as a rule. An element of our system is enlarged, another is decreased, certainly, but a new one does not emerge. It is something different when, as we have said, something new is produced. Herewith, the matter already steps outside of the static system, and entirely new formations emerge. But the lender does not always need to lend from his supply of goods, another way can also be pursued. He probably initially lends with money. This would now not change anything essential, but the matter becomes essentially different when he gets this money on his own, for example, issues banknotes or opens an open credit. Both forms of business of course do not always have this characteristic. The banknote can be covered in metal or in a different way, the book credit can simply be based on the active assets of the lender, but this does not have to be the case, and precisely these cases, where it does not apply, are of first-rate interest to us. Now of all the objections that one could bring forth against the thought process, which we are at the point of turning into, we must imperatively emphasize two, although very briefly. At first, one could very much be in doubt about the significance of that type of credit of which we speak here. In normal, meaning quiet times, it may hardly exist now and again, and to what extent it prevails in times of upturn, speculation, etc., one can be of very different opinion about it. We want to build an encompassing theory on this phenomenon that, according to our predecessors, only covers a perhaps disappearing, small portion of the phenomenon of interest, also, in addition, on a phenomenon that seems abnormal to many. It can only be retorted here, after we had gained insight that we could not penetrate the phenomenon of interest from our system, we decided to gain the foundations of the theory of interest through direct observation of facts. And step by step, the analysis of the facts led us nolens volens to the money market. If one examines the facts, eliminating everything unessential, then one finally comes to realize that the heart of the matter pulsates in the money market. I do know that one, when one hears this sentence, is immediately reminded of an abundance of platitudes and blunders of the practical life, and that some excellent theorists can be inclined by this sentence alone not to read any further. And it is not possible for me here to completely satisfyingly show that, which I mean is something new, that very well deserves verification. But let's go on. Let us now assume that it is correct that we have found, for example, in Lombard Street, the heart, or one of the hearts of the phenomenon of interest, so we will then seek to generalize and to pursue other neighboring phenomena, and thus, becoming increasingly serious. But it is failed to already limit a priori and, in addition, for no other reason at all than because of the legal and linguistic form, a specific area of facts than that of the phenomenon of interest, for which one and the same formula must fit well or badly. This is one of those processes of the theorists, which so strikingly suits all historical objections that some people just find it unbelievable how one can occupy himself with theory any further. Not in primitive relations, of which one indeed actually does not know anything and which can, if we start from the assumption to have to find our phenomena there, radically lead astray, but rather in our experiences, in really reliable observations we must find the building blocks for our realization, and we have to here again single out the most common, most full of form, most lively phenomena in order to observe, and then only from this observation, if we believe to have recognized the essence of it, we can isolate, and then Robinson is right. But if we encounter a phenomenon that our exact system does not offer by itself, then we may not want to look for it by Robinson, and may the phenomenon that we emphasized as being especially interesting therefore also just have a small scope, then we believe ourselves to be justified in adhering to it. We furthermore believe that precisely this phenomenon turns out to be the driving wheel that all similar phenomena are to be traced to. The other objection that we have to make is the one that we are working with something entirely fictitious, with a credit to which nothing correlates in the world of goods, and are in danger of vindicating its material existence. It appears to be this way. We are actually not doing it. We are speaking of something that actually exists, but of a process, not a material thing. We are not making use of MacLeod's term, even though we would like to point it out, that trains of thought like our theory let us understand, as we believe, what induced MacLeod to the construction of his term, and that we believe that a healthy core lies in his theory, that it perhaps has a similar position to our theory of interest as to the theory of marginal utility, which it had indeed anticipated. Only the type of credit of which we speak here, we consider as being the essence of the phenomenon of interest, and we are eliminating all other types of the same. Some of the latter could also occur in the static system. It could perhaps be counted among the organization that a specific continuance of debt of a portion of the economic subjects and a certain continuance of debt of another portion exists once and for all. But only truisms could be said about that. There can also be banks in the static system, which let a once and for all specific quantity of banknotes circulate, and credit institutes, which could form the connection between debtor and creditor. But this also offers little of interest. This proves among other things the terrible banality of that, which figures under the title of credit theory, into the system of our science. We lose nothing at all if we forego all of this, and from this standpoint, it really does not matter whether our system represents a highly developed, even only static, or a primitive economy. It can do both just as well, but the interesting thing, the only interesting thing about credit, lies in dynamic, lies in every part of the phenomenon of which we speak here, and which is in fact something different than those other forms of credit, and has so other consequences economically that the formal moment of lending completely disappears next to it. The creation of credit is the essential thing. If, for example, the bank that issues the notes, rather than benefiting an industry, would get them itself straight away, then the essential moment would be exactly the same, although there could be no talk of lending. The source of the phenomenon of interest therefore lies in the development and in credit. There, its explanation is to be searched for. See, a close connection exists between both moments. The production and its entire organization, adjusted to a specific state of demand and of buying power, is in the static equilibrium. If some circumstance leads to a new enterprise or a new organization, for example, a trust, supposing to be created, then money, popularly speaking, is necessary for it. Now, credit offers it. How to examine it would lead us too far. Conversely, if a new buying power is created, let one forgive the seemingly superficial expression, then the same can, if the economy was in equilibrium and no otherwise extraordinary reason is present, for example, war requirements, etc., and apart from the case that they are distributed among all economic subjects in such proportions that all prices rise equally, only relate to new creations, and form the greatest incentive to step out of the state of equilibrium and to make unusual efforts. Here lies a further, decisive point, the moment of effort. The means of production emerge and vanish. We have placed so much emphasis on this sentence. We now give it a further and partially different meaning. New ones are superseding the old ones, but not of the same kind, rather, better ones, better serving the former purposes, thereupon, more numerous ones, finally, such that serve new purposes. And thus, the productive supply becomes another. However, we have so far seen only one reason of this process, namely the productive use of the present supply. But there is yet another one, that means of production are created, which better serve the present purposes, and because of the fact that other purposes emerge, the existing supply is devaluated even before it physically goes under. This especially applies to, for example, old machines, which may still be quite usable in themselves. But it also applies to old factories, to old forms of organizations and business methods, to patents and monopoly positions of every kind. New foundations, created by means that were virtually not available in former times, equally surface from the standpoint of the static system that does not regard the available possibilities and from nothingness, and force the former back into nothingness. One says, and the practitioner does this, as the theorist, that capital maintains itself. One claims this in a different sense. One partially thinks of an outstanding debt, which always seems to remain the same through all changes of the economic relations. One partially thinks of tools, etc., that are supposed to constantly repaired, respectively, replaced. But is this true? Our answer will be negating. That claim is based on a deception. Capital is certainly always available, but it is not always the same. We have nothing against one liking to regard the matter in this way for some purposes. But the change is interesting to us here. New capital is always available. Especially to this deception contributes the circumstance that one believes to see that the new tools step into the place of the old ones, and especially into the possession of the same economic subject, who still speaks of his capital as such, even that he has pulled the same out of an investment and invested it somewhere else. But is that really so entirely right? Is the class of capitalists really a circle of individually determined people and their heirs? Let us watch closer and let us separate the different cases for this purpose. Someone owns tools that he productively uses and that thereby perish. However, we see as a rule that the same are replaced so smoothly that one often virtually says that they replace themselves. But we have already seen that this is not right. He must make efforts in order to replace them, and he will often not do this. He will also often replace them with others. Someone owns an enterprise, for example, an autobus enterprise. Let us assume that due to the construction of an electrical tramway, no one uses the autobuses any longer. What happens then? Can he pull out his capital like a general his troops from the battle line? Obviously not. He does still have the transport fleet and the horses, but both are, if there is no new opportunity for use, which would have to, by the way, open itself precisely at this moment, since there is no room in the static system, devaluated. He can certainly sell them, but he will not get the amount with which he previously put up his enterprise. What has happened? His capital or a portion of the same goes under. The horses will be, for example, sold to the butcher, and the buses used somehow, without being repaired or replaced, and what he has gained only represents this latter value. Here, capital has disappeared without a trace. And such a case is no exception, an isolated misfortune. It is a type of the regular process. Forethought, this can certainly weaken. Our man will just, if he hears of tramway plans, adjust to that. But what can he do? Only let his means of production wear off without replacing them, only make that process from an acute one to a slow one. The national economy has not become poorer. But what sense would it have made to say that capital has stayed the same? Only the circumstance that capital was available before and capital is available now can awaken such an appearance. Let us modify our example a bit. Our man founded the tramway himself. Nothing essential has changed. We must describe the process word for word the same way. And he will nevertheless say that he has now invested his capital differently. Apart from this, nothing is clearer than that his former one has perished, and he has created a new one. If he has built the tramway from the money that he gained through the selling of the autobuses and horses, then his capital is now less than it previously was, before the necessary devaluation of those things occurred. But insofar he has saved something, one could speak of a transition of capital of the man, but only in the sense as one, if someone exchanges apples for nuts, can speak of a transition of his possession to nuts. If the tramway then prospers, our entrepreneur can again obtain the same monetary sum that he previously had. And if he had foreseen this prosperity, then he will immediately set up the tram just as high. then both processes move so closely to one another that they are difficult to separate. We must nevertheless sharply separate them, recognize that they represent opposing processes. The actual process will, by the way, be different as a rule. The man will raise a credit and will create the tramway from it, but will let his previous capital perish. Then both of his assets, the old one and the newly created one, have so little to do with one another, as if they belonged to different people. And both processes, the perishing and the new creation, are impossible in the static system, are dynamic. Professor Clark handles the following case: the capital that was previously invested in whaling has turned itself to the cotton industry. Now, we must say that it has perished. I am not acquainted with the case any closer. But when the capitalists, who had invested their capital in whaling, actually did not lose anything, and we find the same people in the possession of cotton mills of the same value as the ships had, then this could have only happened in the manner that they, as they saw that a continuation of their investment would have to have the downfall as a result, stimulated by the concern for it, made a new productive effort, namely created new business companies with the help of credit. Two processes are present, a perishing and an economic re-rising. If their asset in money amounted before as after, really to the same amount, which is highly unlikely, then this is pure coincidence. Only if the industry of whaling had continued, had they been able to exchange their shares in it for shares in other industries. But this would be a process of no interest at all. But in general, the owner of an enterprise is not able to transgress economically intact to another branch of industry when it goes downhill with the same, due to the reason that is discussed here. We observe daily that the position, meaning of business companies, and occasionally capital, the asset, which is calculated in money of its owners, is altered through the creation of new ones. Old companies that once dominated the market sink into insignificance, and their owners eventually cease to belong to the highest economic class. It is an old word that great assets only go up to the third hand. This certainly has many causes, and perhaps predominantly others. This is indeed said often, but has never been exactly examined, but possible, that one of them is nevertheless to be searched for here: problems, which lead deep into the economic life, and which we must prohibit ourselves from examining closer. Another case, and perhaps he, who has especially given occasion to believing in the longevity of capital, is the one of the ownership of debts. An annuity bond, is it not always the same? Very undeniably not. The paper is indeed the same, and the legal form, one and the same investment becomes something different economically in a short period of time. The significance of one and the same amount quickly changes for debtors, as well as lenders. Not only can one not maintain the same, not exactly the same at two different moments of time for them. This is secondary here. Even if this were the case, the fact would remain that now the entire supply of goods is a different one, better or worse than before, that the people have become others, that the same standard of life is now valued differently than before. In short, the matter has economically become another one, and since we are not dealing with the legal form, but rather with the economic essence of the same, we get closer to reality when we place more emphasis on the change than on the constancy. The type of capital is also not necessarily movable. This is so obvious that one would actually have to be amazed that it is so often overlooked if there would be no explanation for it. The same is methodologically extraordinarily interesting. In equilibrium, all possible investments must ceteris paribus yield the same return, because otherwise a tendency would exist to cause this state. So if two individuals exchange their investments for some reason, then this can simultaneously happen al pari, meaning that both can, if one wants to express it this way, safely transfer their capital from one investment to the other. This is not so readily possible in the dynamic state. One only transfers that, which is right for the one group of problems, to another, without being much concerned. And yet, it is obvious that one, if differences enter into the returns, must pay for the better investment through capital loss. A portion of the monetary capital, the nominal amount, is completely indifferent, simply disappears there. Even in the most developed money market in the world, nothing is more common than that good securities are also non-saleable, and this means none other than that there can be no talk of absolute movement. Only two things are completely movable: the static fiction of capital, for which the movement is the methodical means, the distribution of this productive force to the production of precisely these and no other tools is to be explained, and thereupon, that credit in the proper sense, that buying power that can be arbitrarily created, it can serve every type of production as long as it is only potentially available. And the sentence of the movement of capital is to be limited to it. Now, in these things, as we have said, in the creation of new credit for new industries, interest comes to light. We do not want to discuss how this happens for the closer one. The preconditions are not given here for it. With that, which has been said, a complete theory of interest has not been given yet. It was only supposed to serve for positioning the roots of the problem clearly, to contrast the approach, which should finally show completely satisfactory results, with the current one, to bring the lacking of the latter and the causes of its failure to light. A series of problems, of whose nature the reader should now have an idea, has, so to speak, broken down the theory so far. And not completely without right, since its methods were not applicable to the phenomenon of interest. If one had not been aware that one, with the help of artificial assumptions of a different, more far-reaching nature than the ones that are otherwise necessary for our theory, dodges those problems that one cannot solve, then there would be nothing to remind of. The mistake lies in that fact that one took its explanation for appearance, its helping hypotheses at face value, and drew conclusions from it that were radically mistaken. If that fact, which we have said, is right, then the theoretical approach has distorted the phenomenon of interest beyond all recognition, and ultimately based it on the moments that have nothing to do with it. During the demolishing of this structure, other phenomena show themselves, new problems. A completely new structure is necessary. But one cannot approach this here. Only a few remarks may be dedicated to the matter, which I hope to be able to represent satisfyingly in not too distant time. Those new creations are therefore decisive to the explanation of interest, namely in dual regard. Firstly, namely due to the fact that they bring forth new phenomena of value, they yield a profit that could not exist in the static state. This profit is not quite interest, but the same somehow develops itself from it. Secondly, those new creations and the stretching of credit effectuate that devaluation of available tools and available outstanding debts. And this fact is also very important. But we shall call it quits at that, in order to only still touch upon a few suggesting points here. We have placed emphasis on one moment among others, which seem to approach the productivity theory. But we are realizing the moment completely differently. We are concerning ourselves with new production goods, created by new means, and interest does not directly come from them, but rather from credit. We are also not subjected to the discussed objection against the productivity theory, because this analogousness of the values of the products and the means of production can be readily admitted by us. The source of interest lies in the creation of the latter itself. But do the other phenomena, which are termed as being interest, have no relation at all to that in which we see the actual interest? Some of the same in fact do not, as we have explained. But we are nevertheless not going this far regarding all of them. The demand for other productive loans as such for new creations, than for consumptive loans, naturally exerts influence. This has also already been touched upon. Conversely, such loans are touched by the one discussed here, and the interest rates of both will certainly be associated with one another. But this changes nothing on our statement in general, and is a, so to speak, secondary phenomenon. One could call these other two forms of interest as being derivat, if this could not be easily misunderstood. The profit-earning capacity of the new creations is surely the decisive moment for the interest rate. But the same is not such a uniform phenomenon as one assumes. One proceeds much too carelessly there. If the rates of the Shylock, who lends to young people, are higher than, for example, a bank rate, then one simply blames this on moments of friction, need, non-economical moments like necessity to secrecy, etc. but one never asks them whether a tendency to analogousness even exists. We will negate this and at the most, find a distanced connection between these different phenomena. Here we have an example of really unsustainable theorization before us. Namely, one conceives far too much for the moment of friction. One should never a priori consider something as being such, but rather always prove that one can do that. We will still come to this while discussing the theory of entrepreneurial profit. At this point, we only wanted to calm the reader about the fact that we by no means overlook or deny those connections. Interest has a distinct relation to the progress. Let one pardon the use of this vague term. This is in fact a highly important and interesting side of the matter. In addition, a point that has been disregarded by the theory, one of those points that can only be considered in dynamic. But do we not have to fear the objection that precisely in the failing economy, interest is the highest? This is partially correct, but without proving something against us. Capital is also newly created in failing economies, be it only for the replacement of the former. And these creations continue especially difficultly under the adverse conditions. It is therefore quite understandable that interest is significant there. On the other hand, however, we could, if we had enough space and leisure, prove that this phenomenon is not interest at all in our sense, but rather on the one hand, risk premium, and on the other hand, excessive interest for the surrender of available goods. We also had to mention this point in order to show that our conception is not carelessly built on sand, and is exposed to the simplest objections. But we do not want to go further into it. The relation of the phenomenon of interest to the monetary conditions is just as distinct. And the same is even of fundamental significance to us. If one observes the processes of the economic life, then it is also obvious enough. But despite this, our predecessors almost always refrained from, even considered it, as we have already said, as one of the first demands for a useful examination of the matter, to undress the phenomenon of its money veil. In our opinion, it would however arise that a portion of its essence remains in that discarded shell. To us, it seems that an essential reason for this process lies in the lacking of a sufficient monetary theory, which evoked the wish to freely maintain the way of the theory from the difficulties and ambiguities that lie there. This should not be possible, and strips a part of the phenomenon from the explanation. It is rather by all means fitting to start from a monetary capital, namely by no means from a supply of means of production that is expressed in units of value, but rather from a possession of buying power, which can be increased through the creation of new monetary imprints or through other forms of credit. This capital has no material existence, except for in the case that it exists in value of money in metal, but it does have a very real role in the economic life. It is that, which is the most likely for us to term with the name capital to now. This conception can appear to be very concerning. Is it not a superficiality to want to attach interest to it? But, we are certainly not doing this without further ado. We are not foregoing a deeper analysis, and believe to be able to assure but no more than assurances here that we account better for the facts than those theories, which contemn this capital as point of departure. We cannot present the observations that induce us to do it here, so that the argument does not only suffer through its outlined brevity, but is also lacking its staves. The understanding of the phenomenon of interest demands extensive studies of the processes of the market of a most different nature, and cannot readily be handled abstractly. The abstraction then first arises from the examination of facts. We are not evading the same, our theory is the result of one of such, but we cannot lead it here. Another objection may be that we strive to make credit a good, as, for example, MacLeod constructs an air structure whose beams are popular misunderstanding and unclear thoughts. We only mention all of this here in order to show that we visualized these thoughts, and to induce the reader not to easily assume that we are encountering basic mistakes that immediately catch one's eye. We have said that we are avoiding a verdict of v. Bohm-Bawerk's theory, since the same cannot be gained from static, and that this theory perhaps maintains itself in dynamic. We also do not want to give a valuation of the same here, but rather only point to an essential point of contact of our theory with that one. We place so much importance on the moment of development. Now, perhaps the same exists entirely or partially in the pursuing of profitable production detours. We are dwelling more than v. Boehm-Bawerk on the circumstances that bring about progress, on the way it is being conducted. Furthermore, we not only spoke of, yes, also not formally of the production of consumption goods for the purposes of those of the former state of the economy, but rather of production with new means for new purposes in a new state, whereby the creation, redevelopment of industries and business combinations, foundations, were especially emphasized. And in this new state, which the entrepreneur anticipates, interest seems to be well founded to us. A moment entirely foreign to Boehm's theory then is that of credit in our sense. But all of these may just be supplements that are not incompatible with the same. Only a complete representation can show that. Here we only wanted to point to this specific point. The law of the increasing returns factors into our view in a very obvious way, similar to v. Boehm-Bawerk's third reason. Hopefully one will not believe that we are confounding the two things. But a moment of development certainly also lies in it, that this law becomes operative. Its place is solely in dynamic. A final relation that we must touch upon is the one between interest and entrepreneurial profit. We have already said that both come from the same source, and even if they are not equal, they do have a similar origin. How this behaves cannot be grappled with. But let the reader be mindful of the interesting result that we are approaching the conception of both, which was previously so frequently uniform in English literature, that we are again at a point where it is possible we can better learn to understand the Doyen Ricardo. Because surely a healthy core lies in it and a result of correct observation. One does generally consider it as progress to have carried out the separation that is common today, and will perhaps accuse us of pleading for a regression. Now, we partially do that. Does such a valuable realization really lie in this separation? Certainly, in some respect. Both things do not collapse and their laws of movement are not the same. But one went much too far when one completely tore them apart and placed interest next to wage and rent. One therewith made the mistake that is so frequent in our area. Every glimmer of a new realization is enforced by an energy that borders on vandalism, without the slightest regard for the fact that in life, as in science, something wrong is said almost just as rarely as something right, that some observation is applicable to almost every conception, corresponds to some justification. Now, the true thing about that uniform conception of profit is not difficult to see now. According to our discussion, it is clear that interest is distinctly closer to entrepreneurial profit than to wages and rent, that relations exists between them, which are lacking towards the others and which shed a bright light on both of the phenomena. And even if it is not possible to go into these problems that are partially new ones, then it was still important to indicate this relation, since this also contributes to highlighting our conception of the phenomenon of interest, and to indicate the direction into which our attempt to solve the problem is supposed to move. To regress to a former conception does not always signify a regression. The same very often has an originality and life truth which, during further analysis, gets lost on the way, so to speak. But apart from that, the former conception, when it is adopted again after a long period of time, is no longer the same. The work of this further analysis is not lost. We do also say in our case that it has merits, and if one, enriched by that, which it had to offer, reverts to the former again, then this one tells us much more now, even though it signifies something else than before. It is rather difficult to find the right balance between the recognition of merits of previous thought work and the continuity of science on one hand, and the complete appreciation of the better new one on the other hand. If one is primarily missing for us, then, as we have already had the opportunity to remark, a reaction against it has again done too much in the other direction, partially not due to a deeper realization, but rather as a result of a scarce understanding for the modern achievements of our discipline. We are looking to keep ourselves distanced from both, whereby we are not concerned with the justice against people in the sense of the dogmas historian. We do not love to gather words and to put positions under the microscope, and we could therefore not exactly say how far our conception approaches that of Ricardo. This also does not interest us any further, and we suffice ourselves with this consideration. Ricardo has certainly placed his profit next to loans and rent, the analogy therefore does not go very far. But we do not want to come to speak of a modern theory of interest, which should contrast ours in a remarkable way. It is v. Philippovicus. The same fall apart into two parts. The first one, which mind you, almost takes up the entire space that is dedicated to the problem of interest, is a productivity theory and is no longer regarded in this connection. But then the remark follows, productivity alone is not decisive. It seems essential to the author not to separate the creation of interest from that of the entrepreneurial income. It is difficult to understand the scope of this brief remark, and one surely easily reads over it. It furthermore offers different conceptions, for example, one of such in the sense of the exploitation theory. But I believe that something similar is thought of there as in our explanation. In fact, this remark being thought to the end means nothing more and nothing less than that interest is no static income, and the mentioning of the entrepreneur almost points in our direction. And then the preceding productivity theory also gains another significance, which could perhaps be construed in our sense and at any rate, differentiates v. Philippovicus theory from the remaining productivity theories. We could instance several of such appeals in which that, which we consider to be the right realization shimmers through, but this would lead too far. We have already talked too much about a problem that we cannot solve here after all. But we did not want to let it go at that simple negative result that our static system results in, so much the more as this result also gets its complete purpose from further details first, and have rather offered loose building blocks than nothing at all. The simple consequence of our conception of the phenomenon of interest is that our method, to gain laws of movement which we will get to know in the following, are not applicable to this branch of income. Entirely different laws of motion prevail here than for wages and rent, and perhaps it is this realization that effectuates that one cannot so absolutely content oneself in the present attempts to a solution. The new theory will have to give new information here and will have to show its value. We can already indicate one of the results that is to be expected, namely the confutation of the sentence that interest seeks to diminish without a specific limit and to approach zero. We come to speak of the same point for entrepreneurial profit, and since the same applies to the latter in this regard, then the following should be referred to for this point. Notes. 1. An accumulation of explanation attempts that is absolutely hindering to clarity must simply be considered as a characteristic of the current stage of the theory of interest, page 386. 2. We are very much approaching one of Menger's two terms of capital. But a great difference exists between the ways in which we reached it. He, through the working out of the linguistic use, without attaching anything else to it, we, through the analysis of the phenomena and with regard to specific theoretical goals. 5. About the theory of entrepreneurial profit. As we have already remarked, we do not find ourselves on controversial ground in general when we withdraw entrepreneurial profit 1 from our static system. We can therefore be much briefer. We also do not want to solve the problem there, but rather only point to a few deficiencies of the present theories and make a few remarks, which are partially significant to our system, partially are associated with that, which was said about interest. What initially concerns the first point, the unanimity about the possibility that the entrepreneurial income does not show itself in the static state of the economy, is not a complete one. In fact, the entrepreneurial profit shows itself so regularly that the striving to categorize it into the branches of income of static is comprehensible in a similar manner as the same wish for interest. Here now belongs the theory, which has been represented the most complete by Madija, and which can be considered as theory of rent of the entrepreneurial profit. The same is in particular conceived as a differential rent of the individual companies vis-a-vis the one that works the most unfavorably. Walker and von Mangold, for example, have grasped the matter in another way, by ascribing the entrepreneurial profit to the higher personal efficiency of the entrepreneur, be it vis-a-vis other entrepreneurs who are then assumed here, as working without a profit, be it vis-a-vis the laborers. This latter theory, which implies that the only reason that the laborer is not an entrepreneur is because he is missing the efficiency for it, belongs to those, which one must immediately abandon if one even just wants to attempt to maintain the position of the theory vis-a-vis the numerous attacks of a most different nature. Because they are all justified here, historical ones, political ones, and above all, also a great deal of theoretical ones. The conception of the entrepreneurial profit as rent of the person vis-a-vis other entrepreneurs is of course something entirely different, and we can combine it, at least as a special case, with mages. The theory of this form is very frequent. Two circumstances induce us to reject it. Firstly, the one that it does not explain anything. Naturally, the income of the entrepreneur is that, which is left in his hands, and this something can be represented just as naturally as a surplus above the output of an enterprise, which does not make a profit. But what does one gain from it? At the most, the realization that the entrepreneurial profit is not a price like wages or ground rent. This is indeed something, but little. Our second objection is that this entrepreneurial profit collides with either wages, or with ground rent, or with the price of the produced means of production. Because wherein is that differential advantage supposed to exist, which results in rent? There are many such circumstances, but their economical result is always absorbed by one of those other categories. If the entrepreneur himself is especially efficient, for example, as a technician, then his income from it is just considered as an entrepreneurial wage. This is not a surplus that requires a special explanation, but is rather just as simple to comprehend as the circumstance that a chauffeur receives a higher wage than a dock worker, and this, on the other hand, requires just as little a new principle in order to be explained, as the different price of two different consumption goods. An entrepreneurial activity in the actual sense of the word cannot express itself in the static state, in the one where the enterprise exists and all economical activities are determined. Rather, this moment points far beyond the boundaries of static. If the enterprise is furthermore situated more conveniently, then the surplus is ground rent. If it commands special raw materials or machines, then this expresses itself in their value and price. If a monopoly is present, then this finds its other explanation. What is left for the entrepreneurial profit there? The theory, which utilizes the same moment in a somewhat different way, which namely proceeds from a law of diminishing production returns within the individual enterprise, has somewhat more substance. The manufacturer produces as long as, or rather, as much until a further growth would no longer yield a profit, and what is produced before this limit is reached, yields a surplus. This is correct under certain requirements that we are skipping over for ourselves with regards to the scarce significance of the argument. But this surplus is not in limbo. We have two possibilities: one either accepts that point as a limit, at which the price that can be realized for the uniformity of the product is equal to the price that was given for the necessary raw materials for it, excluding land and labor performances. Then a surplus certainly exists, but the same is gross yield, which says nothing about a final income. Or one includes wages and ground rent in the marginal utility, and probably also interest. Compensation of capital is indeed generally something very self-evident for the theorists, then the existence of the surplus is more than doubtful. With the same right, one could also include entrepreneurial profit in marginal utility, and by means of the same formal raisonnement make out a surplus even then. 2. Another theory considers the entrepreneurial profit as the success of the actual entrepreneurial activity, as which is mostly considered to be the bringing together of the production factors with one another. A correct element lies in it, but the same cannot bring itself to apply, as we have said, in static. One now maintains to include the latter into the same, due to the fact that one speaks of a wage, which is not to be confounded with that, which we call entrepreneurial wage. Now, this conception is completely askew. These entrepreneurial performances are not enumerated under the influence of supply and demand, in the sense as other types of labor. What the entrepreneur receives is by no means distinctly determined and may be greater or lesser than the value of his performances for someone. In addition, this cannot be a price because no value functions are available for this commodity at most, for the entrepreneur himself, but who stands across from him as the new opponent. Every answer other than no one is based on fiction. Morally, one could as unacceptably this seems personal to us speak of a reward, which this profit represents, but not of a wage economically speaking. We have already spoken about this for the wages theory. But in this sense, this theory would be a social justification, therefore no scientific theory altogether. The moment of risk was also brought up, partially by itself, partially in connection with other moments, but only if one conceives the assumption of risk as a service that would have to be remunerated, which does not apply for the same reason as to speak of a wage of entrepreneurial activity, could a permanent income be there. Otherwise, good risks would stand vis-a-vis bad ones, and profit and loss would almost balance one another. These theories are methodologically very informative, namely for the following reason: the moments, which they are based on, are not downright wrong, but they do not explain the phenomenon that they are supposed to explain. They are vague claims that can be right or wrong, and whose rightness or wrongness is irrelevant to the phenomenon, about which we wish to find something out. The circumstance that so appropriately makes us realize this in this case is that these small causes cannot be suitable after all in explaining such a great phenomenon. But let us assume that the discrepancy between girders and load would be less big. Perhaps we could then be seduced to accept this theory just as the other authors have done. What abundance of false conclusions could this lead to, which could always be garnished with some facts at the same time? Surely, as long as the national economists believe to have solved an economical problem, if they would even know to answer something to a question, may the same not even pertain to that, which is to be explained, and never feel obligated to verify points of departure and results, one cannot completely accuse their opponents of being wrong. Let us return to our theories and let us choose as foil for that, which we wish to say, a further one, the perhaps most frequent, the theory of friction. The same well-knowingly states that there would be no entrepreneurial profit if all economical processes would run smoothly. But since this is not the case and the competition can never thoroughly effectuate, here and there surpluses arise, which remain in the hands of the entrepreneur. This theory does not say anything wrong, and it can nevertheless not be used, namely essentially because one dismisses a phenomenon with it in a few words for the most part, about whose magnitude and significance one can nevertheless sensibly not doubt. Not without astonishment, the layman will find that in the textbooks of the economy, so extraordinarily little about this branch of income is to be found. Most of the authors can probably not do enough at all in the broad representation of all good characteristics that an entrepreneur must have, or in a representation of the socio-political side of the matter. But to the question, how does this formation of income go on of the closer one, how do companies arise on the one hand, and the palaces of the upper 10,000 on the other hand? One actually does not find an answer to this question than perhaps this friction. And one still only needs to analyze this answer in order to recognize its deficiency. From the fact that someone is mistaken, or that he does not act corresponding to the economy due to negligence or for another reason, precisely the greatest incomes are supposed to emerge from that. Of course, one is indeed not limited to such very small moments. Inventions and such like are indeed a bit more important. Furthermore, we have the speculation profit there. But the same appears in the system of the economy either as a gift of luck, which occurs completely sporadically, or as a rather limited profit from arbitrages and such like. How pathetic are these elements! They do not get better through the attachment of a few socio-political and moral observations of the game of the stock exchange, and the matter becomes positively wrong as soon as one gets around extrapolating the tendency for the elimination of the entrepreneurial profit from free competition. But before we discuss this point, we still want to ventilate something else, namely the instructive question: how would the facts of the case have to be, if we are supposed to be justified in just going beyond this branch of income with the explanation that it deals with friction income? This lies in the same direction as the general methodological question, when is one allowed to neglect something? Because the essence of the theory of friction is no different at all than the claim that one is allowed to do this with entrepreneurial profit. Not necessary, for it is a tendency for the elimination, and the same would also not be sufficient at all. The essential thing rather is that it deals with magnitudes from which one can prove that they, each taken separately, are so small in relation to the others with which one is concerned, that one can be sensible enough to disregard them, and that they furthermore, from the standpoint of the examination on the other hand, have the characteristic of randomness, so that it is probable that they balance one another. The emphasis is especially placed on the fact that that, which was disregarded, may not noticeably influence the result, that the obligation is incumbent upon us to prove that this is not the case, requires no justification at all. The matters certainly now stand differently in our case. The margin of the entrepreneur is much greater, it is constantly greater, without showing a general tendency to sink, and from this follows that the theory of friction cannot be sufficient. We have here in turn a contribution to the understanding of static. Because we see what the result is if one makes the effort of dealing with dynamic problems in static. Because this has happened here. These theories gain such a Hippocratic appearance, one feels pressured to limit the significance of the things for which one has no sufficient explanation, and an improvement is not possible any other way than one placing the matter on completely new foundations freed from the apparatus of static, which becomes a straitjacket here. Now to the alleged fact that entrepreneurial profit has a tendency to disappear. I believe not to have to fear opposition when I repeat that that is generally not the case at all, that there are periods where it appears that way, but others, where the exact opposite is true. And it is also theoretically clear that such a disappearance would only be assumed under both of the requirements that we will now present. The same also apply to interest, and we have pointed to the present things there. That this is not sufficient to accuse us of confounding both branches of income hardly requires emphasis. So when could entrepreneurial profit and interest disappear in reality? Firstly, if the development suddenly stood still, because further development would bring new interest and profit to the entrepreneurs and capitalists. But this is not yet sufficient. Companies of the same type and same line of business would have to be founded at the same time, as they presently exist, so that this plus disappears through their competition. The artificial and controversial things of these requirements are clear. This is by no means the assumption of a static state, it is a partial standstill combined with a partial advancement of a specific type, as it will certainly never exist. But why the theorist never wants to acknowledge an entrepreneurial profit is obviously only for the reason that he cannot explain it in the static system. The static requirements eliminate it. If one now wishes, in order to liven the picture up more, to preserve the individual of the entrepreneur for the same, then an entrepreneur phasant ni benefice ni PERD comes out, as it does for walrus. Most of the theorists now do not clearly express that this entrepreneur is only fiction due to methodological reasons, or rather, they do not clearly recognize it. But this seems very unquestionable to me. Once again, one has a construction here that is practical for specific purposes, of course also supported by deficient observations, simply displaced into reality where it then maintains itself badly. Only this should be the source of the theory of friction and the deeper reason for the claim that entrepreneurial profit has a tendency to disappear. One of the theories of entrepreneurial profit now also gives the result that the same is a permanent phenomenon and its rate naturally is an unequal one, neither strives for zero, nor for equalization. This is the mentioned theory of rent of the same, and Madija has applicably emphasized this. So far the same has a great advantage over the others. But already the next conclusion that one could draw from it would be wrong, namely that one that attacks on entrepreneurial profit would have to fall to the entrepreneur, without a possibility of transference existing. One often claims this for differential rents. And the same is approximately true for the same. But not for entrepreneurial profit, as one convinces himself if one considers that the complication of the entrepreneurial function, which lies in it, leads to a limiting of production and thus to an increasing of the prices, consequently, indeed to a partial transference to a greater or lesser extent. This sentence is never entirely true, but for entrepreneurial profit itself, not in this approximation. Thereupon, this theory does not quite suitably express the longevity of entrepreneurial profit. It probably remains, it probably always shows itself, but not continually for the individual companies, rather, from which it slips in the course of development. The development is the decisive moment for it, it can only be comprehended from it. And it is completely lacking in this train of thought. Only the development and the movement fully and completely show this so important phenomenon, from which the capital formation for the most part explains itself, in my opinion. And even here, problems now arise for which that, which has been accomplished offers nothing, and which we wanted to indicate here. Interest and entrepreneurial profit certainly have more to do with one another than with wages and rent. At least we can also state this result with ease, due to our so incomplete explanation. The branches of income therefore fall into two tentatively different groups, which are to be explained in completely different ways. Of course it would be nice, if this were not the case. How much would static and the national economy even gain if one could also assume a permanent source for interest and profit as labor and land, so for example, abstinence and a special entrepreneurial service? How clear and simple would the economical theory of distribution then be? One cannot reproach the economists who attempt it, but it just does not work. Such constructions would indeed be possible in principle, but they would not offer actual insight. They would not solve problems, but rather only mask them. And therefore another way must be pursued. Perhaps it will once lead to this clarity and uniformity. But beforehand, a hard piece of work must be done. Note 1. I am presuming that the difference between entrepreneurial income and entrepreneurial profit is known as the income of the entrepreneur as such, Schumpeter, 1908, pg 431. Part 4. The variation method. 1. General Part 1. We have resolved the problem of describing our system as far as it is necessary and possible inside the framework of this work, and have furthermore also touched upon several necessary supplements. But before we come to forming a final verdict about its value of realization to us, we still want to take an important step farther, we want to see it work, so to speak. The observation of the system in equilibrium teaches us, popularly speaking, what its individual elements, namely what the static incomes are, and thereupon, their distinct determination. Of course we do not find out anything about their concrete magnitude, but we obtain enlightenment about their nature. The very next thing that we now wish to further find out is the laws of movement of those magnitudes. This is the second, large problem, the second group of results of the exact economy. Not only is this the practically most interesting question, at least immediately after that one, whether the prices and incomes are something arbitrary or necessary, but our current results also have to prove themselves, verify themselves, as a result of the laws of movement, which they yield, having to coincide with reality. We have recognized that the same are nothing else in part, than the result of assumptions, which we have constructed ourselves, that they are therefore insofar the creations of our arbitrariness, schemes, which we are constructing because we expect that they will practically reproduce the processes of reality. Their entire significance lies in this case, all the purpose that they have, solely in the rules, which they give for the relative changes of our elements. They were constructed for this reason alone. Finally, a complete understanding of our system is not possible when one observes how the state of equilibrium produces itself, how the tendencies, which cause it, function. Through it, the idiosyncrasy and the value of our system then comes quite clearly before our eyes, and all its requirements and limitations come much livelier into our consciousness, as if we solely allege them while observing the state of equilibrium. They can frequently seem redundant there, we encounter them at the same time here when we seek to move more freely than they allow it, and their necessity and significance is much livelier understood. All of this now induces us to turn to the problem of the variations of our elements. We will again place special emphasis on the methodological side of the matter, make an effort to sharply work out the essence of that, which we are doing and what we accomplish with it, to present the pure economical contribution to these questions separate from all impurities with which it maintains to appear intermingled in literature. It is much more important to us to show what the pure theory does there and can do there, than going into the individual sentences in all detail, to limit this branch of our discipline and to characterize, than to exhaust and to further study it, to remove the undergrowth, which envelops its forms, to expand as these. The entire subject matter will be new to most of the readers, and especially the German audience must first become acquainted with it. But the older, as well as the modern, economy has already concerned itself with these questions quite thoroughly, as much that there is still left to do. Now, we are serving our purpose better if we dwell longer on the foundations and questions of principle than if we derivate the individual results. The most important thing is to show the distinct determination of the variations, and to make a contribution to the understanding of our system, which, among other things, will also lead to the methodic aid of static again. Our principal task lies in it. The concrete results that we present only have the character of examples vis-a-vis it, without seeking quite adequate treatment, whereby the circumstance also hinder us that for it, as we will see, the help of higher mathematics is essential, and we want to exclude the same from this book at all costs. I hope to soon have the opportunity to add that, which is missing here in this regard. We will only attempt to show the necessity of this type of treatment itself, and hope that for the non-mathematically educated reader, the understanding of that, with which the mathematical economy concerns itself, will be facilitated by it, and thus, an understanding of different directions of research is promoted. We are encountering two entirely different questions when we take a step beyond the explanation of the existence, or rather, a question, which has two entirely different meanings. It reads, how do prices and incomes change absolutely and relatively to one another? Now, an entire literature answers it, and we are standing in front of very current problems. But we have to keep two different things separate. Firstly, it can be asked about the actual development, if the commodities become more expensive or less expensive, if wages, interest, or rent increases or decreases, and how does their actual relation to one another shape itself compared to the past? And secondly, given any state of the national economy in equilibrium and a specific cause for disturbance, how will the prices and incomes change? The deep gap between both problems is obvious. And in the first approach, one can immediately say that only the latter of our methods can be approachable. This can be shown just as well as the analog claim that we can never explain a concrete state of the economy, and is something similar to the differentiation between the economical explanation of unapproachable, system-determining facts and the pure economical quantities. We do not want to correct the latter sentence as it actually would be necessary, for the sake of brevity. The concrete movements are dependent on concrete data, our formal raisonnement cannot put it across for only itself. It can only, if concrete data are given, predict specific consequences of the same. If one says that the wage increases ceteris paribus when the demand increases, then the theory can tell us nothing about whether the demand, for example, will increase in the future and what the concrete cause of this phenomenon will be. That is obvious. And we also immediately see that while observing the individual phenomena, the moment of development gains special interest, and that always other things than pure economical ones are determining for the same. One again sees how incapable of development our system is. We must therefore limit ourselves to the second one of the distinguished problems. But it would still not be quite right to express the contrast between both of them there, that one asks about the individual facts for the first one, and about the laws, which control the same, for the second one. One also wishes to gain generalizations, to discover great tendencies for the first one. The sentence that the population seeks to reproduce beyond the scope of food products, A sentence that is very important in this connection gives an example. We have seen that the same does not belong to the sentences of our theory, is essentially different from them, but it is nevertheless a law. It thus follows that we do not completely master the abstract problem of variation, and this is ultimately nothing more than self-evident. By no means is every relation between both problems lacking. One could certainly attempt to purely economically explain a specific state of the national economy from another given one, or to conclude a future one from a given one. As a matter of fact, this must be our ultimate goal. We must come so far that we, if sufficient data are available to us, can carry out those operations. Yes, one can say that every time a claim about tendencies of movement of the distribution, etc., is vocalized, precisely this happens. If one thereby takes away the economical portion of the train of though, then one only does it because one considers it as being self-evident. We are here at an important point. The entire literature of which we spoke deals with the first problem. One either examines the facts historically or statically, or also concerns oneself with the laws, which may arise from the observation of the system determining facts. One believes to be able to gain results regarding concrete facts in only this manner, and what the pure theory is able to say, one only considers being truisms. This circumstance and then that relation between both problems, which we have indicated, explain that one did not sharply separate them. This would also be neither practical, nor possible for most purposes. But this is what we want to do here. This confounding also characterizes the older and the by far largest part of the modern theory. Some representations suffice themselves with the explanation of the essence of the pure economical quantities and processes altogether, and do not go into an exact examination of the variations, which evokes a cause for disturbance. But where this occurs, one easily sees that the author has the feeling that the pure economical theory is not able to say enough interesting things about it, and therefore hurries to raise new moments. This is absolutely understandable. The fact that a price changes when supply and demand change really seems too clear to be specially emphasized. But this is not allowed to deceive us about the fact that such like is the only thing that our system can give us out of itself. And this has the important consequence that we, as theorists, are not competent in regards to those other moments. The same belong to the domains of the sociologists, biologists, etc., as we showed at a previous point. We can at most derivate the pure economical consequences of these moments, therefore that, which seems so uninteresting. All such new facts are indifferent to us, they are only considered in their trait as cause for disturbance, and those things that we, as economists, have the right to comment on will soon shape themselves, whatever this cause for disturbance may be. Beyond this, we are dilettantes or representatives of disciplines other than ours, and this is, in my opinion, very noticeable in the results. All common systems of our science, the classical one, the socialistic one, etc., have taken a stand on problem of the variations, namely on its practically most meaningful version, on the question of the tendencies of the distribution of income. Now, what they say about it is not purely economical, rather, it is absolutely based on non-economical moments. Since this also applies to those results, which have given rise to the most controversies, it therefore seems essential to me to emphasize this. Above all, the discussion of these things would be encouraged if one were to finally realize what questions are actually being dealt with. This would very much contribute to the localization of the war and would initiate exact solutions. Thus, the economical theory would gain much if one freed it from controversies, which basically do not touch them at all, and showed that it actually represents a neutral factor that speaks neither for, nor against one of the arguing parties, at least not in itself. Of course, if the theory can thereby gain universal approval, it again loses very much current interest. Not only the politician will turn away from a weapon whose uselessness he has recognized, the researcher too will ask himself whether that, which remains even still has value of realization. It behaves in the same manner here as for some other points, which we have already mentioned. Certainty and correctness cost us much, and we must nevertheless seek them, even if we were supposed to write a death sentence for our discipline. This is absolutely essential for the sake of the healthy development of the social sciences. But if we must, on the one hand, consider our theory in its entire form and consider it regardless of its value, then it is also our job, on the other hand, to carefully represent what it can achieve. It could show that those truisms, considered closer and developed further, may actually be somewhat more significant than the majority of the national economists believe. So to what extent at the very least can we solve our second problem, and is the solution of interest, worth one concerning oneself with it? Just recently has one begun to purely economically approach and strictly isolate the same. For the classical authors and their predecessors, as well as in the so-called descriptive literature and in the discussion of practical issues of the day, basic approaches find themselves well, but they are not only, as we have said, immediately overgrown by foreign elements, but are also of little value in themselves. This is partially due to the deficiencies of the former theory, and partially because one on the one hand threw together both of those problems, which are to be separated, thus on the other hand, neglected an important connection. One has it especially comes to light by discussions of the laws of movement of the incomes not approached the matter from the foundations of the theory, but rather much more superficially, as if these were completely independent problems. Our results must arise from the price theory and not only from flighty claims, which have lost every connection with it. We therefore differentiate ourselves from the majority of economists in 3 points, in the separation of the pure economical problem from others, in a better theoretical foundation, and finally in the belief that our approach is really directly based on the same. If one adequately appreciates this, then one sees, in my opinion, that also well-known objections against the economy, which were certainly partially justified earlier, vanish. Our position regarding socio-political and other judgments is the same as it was previously, and we do not want to repeat that, which has been said in regards to these and also other things that come into consideration here. Finally, if it seems, and this is only natural, that the previous approach has continued and has given especially more results, then it can be differentiated whether or not the latter ones were of a purely economical nature. And only if the first thing is the case, we must prove its incorrectness or acknowledge the superiority of the former approach. If one therefore forgoes an explanation that offers more materially through raising new facts, and if one limits oneself to a so to speak more formal one, then there is only one way that one can pursue. What one thereby has to do, which rules of measurement are necessary, can be generally and clearly given and must be observed by every man, if he does not want to easily encounter verifiable mistakes. There we have a gratifyingly accurate ground under our feet. This way is that, which we have called variation method, and we want to make ourselves closer acquainted with this one. Its scientific significance is, completely apart from the possible value of its results, a great one. With consideration for its representation as one of the first accurate achievements in the area of the humanly trade, and at any rate, the first longer accurate train of thought, a similar significance pertains to it in the area of the humanities, as for the Semmeringbahn, mountain railway, in the area of technology. 2. The variations method exists in the following process. Our system finds itself in equilibrium, whereby, as we have seen, all its elements are distinctly determined. One now enlarges or minimizes one of the same to a small extent. Then one observes what happens. All other elements will also change, not to the same extent, some, actually most, only unnoticeably, but all nevertheless. The fact that one or the other stays the same is indeed not completely impossible, but would only represent, if no external force causes that, which we are disregarding, just like new encroachments or non-economical counter-influences against our considered disruption, a just as unlikely as principally meaningless coincidence. Because if, as we have seen, all elements are determined in a muddle, then, after one has changed, the same state can no longer yield our maximum utility, and consequently can no longer be the state of equilibrium. It is indeed very obvious that all requirements are then no longer equally satisfied, that the marginal utility relations, due to the change of one of the quantities that determine it, are no longer equal, and that therefore a tendency for change exists in the sense of our assumptions. And the observation of these changes now gives us the laws of movement that we are looking for. It gives us everything that the pure economy is able to achieve for these problems. The variations follow as reaction against the disruption of equilibrium, and cause a new state of equilibrium that is just as distinctly determined as the previous one, and one can also express our proceeding in that we have to find the new state of equilibrium and compare it to the previous one, from which our results then arise. That is the foundation, the method in its simplest form. Before we continue, we will dwell on it a bit, in order to add a few necessary remarks. The method is none other than a working out of the well-known laws of price formation, or, as one can popularly but with little correctness say, of the laws of supply and demand. It takes everything that is to take there from this simple, yes, sparse point of departure. How the prices form themselves if something changes in the system, it exhaustively presents this, as far as this is generally possible. The former contemplation did not result in anything special there, as we have seen, and the question is whether the improved instrument is able to squeeze more out of the system. Whatever happens will be grasped under the point of view of the change of an element of our system. A pure economical effect can never arise differently than through the medium of the prices, and the foundation of its laws of movement is experimentally given through the supply and demand function. However, we do not know their exact form, but we know certain characteristics of the same, and our method systematically draws all those conclusions that are possible from them. Since we have now limited the area of the pure economy by definition to what is contained in the barter relation, it thus arises not only as a necessary, but also as a self-evident, consequence that our method is the only thing that the theory offers here. We have indicated 3 points, which differentiate our way of dealing with the matter from the previous one, or rather, from the generally common one, and which, in our opinion, represent progress. We now have to mention yet another one. If one considers the pure economical consequences of a change of any quantity of a good in the system, then an entire series of effects are always to be considered, which partially counteract one another. If one has, for example, realized that the wage must increase if the quantity of labor is decreased, then this is a rather sparse result. But this is certainly not everything. Certain other prices will also increase, namely the ones of those goods, which the laborers now earn. This also affects the other incomes. And from these, in turn, also yet other prices. The fact of the wage increase in itself furthermore affects the other incomes very directly, as is certainly very obvious. Now, these things are not so simple, although purely economical, and a judgment about it is no truism. There it does not only concern the facts of these variations in themselves, but rather their comparison between themselves. Only in this way can one come to a judgment that has some value, and for this purpose, everything depends on how much. What use is it to the laborer if his wage increases, but at the same time, the prices of his food products also skyrocket? Or, does he gain just as much, or more or less than the other economic subjects lose? This is the punctum saliens. If we cannot say anything about it, then we have said nothing at all. One now commonly works at the discussion of such questions, if one even poses them to oneself, with arguments. Nowhere does this stand out more than in the fight over protective tariffs. The protectionist believes to have done everything when he says that the price of a commodity must increase in order to preserve the life of any industry. The free trader believes to have disproved him on his part, when he points to the disadvantages that arise from it for the consumer. We will see later on that one may never juxtapose these arguments altogether, since they have entirely different things in mind. Here we are only dealing with the pure economical aspect and static aspect of the matter. But the relative magnitudes of both moments are thereby of decisive importance. The arguments are almost always correct in themselves, they only represent too small of an excerpt of the facts and overlook everything else. It does not matter how beyond doubt one proves them to be, one has not gained anything for the entire problem? The examples of such completely fruitless disputes are numerous. Every economical textbook presents such To me, an essential cause of the scarce trust in economical arguments seems to lie in it, which we are presently observing so generally. Guidances of proof that completely contradict themselves can be made plausible. Does this not clearly show how worthless the moments are, which they are based on? One can come to diametrically opposed practical standpoints from completely the same foundations and with exactly the same right. Does that not imply that one is dealing with worthless speculations? One actually draws this conclusion frequently. But one could still do something different, namely that, which we want to indicate here, to examine the arguments more closely and above all, to quantitatively formulate. However, this cannot yet readily be sufficient for practical results, since for the practice, as we do not get tired of emphasizing, also completely other things and perhaps formally others than the pure economical laws still come into consideration. But the latter ones can nevertheless give more than those vague claims that most often serve the platform more than the realization. We are making a case for the quantitative approach here, for the most exact one, the only really exact form of the train of thought, for mathematics. Especially the things that are to be considered here are so complicated that one can express them very difficultly and never entirely correctly with words. But in addition, the foundations are so extraordinarily clear, and the difficulty now exists in a complete and direct derivation from relatively very simple data. This is now precisely a task of the type for which mathematical analysis is created, where it has achieved its success. It becomes indispensable here as soon as one goes somewhat deeper, and it also leads to some results here, which can only be offered by it. Our system in itself can be explained without its help, but only the mathematician can gain everything that further arises with completely certainty and correctness. We want to get to know quite a bit about it as a result of our principle, not for a priori reasons, but to rather solve the questions of method from our work. We must also indicate another advantage of mathematical treatment. Only it highlights all requirements and contingencies of the train of thought quite clearly, so that it is almost impossible to overlook them. The latter is extraordinarily frequent in the common discussions. If someone says that the price, as a result of a protective tariff, must increase in a specific case, and someone else, that it must decrease as a result of the suggestions that were given to the industry, one most often overlooks that both claims do not contradict one another at all, since they have completely different things, completely different requirements in mind. But also in the cases where this does not come to mind in this manner, it is important to indicate this moment. Almost every claim is correct under certain requirements, as we have also seen otherwise. To make this plain is completely essential to its understanding and its appreciation. Only for the mathematical treatment does this now happen systematically. What our system of equations requires is clear before our eyes. If we make further assumptions, for example, the remaining constant of certain elements, then this cannot slip from our attention. And this is of the utmost importance for the subject matter of which we speak here. Where everything depends on drawing the greatest effectiveness of realization from little data, the method of the approach has a superior significance, a far greater one than for other problems where it matters more to collect facts. This now leads us to carefully ventilate certain requirements of our method, which shine on its essence and its limitations, and will in turn give us a contribution to the understanding of our static system. 3. We are regarding price variations. How the same form themselves depends on the form of the supply and demand curve, or, more correct, of both of the demand curves from which we have explained the price. We must therefore adhere to this form. Because if we would not do this, then we could not say anything at all about the variations. If the value functions become other ones, then we are robbed of an essential datum. Namely, we could then, as we have said, claim nothing at all, not even just nothing exact. By this I mean the following: one could believe that, if the demand function changes, let us say, for example, If people suddenly cease the use of a specific good because fashion changes, we then do not apply our method, but we could in fact generally say what happens. This is not always possible. Because in such a case the entire value system of the national economy changes, new phenomena arise of which we had known nothing, and the new state is in the true sense of the word incalculable. If someone wants to nevertheless claim something, then a further and very alarming step on the path of abstraction and away from reality lies in it. The remaining the same of the value functions, therefore meaning human nature, tastes, etc., is thus essential. Here we first completely understand why we have placed such emphasis on it. The demonstration of the ultimate principles of the system would probably also be possible in itself without these requirements. But this leads a step farther. In order for the value functions to be able to remain the same, the quantities are not allowed to change by much. We have certainly already seen which difficulties lie in the assumption of one continuous value function for every good and every individual. The same does not readily apply from 0-infinity, even if we make this assumption for certain purposes. It only applies completely correctly to small intervals. If one were to have much more or much less of a good than one actually has, the entire economy would run differently. New uses would arise or some would fall, so that the value function would not stay the same. And this would also affect all other value functions, initially the complementary ones, furthermore, the rivaling ones, and finally, also the ones of all goods. Strictly speaking, the value system and altogether everything that is in our area of study, does only apply to a very specific quantity of goods of every type. Furthermore, to only economize for a specific type, where to very specific bartering acts also belong, whose results already appear in the manner that we have presented, in the value function of the price goods. Nothing is actually allowed to change from all of this, and if it were effectuated by, for example, a cause for disturbance that a quantity of goods, which up to now maintained to exchange A for another one of B, is now used for something else, then the consequences are not to be overlooked. Let us only think of the fact that the cause for disturbance is a prohibitive tariff, which hinders A and B that live on this and on that side of a boundary in the barter. Both of them can only attempt to find another opportunity to barter, perhaps in the inland, but the same will certainly not be as advantageous if we assume a smooth effectiveness, which we must do here. They can consume the goods that have been exchanged up to now. But it could also be that the same would become worthless to them. The bartered ones could furthermore be pulled up at the same time through the disturbance, and start something completely new with the goods, which no one has thought of so far. In all these cases, which are all equally possible, our entire system, although this is especially clear in that, which was lastly presented, is changed, and we are not in a position to state something really noteworthy. We had to bring these facts of the case out so poignantly, in order to gain the background for the following, in order to let the essence of our method stand out well. Although this namely is that way, and it is good to always adhere to it at present, there are two comforting reasons after all. Two circumstances make it possible for us to nevertheless push forward. Firstly, the moment that the infinitesimal method is based on, we can nevertheless consider small changes, and herein lies the essence, the value, but also the boundary of our method. It is essentially a form of the infinitesimal method. Let us regard this somewhat closer. It always seems alarming to the layman that certain judgments for infinitely small sizes are supposed to be true, which are indisputably wrong or impossible for significant sizes. He even uses an opposing method very frequently, which does not seem very apparent for the small one, gets enlarged, in order to move the matter more in the light. And the first impression of the infinitesimal method for him cannot be better characterized than by the expression swindle. Some professors of mathematics take this well-known feeling as the point of departure of their representations and say, at the point where the transition from the finite to the infinite takes place, we now want to allow ourselves a little swindle. This is didactically most practical and serves to emphasize the arbitrariness, the not quite strictly logical thing of the process, its nature as an aid. Now, it cannot be our task to discuss the infinitesimal method more closely, and we have also allowed ourselves, for the purpose of brevity, not to use a quite correct manner of expression with regards to it. The important thing for us is that our variations method belongs here. We cannot deal with any somehow significant changes in the size of the economical quantities, but well with those that are small in relation to the data of the problem. How great can the changes be if our method is supposed to be applicable? We clarify this for ourselves the best if we realize why the changes must be so small. We respond to this latter question, so that the value system does not change. So when is that the case? Obviously then, when the change in quantity is so small that the concerned individual is not thereby inclined to significantly change his production and consumption combination. He will then use all goods as always, and for the same purposes as always. He only makes those changes that are possible within the baselines of his economizing. If someone leaves, for example, his common daily exercise activities completely undone for some reason, then he will have more time and energy for different things. He will also feel different worse, but perhaps even better. This can now become the stimulus to change his entire life arrangement, to do things or to refrain from those, which he had always done otherwise or which he had never thought of. But if he limits his exercise, then effects will occur, but entirely different ones. His health will stay about the same, the surplus of energy and the let us say 5 minutes that he gains are being used differently, but probably only devoted to one of those jobs, which he had already behooved. He will write a few more lines of his book, but he will not begin a new one. And the job that experiences this increase will probably be somewhat furthered, but in the way that it could lead to significantly different results. If a certain tariff is placed on a bartering act, then the parties will continue to barter if it is not prohibitive, but perhaps somewhat lesser quantities. Then they spare, for example, from the goods that they have bartered up to now, something, which does not however suffice to call forth great, new phenomena, but is rather just being added to neighboring uses. We therefore answer the question, how great our change is allowed to be, not absolutely, but rather only through a rule. It may not be so great that the value functions would fail. The concrete size varies case by case. For some goods, 1 unit will already be too much. So, for example, for machines, we must make use of the means of the differentiation of elements of goods here, which we owe to Professor Clark. Also, depending on the question, which we have just discussed, this shapes itself differently. If one considers the individual, then another size is of course very small, as if one examines the entire national economy. Very small is indeed an entirely relative term. Now this again sheds light on the essence of static. We now livelier understand why this construction is so necessary. Our result that we can only handle small changes means none other than that we must remain within the boundaries of static, because our method fails outside of the same, and those assumptions, which give us our sentences, must then be dropped. Only within the same do we stand on solid ground, do we gain certain results. And theories that are inconsistent with our construction, as, for example, v. Bohm-Bawerk's theory of interest, must be regarded completely differently, also have entirely different requirements, so that one cannot readily place them next to the static ones. Our method is therefore essentially static, which has not always been recognized. We now see why we also cannot completely solve, at least not with static means, the second of those two problems, which we differentiated regarding the movements that occur in the elements of our system. This is a very serious limitation of the area of the pure economy. Our interest is directed towards the great changes, namely towards a few great tendencies of development, and here, where it becomes so very clear to us that we have nothing to say about it, that we can have nothing to do with it, the question again presses of what our pure theory is actually worth. Its results will come bearably close to reality if one considers short time periods. Comfort lies in it in part. In fact, the system determining facts do not generally change quickly. They can therefore be conceived as constant for short periods without one having to fear to deviate too far from reality. The life and the habits of people also persevere relatively tough, and only if one stretches the observation of the same to a longer time frame does one recognize that they are in the river of a continual change. So one can then predict from a specific state of the economy during the entering of a not too great or vehement cause for disturbance in general, with reassurance of its economical consequences, and expect that the same can actually really be recognized in the nearest future. But only in the nearest future. Because the stream of development will soon flood it. But for the other part, this makes us aware of an important characteristic of the static state, of which we just now come to expressively speak. We have already used the simile of the moment photography. We now have to go on. Not only is our theoretical picture abstracted from the state of the same in a moment, it is also only useful for a moment. Probably nothing, in order to stay with our present topic, would hinder us strictly speaking, to consider a time frame as long as we want it to be. But our picture would then become too unrealistic. What use is it to us to say that as a result of a cause for disturbance, the prices will continually, for example, increase if other disturbances not only mask but also completely cancel this effect? Not because we could not methodically do it, do we have to forego the consideration of great time frames, but rather because in such, if one looks at an economical epoch, so to speak sub specie aeternitatis, and for the problems, which then step into the foreground, entirely different things become interesting than our purely economical results. Examples are supposed to be instanced later on. Our system is not only without development for the reason because no tendency for the development is absorbed into the same, and because beyond this, a development of data, which we cannot do without, would fall to pieces, but also because the effects, which can be explained purely economically and admittedly statically, lose every interest next to much greater things. We could probably also say here that we are disregarding these other things. This would logically not be any more alarming than the same process if meant for an instant, but we would be less justified in doing this here, and could not strip a justification of the well-known objections. This has the consequence that we are completely powerless vis-a-vis an argument that appeals to the development. We can at most say that as to it the future, so to us the present belongs, and that, if we cannot prove anything against the same, then the same cannot prove anything against us, that a dispute is redundant. To already clearly perceive that is not worthless. The arguments for the protective tariff, for example, are almost all of dynamic character, point to developmental opportunities. The ones for free trade are partially static, emphasize the direct damage of an intrusion into the state of equilibrium. Now, to the extent that this difference exists between both of the arguments, one can impossibly accurately balance them against one another, and the discussion will be without result. With the exception of special cases, I am only thinking of the discussion of the question of principles. Let it also be remarked here that it does not seem necessary to us, with regards to the fact that our system strictly speaking only applies to short periods anyhow, to make the so artificial assumption of a population, which regenerates completely stationary, and to do similar things, which we have previously spoken of. And furthermore, we can actually grasp the individually identical tools and simulate them as being indestructible. This comes much closer to reality than the other fictions, which are necessary in the opposite case, and hardly has a disadvantage. 4. The indicated boundaries are very narrow ones. Can we really not go beyond them? This leads us to the second point. The changes actually may not be so great if our theory is supposed to have any value. If the quantities of goods change, which we see in the possession of the individual, in the way that the same, for example, is relinquished to death by starvation, then we cannot say what happens. If we nevertheless wanted to formally use our method there, then this would only be bauble. We would receive not information, but realization. The boundary of the minimum of existence indicates, rather crudely, however, such a point beyond which we can, under no circumstances go. Changes, that bring an individual into another class, change his standard of life, also belong here. The chains of our anchor tear here. But apart from that, we are not completely strictly bound to our demands. So we have first shown how our system strictly speaking eliminates every change. We have thereupon nevertheless developed our method into a form, which every man must recognize as being theoretically sound, if he does not want to reject the infinitesimal method. We now want to still take a third step, namely ventilate the question whether we can or cannot still go farther. We certainly can if we do this, do not prove it in the same way, do not defend it in the same way as previously, and thus, we want to strictly separate it from it. More than this has already happened, so that an objection that may now come upon us is not also raised against that, which was mentioned previously. But it is only natural in itself to attempt to get a bit farther. We have already indicated at an earlier opportunity that the validity of our results often reaches farther than that of its requirements. It is more correct to say that the latter ones are in fact truer in themselves, are closer to reality than its critics often accept and than it seems for its completely correct formulation. The things change, but yet, not too much, and above all, not too quickly, are more constant than one believes in some regard. And if we have carefully worked out all boundaries and contingencies up to now, which apply to our method, then it is again good here to continue audaciously, not fearfully in order to peak, but rather to dare something. If a result does not quite sustain itself, then it perhaps partially sustains itself, but if it does not sustain itself at all, then we must admittedly drop it, but we will not damn our attempt itself and will by all means repeat it in another way. How far one may go there is no rule for it. Scientific competence, a type of discretion alone, is able to recognize the right thing. We do in no way want to steer into these pathways here. It is more important to us to sift that, which is available, to separate the individual levels of abstraction from one another, than to gain many correct, detailed results. We want to calm the opponents, not to, however, immediately make them nervous again. Of course it is an audacious approach and not a discussion of the requirements and a correct formulation of the foundations, which delivers formally new results. Nevertheless, it suffices us to indicate the possibility here. What affects the first point, the size of the variations to begin with, we are, and this applies to our method in its simplest form, as well as to further aids to which we will soon get, disregarding the boundaries that were just mentioned, certainly not limited to infinitely small sizes in the sense of mathematics. Our approach is, however, only completely correct when one can assume the value system as being unchanged through the variations of a quantity. But one can also adhere to the same value system when it changes a little, but imperceptibly. And finally, also then when it does not change too much, although noticeably. If it is a matter of, for example, a product of little significance, then one can also with our method, especially if one has the national economy as a whole in mind and disregards the effect on individuals who are especially participating, examine the effect of its complete cessation, so for example, that of a change in fashion or a prohibitive tariff for a product that is not produced in the inland. The results will not necessarily be useless. But one may of course not forget that one allows oneself more than is strictly speaking permitted, and that it is quaestio facti everyone's individual case what value the result has. One has to be clear that the same is of another root than one that was gained with our method in its correct form. And a verification is even much more, and also in yet another sense, necessary here than elsewhere. The case is similar for the moment of the period of time. The authors, who have concerned themselves with our method, have actually differentiated between long and short periods, and have carried no concern to also draw conclusions regarding the first one. Far be it from us to condemn this. We only want to emphasize the difference of the nature of the results in both cases. The short period is static. The nature of the results is well known to us. Through the observation of a longer period, yet another requirement is added, namely the one that all other conditions do not change in a way that the results lose all significance. This requirement is often fulfilled, occasionally more than one believes. It will often be possible to explain a specific phenomenon in purely economical ways, which is far off, a rather long time, several years perhaps, or even decades from the basis from which the explanation proceeds. But one must always ask oneself whether it is not caused by dynamic causes, whether at least the same foundations of the economy still continue to exist. If the latter is the case, then it is irrelevant if our results do not purely come to light into reality, which has been tarnished by other moments. The practitioner often errs here, if not that, which the theory predicted, eventuates, then he simply rejects it as being wrong. This is unjustified. However, our laws still have an effect then, and the concrete result would be another if they would not. If we can satisfyingly explain the discrepancy, then we have justified our theory. Let us take an example. One has detected that the increase of the Austrian tariff on coffee has not increased the price of the coffee, and deduced its insignificance from it, of course unjustly. Then nothing is more clear than that the same would have decreased much or better, would have sunk much more if this tariff would not have existed with regards to the great increase of the production of coffee. One can completely justify the result of the theory here, and the difference of the price in the inland vis-a-vis the one of the world market yields a bearable measure for the effect of the tariff. The matter is different for some American tariffs. The result of the theory is also not wrong there. But the same have given a stimulus for developments, which changed the circumstances so much that one can often downright say an example would be sheep wool that through the tariff, the manufacturers won, and also the consumers. But this is something else. The effect of the tariff vanishes in the development, but precisely this one makes it possible that it does not make itself noticeable. If all conditions of production would have stayed with the old one, and this would have been more or less the case everywhere outside of America, then one would have been able to prove its effect very well. But even if the theory is not wrong, one can quite justifiably say that it becomes insignificant in such cases. So truth and falsehood lie closely next to one another here, and the validity of the individual arguments of the party cannot be examined generally, but only case by case. It is always very important to separate static from dynamic, and this would contribute much to a clarification of the discussion. As we have said, this separation approximately coincides with the one between the consideration of shorter and longer periods, and this one in turn with the constancy and the change of the value functions. We speak of a long period here, in a sense that is not to be confounded with A. Smith's and his followers' expression in the long run. The latter expression only serves as a term to exclude frictional resistances. So we have therefore discussed the foundations of our method. But in this form, we could only still approach the distinctness of the eventuating changes with it, beside very simple cases, for example, the one of the bartering between two economic subjects. If one replaces any element of the system with another one, which is somewhat but not all too different from it, then the equilibrium, as we have seen, is disturbed. But on the other hand, we now have as many equations as unknowns, and thus, the new size, quantity, of all elements is also distinctly determined, but is also readily perceived without such an apparatus. In the same sense as earlier, we will find normal, natural, and essential values of our elements here, from which the distinct determination of the variations will arise by itself. But this is also pretty much everything. We do not get to further statements. This is also not disconcerting. All the actions and reactions that they show are numerous, and due to the lack of closer data about the form of our functions, its relative significance cannot be determined. Its price increases to its full amount. The demand will now decrease, consequently also the one for the means of production of the pertaining good. Therefore, also the incomes of the owners of the latter ones and the demand that generally starts from them. The manufacturers do not lose anything on the pieces that are sold at a new price. Yes, even a profit came into consideration, which comes from the increase of the monetary value that is to be expected as a result of the decreasing of the income of many people. But they sell less. One must now furthermore consider that possibly the state or those, on whom the tax amount is placed, develop a demand. Furthermore, that on the one hand, those, who continue to buy the product regardless of the increase in price, must strip the means that are necessary for it from other needs. And every one of these effects continues to be effective in a very obvious manner. If one considers this, then one really becomes aware that the considered changes may only be small. Because every greater one will unfailingly call forth new dynamic phenomena. All of these are actually indeed dynamic changes of the manner of production and life of the entire national economy, and its structure only essentially survives then, when it is relatively small. V. But furthermore, a path directly presents itself to cope with the problem. An entire series of simplifications is readily possible, and others are possible with a few reserves. We are in fact thereby going further on the pathway of abstraction, but one will see that the entire thing can credibly happen. Above all, one will not unnecessarily complicate the problem through the consideration of too many goods. The approach forms itself essentially simpler if one only includes 2 or 3, without being in danger of overlooking something essential. It is especially advantageous not to consider too many production goods for one and the same consumption good. In fact, there are indeed a number of them for the most part. But if one only approaches the common, and not a special problem, then nothing hinders us in reducing the same to 3, labor, land, and capital in the sense of V. Boehm-Bawerk. And if one does not directly examine the interactions and the displacements, which occur among these 3, then one can probably also allow oneself to assume only one and even more, that this one thing is used for nothing else than for the production of precisely the considered good. This is very convenient and, where it is permitted, very desirable in the interest of the simplicity of the results. Such a simplification does not need to have anything to worry about, and one would be unjustified if one would want to dismiss it eliminate as a caricature of reality. Certain general sentences can be demonstrated so very well, and whoever is even sympathetic to abstract science will understand that precisely such, so to speak, technical simplifications do not stand in the way of the use of the theory on reality at all. Thereupon, it attracts attention by itself that not all actions and reactions have the same significance, that, so to speak, only those, where the disturbance occurs, are important in the proximity of the point. So once after one has pointed to the generality of the same, one can limit oneself to a portion of the same, whereby one can indeed reserve to draw its boundaries farther or narrower, depending on the nature of the purpose that one follows. One does not see how this suggests itself so much for the general, but rather better for a special problem. If one examines, for example, the effects of a price movement of pins, then one can conveniently disregard those that it has for the price of the wine, for example. For some reason, precisely this relation can be especially interesting, but if one of such is not present, then one can by all means accept the price of wine as being constant. And not only the price of wine, but also that of the vast majority of all other commodities. This disregarding of further remote effects, this accepting of a constant of variables that change strictly speaking, represents a further methodical aid. The title from which this happens is the opinion that one only thereby neglects variables, which in themselves are infinitely small vis-a-vis the small ones with which we are dealing here. It must therefore be promoted that one continually proves that this is the case. Now this does not always happen, rather, it is a very useful method to simply accept all prices as being constant, expressively or, even much more frequently, silently, with the exception of the one of the considered goods during the examination of the effects of a cause for disturbance. This is none other than the simplification, which is being discussed here, in the greatest dose. This is certainly not necessarily impermissible. Less significant products as champagne, for example, can be approached very well. But if the considered product is, for example, grain or labor, then the effect on the other prices must be considered, because otherwise, the result not only becomes incomplete, but also wrong. It would become incomplete because the distanced effects are in no way variables of a higher order for such commodities, but are rather just as important as the immediate ones. This incompleteness at the very least hinders the direct use of the results on reality. But the same would become wrong because a change in the price of such important goods alters the entire national economy, and its effect is partially rescinded through strong reactions. For the purpose of instancing, a change in the price of bread significantly affects all small incomes. As a result of an increase of the same, the demand for other goods would have to decrease, namely so severely that one cannot overlook it. But if one nevertheless does it, then one only sees a part of the problem. But this can indeed be defended, would be an abstract consideration of certain phenomena. But reactions do arise, which tend to directly reverse the price increase. One of such, which has often been observed, is a wage increase. Through the same, the price increase of bread becomes illusory in part, and insofar our result is then wrong. A good from the quantity of the one whose value maintains to be accepted as constant requires a special approach, because it pushes in everywhere money. The marginal utility of money can generally not be considered as constant. Every occurring disturbance or our system alters it. This is indeed very obvious. If the price of a good increases during constant monetary income, then the marginal utility of money must obviously increase if the consumption continues, decrease when it ceases, and conversely, if the price of a good decreases. It is a product of the prevailing economic milieu and must be affected by every change of the same. We hardly need to explain this more closely. At the same time, one sees that the movement of the monetary value is a very important phenomenon. It reflects the change, which has called the cause for disturbance in the position of every economic subject forth, and also the behavior of the latter in the certain sense. What the economic subject regarding this good, whose price has changed, does, so whether he curtails his demand, and by how much, and how this in turn affects the production of the good, this is only a part of the problem. And one gets to the other part through the medium of the change's monetary value. But consideration for the monetary value is also essential to the understanding of the behavior of the economic subject towards the good, in which the change occurs. Because the demand function refers to money, and to every one of its points belongs a different marginal utility of the concerning good, as well as a different one of money. Strictly speaking, the variation of the latter is already contained in it, and it would be a different one than it is too if it were constant. So one may also not overlook this moment while considering the effects of conditions of the type that is discussed here. This especially becomes apparent for those goods, whose prices directly form the incomes. If, for example, the wage increases, then the marginal utility of money unavoidably decreases for the laborer, and precisely this signifies the broadening of his demand to consumption goods of lesser importance. The discussion of the wage increase can impossibly go beyond this. It is a matter of an essential part of the matter. But on the other hand, it is clear that constancy of the monetary value is of utmost necessity for many of our discussions. Let us stick with the just mentioned example for now. If the laborer receives a higher wage, then one can, if one disregards our moment, very clearly say what will happen. He will work more. One can no longer claim this so easily if one acknowledges that he now values money less. The effect of the wage increase is much undetermined, and it may be that the laborer will now exert himself less, will dedicate a shorter amount of time to work and more time to rest. We reduce all variables, which we are dealing with, by means of the monetary value to the common denominator, and thereby make a comparison of the same possible. If the denominator is constant, then everything is infinitely simpler than if it changes. Namely, the comparison of both of the states of equilibrium, which our method involves, is significantly complicated if we are so correct in accepting that in the transition of one to the other, as everything else, thus the monetary value also changes. So then in the scientific, as well as in the non-scientific discussions, the constancy of monetary value will almost always be accepted expressively or silently. Must we forego the results that were attained in this manner? Not entirely, although it is certain that through this approach, interesting phenomena, and precisely hidden ones, which would be one of the greatest services to work out that the science of the practice is able to achieve, are often concealed. We will also admit here that for small changes and short time periods the committed mistake is so small that one is allowed to make it. If one has to pay a bit more for a consumption good, then the value estimate of a monetary unit is not going to be noticeably altered by it. I do not value a monetary unit significantly more than previously, because now a cigar costs a bit more than before, and the clarity and simplicity of the result is more important than the advantage that would grow out of the consideration for this more. However, the matter is different for most of the mass products and for the budget of the laborer. But nevertheless, there are a large number of cases where the simplified approach suffices. Also, the brevity of the considered period can make it appear permissible, namely even occasionally then, when the change that is to be examined is not small. The marginal utility of money for every economic subject is the result of long experience and gradually becomes second nature to him. It uses him completely unaware and habitually. It is the barometer and the regulator of his economy. And it therefore does not easily and not quickly change. Even if his conditions become others, then he will nevertheless attempt to continue economizing with the same, wherefore social and other non-economic considerations also contribute. Of course, this cannot go on for long. But if the change is not too great, then a significant amount of time will pass before our economic subject changes his entire thinking and feeling, which does signify the same as the variation of the monetary value. He would have to abandon things that have become his second nature, cut himself off from deeply rooted habits. He will often prefer to perish than learn to calculate. This expression learning to calculate, which one so often encounters in the discussion of the economic situation of classes, which have a standard of life that is very difficult to change and only with pain, as for example, the Landowning nobility in countries of inferior culture, expresses splendidly how insecurely fumbling and reluctantly one constructs a new marginal utility of one's money for oneself. Now, as long as neither demise, nor assimilation of the new milieu took place and the scope of this unsustainable state is rather large in practice, our assumption can be defended until then. Other simplifications are also still made, must be made. This way, if, for example, the price of a good increases and as a result of this, the demand for the same decreases, the production of the same becomes limited and some means of production become redundant. What happens with them? They could probably be used for the production of those things, which the demand of those people turns to, who now no longer want to buy the mentioned good. But first, such people do not need to exist. Even if the demand for the same is limited, then its price is in fact higher, and therefore purchasing power does not necessarily need to become free, as one could express that. And secondly, nothing gives us the right to assume that the demand, which possibly became free, requires precisely as much means of production, not more and not less than become redundant. In a similar manner, the equation between income and spending is disturbed for every economic subject. One of the amounts exceeds the other. It could only continue to exist as a result of a coincidence. In general, the same can now save more, or have to withdraw an amount from their savings fund. Finally, the equation between the demand and offer price must be newly established. One has the choice vis-a-vis all these difficulties to either acknowledge them, or to break the Gordian knot through the assumption that those equations exist. And this only applies to small changes. Not only the popular, but also the scientific discussion overlooks these things most often. And they are of too a specialized nature, so that for the reader, the interest in an elaboration could not be assumed. Let it therefore suffice, having pointed this out. This would be, in essence, what is to be said of general sentences about our method. Now, through more specialized assumptions about the nature of the cause for disturbance, whose effects are supposed to be considered, it can be very productively developed, whereby special aids also still arise, according to the type of individual case. The general discussion of the same would be too dry and incomprehensible, and we want to therefore rather show the most important thing about it in the concrete examples to which we now come. I may have dwelled on the foundations of our method for too long. I did it because I am of the conviction that here it deals with the theoretical, perhaps some would rather say epistemological foundations of the most important, mostly discussed results of the national economy. Whoever has followed that, which was just presented, with understanding will notice that the outlines of the common approach stand out from it for him. In fact, what I have called the variations method is none other than the exact expression of that, which occurs everywhere there, where for example, two politicians argue about protective tariff and free trade, insofar as they employ economical arguments. I wanted to do the same here, what I also seek to do otherwise, namely to show what the essence and what the requirements of the economical raisonnement actually are. All those simplifications about whose significance we sought to become clear are made in the most popular discussion, though unknowingly and often without consideration for the boundaries that are then drawn for the results. The scientific argumentations also appear now, I believe, in a sharp light. If that, which has been said contributes to better separating different things, and to consider the relativity and limited application of almost all of the common claims that are so generally grasped, more than it, to me, seems to occur, then my purpose is reached and the time of the reader is not dwindled away. And as I believe to have contributed to the criticism of the common theories, a better understanding of them has probably also been initiated, with which the abstract examinations of mathematical nature are concerned, have shown that their clear forms also have practical advantages and place many a thing before our eyes, which otherwise easily escapes attention. We do not believe to have said too much. The opposite accusation would be more justified. But it is a matter of finding the middle path between exhaustive detail and the common carelessness. If we overlook that, which has been said, we could summarize it in approximately this manner: if one even just wants to say something with the means of the economy about the variations that can arise in our area, then one may not distance oneself from the static assumptions for the current economical situation. Otherwise, one does not obtain exact results. But then a series of requirements are to be made, which only coincide with reality in certain cases. It is no jeu d'esprit to carefully discuss them, but rather stringent necessity. No one, not even the historian, forgoes saying something economical for or against free trade. But every time he does this, he conducts economical theory and cannot ignore its principles with impunity. And it shows that one moves on dangerous ground there, and cannot take a step without careful restraint. It is not very much that our method offers. And nevertheless it is everything that can be gained on general truths. The attempts to gain more are numerous, from the classical authors up to the present. But its value is a questionable one, or nevertheless very conditional. However, if our method does not offer too much, it nevertheless offers more than nothing. We now want to discuss the matter again using examples. The methodical approach is always the same, and it is only a matter of adjusting the concrete cause for disturbance in a way that it can be brought into our schema, changing of the size of one or more elements of our system. For some, this is readily possible. As for the practically most important ones and the most discussed ones, there are: impost of a tax, introduction of a tariff, alteration of the normal price of a good through the fixation of a rate, destruction of a quantity of goods through an accident or intentionally, and such like. Individual elements of cost, for example, transportation costs, brokerages, commissions, etc., can be treated this way. Not as if the essence of all these things would be thereby exhaustively conceived. Rather, in our approach lies a formalization in which important moments are lost, namely all social, historical, political, and other aspects. But indeed, the pure economical thing on the matter is thereby explicitly expressed and brought into a manageable form. However, this cannot be done as easily for other causes of disturbance. An example is the theory of the influence of the introduction of machines. This is a dynamic phenomenon in itself, but certain effects of the same can nevertheless be discussed in the framework of static. The question now raises itself which elements one should consider as thereby being directly altered. This is actually not the case for any of them, and it is a question of purpose how one has to decide that. A methodic device then is present here, a fiction that has to prove itself by its fruits. An actually different phenomenon is artificially conceived as a variation of an element. This has not yet happened so far, however. To us, a valuable expansion of the scope of application of our method seems to lie in it. Notes 1. Namely the third, fourth, and fifth parts of this chapter, which deal with the very dry topic of the technology of the theory, and are supposed to set the epistemological foundations of a large portion, also the economical raisonnement of the practitioner clearly, are very important on the one hand, but also exhausting. They can probably be skipped. Schumpeter, 1908, pg 443. 2. As we have already indicated previously, Schumpeter, 1908, pg 471. 2. Examples. I. How a tax that is placed on a specific commodity which according to that, which has been said must be assumed as being small distributes itself on the individually participating economic subjects and what all of its effects are, is a much discussed problem. What the theory can offer certainly does not suffice for the complete valuation of the tax. In practice, the budgetary necessity, social and political moments play such a great role that our results may appear to be insignificant next to them. The type and direction of the influence of a tax is also rather clear in the concrete cases for the most part, and small mistakes, which can result in a theoretically incomplete examination, are often, if one gets to the practical use, corrected entirely by themselves. The corrections of the theorist therefore often make a virtually nitpicking impression. But if one wants to theorize at all, then one also has to do it as correctly as possible. And our method with its strictness is essential for this purpose. The simplest case is the one of an isolated economic subject, who only produces a specific good for his consumption, with means of production that cannot be used for anything else. No further simplifications are necessary here. The demand curve is formed solely through the function of labor effort. 1. Our man produces so much that the marginal utility of the good is equal to the minimum standard of labor. From some external force, he will feel like delivering a specific quantity of his product in every period of production in the future. What will happen? He will now produce so much that the marginal utility of the quantity of the good that remains for him is equal to the minimum standard of this quantity plus the one that are to be delivered. This is the exact answer. If the supply and demand functions are given, then the old, as well as the new product quantity is distinctly determined, and we also have an exact expression for the damage that our subject suffers. We can, if we possess those data, see that he will generally, excluding marginal cases, produce a bit more than before, but not necessarily more for the entire amount of the tax, so that he partially withdraws the same from his consumption, but partially produces it. The latter moment gives us the exact expression of the theory of tax production, in which thus lies an important core that same theorists misjudged. If the means of production of this good would also be used for the production of another one, then the result would not be so simple. One would have to consider the effect of the production of a greater quantity of the taxed good on the one of the untaxed. It would represent a further complication if both of the goods would not only be associated with one another according to production, but also regarding the consumption, would complement or replace one another. This would have no difficulties in our simple case, but we can, especially since nothing essential comes out of it, skip over it or leave it up to the reader. We see that certain results can be demonstrated quite absolutely by a very simplified schema, thereby gaining clarity, which would otherwise be unattainable. And this well justifies the same. We can also give the general answer to the question, what the effects of a tax depend on. They depend on the form, or as one can say, the elasticity of the demand and supply functions. These results are more exact and correct than the common dialectical approach brings them forth. But they do not contain special discoveries. Their significance lies in something else. Their obvious correctness namely guarantees us the correctness, or better, the usefulness of our foundations, verify the same. The results are indeed, in my opinion, the only really reliable criterion for the value of the latter altogether. Now, precisely the implicitness of the results is suitable in calming us about the foundations. Certainly no one doubts the facts, which are supposed to describe the laws of gravity. But their accordance with experience is of greatest epistemological significance. It is also like this in our case. And furthermore, the discussion of the variations first teaches us the complete understanding of our system, pushes its essence and its boundaries into the light. Some claims about the same would have been impossible if one had always paid attention to these boundaries. We now want to show this in a more complicated case, and thereby also simultaneously go a step further into our demonstration. Let us assume that two types of consumption goods are being produced in a national economy. Only two, for the purpose of simplicity. Both have an equilibrium price and are available in distinctly determined quantities. We consider these prices, which are supposed to be any monetary prices, as functions of the produced quantities. These functions are not common demand functions, which are related to particular individuals, but rather total functions, which are, however, gained in an analog manner. We ask ourselves which ones the equilibrium prices would be if we let the quantity vary. However, we cannot do this between randomly broad boundaries as we have done earlier, but rather only within relatively narrow ones. And we construct similarly for different quantities of a cost-price function. Cost is not supposed to mean anything different here than the disbursement in cash, money, which can be done for the production of the individual subsets. The market price is then given by the equation of the demand and of the cost price for both goods. As money serves a third good whose marginal utility is constant and that, once available, does not cause any production costs. This means nothing else than that this money should solely be a measurement of value. Its role as means of exchange, which leads to changes in value, is not affected by our changes, only small ones. A tax is now placed on one of the two goods. As an example, we are assuming one of such for the unit of the good. If one now conceives both goods as being completely independent of one another according to the consumption, as well as the production side, then the same that we discussed earlier can be proven in regards to the taxed one. Generally, buyers will be affected as buyers. To what extent depends on the elasticity of both functions. Nevertheless, there are marginal cases, complete inelasticity of the supply or the demand, in which the tax only affects the buyers or only the sellers. This theory only comes sufficiently close to reality then, if that independence is a complete one. This can never be entirely the case, but at least it applies more closely only when the taxed good vis-a-vis the quantity of the other one is insignificant. Otherwise, its changes in price and quantity would always also affect the other one, even if the consumption of the two had no connection and the means of production were different. A suggesting train of thought leads to a more complete approach. The demand that someone develops for a good is never reclusively for the same, but is rather dependent on its total supply of consumption goods. In the language of psychology, one can demonstrate this very convincingly through the reference to the fact that the satisfaction, which someone attains through the consumption of a good, is never reclusively dependent on this. How one values a food product shapes itself differently, depending on whether or not one also possesses others. This is naturally the clearest in the case of complementary consumption goods. No one values salt if he owns nothing that he could salt, and it is probable that he conversely, if he owns no salt, will value other food products less as if he did possess some, since they now warrant him less enjoyment. But this applies very generally, even beyond this narrower circle. Whoever has a poor apartment, is less protected against the cold, will need more food than someone cateris paribus who can better satisfy his housing need. Individual luxury items will have little value for the poor man, and a need for them only grows in the milieu that is correct for them. It therefore arises entirely automatically that the price of a good is not a function of the quantity of the same alone, but rather of all goods, and this conception, which currently becomes more and more common, allows one to conceive all interactions of the demands of individual goods. This would of course be complicated for a large number of goods. In our case, however, it works very well. This approach encompasses even more, namely also the relation of rivalry between goods and finally, that, which exists between all goods independent of all of that, insofar all purchases must be paid out of one specific income. Similar applies on the side of costs. Complementarity and rivalry between the individual cost goods are also here in an analog way. Every more general relation that lies in it, that the demand for every good is connected with the one for all others, only works for the cost goods through the medium of the consumption goods. There are still quite a few special relations for it here. At one point, the production coefficients are not constant, are rather variable within certain boundaries, and one moment for their size will surely be the need of means of production for other productions. But then it must be considered that if we reduce all means of production to labor, land, tools, and raw materials, those three are necessary for all products, and their movement towards the individual uses is controlled by a law of uniform niveau, so to speak. Therefore, considered in this manner, all goods are production related with one another and none are independent. It is indeed clear that not for every good its quantity of labor, land, and capital accrues on its own and without consideration for other products, but rather the totality of means of production of the totality of products. As in a reservoir, out of which several pipes run, the distribution of the amount of water to the pipes is not only dependent on the diameter of every single one, but also on that of the others, and a uniform niveau governs the same, as also in our case. This niveau law is that of the uniform marginal utility of the products for every individual, not so readily for society, or of the normal price, which is uniform for every product on the market. This analysis that, elaborated, leads rather deeply is only a development of things that have been previously said, under a somewhat different point of view. It is not free from difficulties, especially in consideration for the moment of free movement. Even though we have directed one's attention to the same previously, we can nevertheless build on it here. No objection lies in it. On the contrary, we want to in fact direct the reader's attention to the fact that our position is a different one for different problems, and that we in no way disdain useful trains of thought because we have stated critical concerns against it. Of course, one has to remind oneself of the valuation and application of the results of the same. Here we present an important method in a way that it does not contrast too much with the one that is common to the exact theorists, and do not want to repeat that, which was said about the foundations. An important consequence still arises from that, which has been said about the cost side. If a good only has means of production, which cannot be used for anything else, then their value is readily given, as we have seen, and we can speak of the supply of this good just as well as of the supply of those means of production. Both are identical here, but not so in the other case. The supply of every good is probably also distinctly determined here, but not out of its relations alone, but rather through the collaboration of all goods and through that general law, whose effect can only be conceived through the observation of all. The supply of a good is therefore something that does not carry its determinateness within itself. And therefore one is actually never to speak of a supply of a product, but rather always only of a general one of means of production or productive services, as we have already emphasized at an earlier point. We will therefore conceive the demand prices, as well as the cost prices of both goods, as a function of the quantity of both. And here we will seek to present a small and elementary piece of an exact thought process to the reader, solely to show how the variations method that has been generally described by us appears of the closer one. Let the quantities of both of our goods that are available on the market be X and Y. So then the demand price of one of the same is a function of X and Y, F, X, Y. Here, X and Y themselves are, for the purposes of this thought process, thought of as independent variables, and especially also as being independent of one another, and therefore the values, which are assumed by the demand price of this good if one adds more and more different values to X and Y, are graphically illustrated in the following manner. In the common coordinate plane, one familiarly uses the chosen X and Y for the fixing of a point C, constructs a perpendicular to the coordinate plane within the same, and writes the value of the measure of the demand price on the same, which corresponds to the pertaining quantities X and Y. Thus, one obtains a point in the space D. For polyvalent functions, one would find more than a point D, for us only one, as a result of the assumed definiteness of our function. The paragon of positions, which the point D can assume as a result of all possible changes of x and y, its locus is a surface. A change of the value function f, x, y, can be caused in three ways. 1 as a result that for fixed y only x goes into. 2 as a result that for fixed x only y goes into. 3 as a result that x and y simultaneously go into UND. UND as per that, which has been said earlier, are to be assumed as only slightly different from x and y, and can be expressed through the equations equals UND equals, whereby signify respectively small increases. Corresponding to this, three different types of differentials must also be differentiated. In both of the first cases, it is a matter of partial differentiations, in the latter, a complete one. Our approach of the price as function of both quantities allows us to conceive the effect of every cause for disturbance, even if it only directly affects one of the goods, to the quantities and prices of both. Since furthermore, the quantities of both will change in our case, we are therefore dealing with a complete differentiation. The same of course applies to our other functions, namely the other demand price function, fxy, and the two corresponding cost price functions, which we want to identify with UND. In equilibrium, the equations now apply. The same is now disturbed through the placing of a tax on the unit of a good. This effectuates nothing else than that the costs of this unit are increased by this amount. So this is the form in which the exact economy allows to conceive such a tax. This is only one of the uses of always just one and the same thought process on different problems, or better, always just one interpretation, according to the situation of the case, of the variables with which it is concerned. The pure economy can only constantly contribute such results for the solving of a concrete question, which is connected with the theory of supply and demand, and it constantly says the same in principle, be it that it deals with taxes, transportation costs, changes in the size of other cost elements, tariffs, or anything else. There are basically no separate purely economical theories for these things, but rather only one theory of variations, which can encompass all of that and is only formed differently according to the concrete data of the problem. Since we have developed this one method, it is only still spared to show how one has to conceive and stylize the different problems that reality poses us, so that they fit into our schema. Some do this better, others worse. We can state quite a bit for some, for others, only make a small contribution. But this effectuates that the tax theory and the transportation theory or international trade often form entirely different disciplines. These are, as we will still briefly show, moments that lie outside of the pure theory. The effects of, for example, a tax and a tariff are certainly very different ones, and both are used for different purposes. The pure economical essence of these effects is the same. Now this naturally does not mean that we want to smudge the differences between these areas, condemn their separate approach, and advocate their increase. The latter would be very impractical. Here it only deals with the economical core of the matter, only with the fact that the methodological differences are not essential ones to that extent. If we have pushed that, which the economy can actually accomplish into the proper light, then we are free to entirely withdraw this consubstantiality for other purposes. Here, as everywhere, a differentiation of different classes of problems and different purposes of research is imperatively offered and is essential to the understanding. Moving on. The equilibrium is disturbed through the tax. However, a new state of equilibrium must fabricate itself. As we have previously seen, equations will again apply in the same, which are analog to the ones that we previously had. Again, marginal proceeds and marginal cost must be equal, as we have also seen in our simplest case. We place emphasis on clarifying and memorizing the thought process for ourselves step by step, but it must again be emphasized that we are not doing anything different than what everyone else is doing, more or less complete, but everyone in principle who seeks to form a judgment about economical relations of this nature, be it as a researcher or as a father who discusses the content of his paper. If someone says that a grain tariff increases the price of bread, then our entire, exact raisonnement lies in this judgment in nous. The corrections that we can add are not insignificant, but they are nevertheless not what we are primarily looking for, but rather the scientific nature of the thought process itself. The new state of equilibrium, which is characterized by such equations, will present other quantities and prices. And we want to find these first. The new equations simply are, or in another form corresponding to our definitions of and, which is readily understandable. We are now especially interested in the AXUNDAY, in which the change is expressed for the quantities, namely not so much their size since both are small anyway as their algebraic sign, and then their price. But here, higher mathematics gives us a means for an important conversion, in the development through the Taylorian series. This development represents an approximate value, and it has to continually be proven that the difference vis-a-vis the exact the remainder can be neglected without too great of a mistake. But we do not need to conduct such an examination here. Because already, AXUNDAY, are small in relation to x and y, its higher potential is therefore even smaller, and thus, we want to neglect the same, whereby the examination of the remainder is dropped on its own. One of the developments is simplified like this. And the other, completely analog. We can now make further simplifications. Above all, we know from the equation, which characterized the former state of equilibrium, that we can cancel out these two terms. If one does this and if one also properly positions the terms, then one has an arithmetic expression that is exactly the same only, of course, without the term plus a arises for the second equation. We therefore have two equations between, and it is only a matter of seeing what the remaining terms of the same apart from plus a mean. That, which we say there is very elementary. But it is only a matter of making a simple case as clear as possible for the non-mathematician. This has not yet happened. And yet, only such a broader circle can be won for this method, as it appears desirable to us in the interest of scientific progress. Of course, that, which has been said can still not be completely clear yet to the one, for whom higher mathematics are very far away. But he nevertheless receives an approximate picture of that, which the mathematical economist does, and referring to an encyclopedia would make complete comprehension of this simple case possible. We even believe that such a demonstration will be welcomed by some serious friend of the theory for the current state of affairs, and thereby consider ourselves pardoned for its elementary character. So let us continue, both of the arithmetic expressions in parenthesis, what do they mean? It is thereby interesting to see in particular that it is completely indifferent to the same and operating with it at this point and so far whether we are thereby thinking of the physical law of the classical authors or of the costs as a value phenomenon, and so we understand that the former could also prove itself as useful instrument to a certain factor. As you know, we have decided on the latter eventuality. Pressions are two-dimensional. They represent the rate of variation of the integral functions in relation to the quantities of both goods. It again can only be remarked in passing that such like arithmetic expressions express v. Bohm-Bawerk's third reason and the variation law of the Americans brief and to the point, without charts, numeric examples, and lengthy discussions. Now, if such a rate is not present, meaning, is the demand price or cost price or both of one of the goods insensitive to the quantities of the other one, then our arithmetic expressions as differential quotients of constants become zero, and we then have our equation in the form. We have therewith now gotten to the discussion of our equations, which presents the manner of how we gain concrete results from the same. And with it, we then have completed the demonstration of our method. If our equations are set up for the former, as well as for the new state of equilibrium, and its terms are indicated, then it only spares to remind ourselves of that, which we know about it and what arises from our basic assumptions, and this indicating of the individual sizes and this examining of the relative meaning, of its algebraic sign, etc., gives us everything purely economical of the matter in exact and irreproachable form. Which means nothing else than that in this case, the tax falls completely upon the buyer, the price increases for the entire amount of tax. However, the effect of the tax is therewith not exhausted. Less is offset at this higher price, so that the seller also comes to grief. But yet he loses nothing from the offset quantities. The exact method helps us here in distinguishing between two different types of effects, namely transfer and consumption cutback. The same are only all too often, although not always, confounded in the common discussion, and clear insight into the processes of reality are thereby significantly facilitated through our method. We find an entire series of such confusions in literature. Direct and further, static and dynamic effects are namely not adequately distinguished from one another. Of course, the same also applies to the inelasticity of demand. Let demand and supply now be inelastic. Our equation, as is obvious, fails there. This means nothing else than that there is no distinct solution. It is not difficult to make clear why this is so. Inelasticity of demand means that a specific quantity of a good is demanded without consideration for the price, a case that occurs within adequate further boundaries, for example, for certain luxury items. If the supply function of such a good were to now also be constant, then nothing can be said from the standpoint of the theory about the effect of a tax. The same was dependent on the result of a price battle that would have not been bound to its boundary. In practice, where so often or most often one does not strictly produce up to the economical boundary and our functions are not realized as smoothly, this case occurs more often than one should believe while considering its theoretical requirements, and one of the reasons for it may lie herein, that the theoretical picture for tax problems often contrasts so much with the facts. Yes, one may be in doubt about whether one ever, namely during retail trade, can sufficiently grasp the processes with theoretical means, and whether the practitioner is not completely right in applying himself very little to the same. How a tax affects, for example, luxury horses, or dogs, or certain types of some semi-luxury items, for example, cigars, is quite ambiguous. Perhaps it is carried by the consumer as a rule, even if one should not expect this according to the theory. It is then thereby important that it is not felt very much at all by the same with regards to his most significant buying power. In these circumstances lies a distinctive feature of the so-called luxury taxes, which assigns a special position to the same, completely apart from the social and political moments. However, other circumstances also come into consideration. Thus, the lacking of completely free competition for some luxury items, one thinks that the reputation of a company plays an even greater role here than it usually does. A piece of jewelry that originates from the store of a small goldsmith can also be significantly less suitable for an otherwise identical nature of gift purposes than one of such, whose étui carries the name of one of the great and fashionable companies. But it is important to point out that apart from this, some approaches of the theoretical conception can in fact slip away. But we do not want to follow this thought process further, since we do not intend to give a complete tax theory. Let it suffice to have pointed out that our method, even there where it failed, accomplished valuable services for us, since it sharply highlights the pertaining point and thereby shows us the place where an approach other than the economical one has to be utilized, while one easily schemes over such gaps without it. That, which has been said, can also be represented geometrically, whereby it is practical, in order to make a representation in the plane possible, to again only consider the price and the cost as functions of the quantity of one good. But something, wherein our more complete approach leads to an important, new result is the following. In general, and excluding special cases, one can say that the price of a commodity cannot increase for the entire amount of a tax that was placed on the same. How important the proof for this result is, one becomes really aware of it when one surveys the popular dash, but also a portion of the scientific dash, but namely that discussion, which stands in the middle of both. There, I think of the material and the argumentations of enquêtes, commission reports, parliamentary reports, etc. This result readily arises from our simplified equation when we bring it into the form. in which the moments on which the distribution of the tax burden depend are expressed so succinctly and concisely that from the opponent of the theory, who does indeed still have to work with essentially the same thought, a certain approval can be expected. But an important exception to this rule is taught us by the more complete form of the equation, in the form. Expression is essentially positive and expresses the above represented truth, that the tax does not increase the price by its entire amount, as well as the moment, which determines how much of the tax will not appear in the price. The next term is essentially negative, but also has a negative algebraic sign, so that this works towards increasing the price through the same expressed moment, and counteracts that, which was expressed secondly. And the same applies to the last term, which is essentially positive and is provided with a positive algebraic sign. The final result is therefore dependent on the relative variable of the second term on the one hand, and the sum of the third and fourth term of the right side of our equation on the other hand. We cannot say anything in general about it, and the possibility is therefore explained and the reason for its existence proven that a tax on a commodity, which bears those relations to another, can increase the price of the same by more than the tax amount. Namely, this, let us recall, the meaning of our arithmetic expressions is dependent on the rate of increase of the costs with increasing quantity of production and the measure of the relations between both commodities. This result is now very important. Not as if the fact, that a tax on his product would be able to offer the manufacturer a positive advantage, were new. This is well known to every housewife. But one will always be inclined to ascribe that either to a monopoly-like position of the manufacturer, or to any other defect in the mechanism of free competition, or to the law of increasing returns. Every one of these moments can in fact be effective. We also admit that the same are far more frequent and practically more important than that, which is being discussed, and it is always quaestio facti what this phenomenon causes every time. But that, which is important to us in the matter is that such a possibility also arises from the standpoint of the pure theory. This is a result that can hardly be reproached with implicitness. I do not believe that one is able to find it and prove it without our method. We therefore have a case here, in which mathematics teaches us something that we cannot otherwise come to know. Especially the significance of the complementarity and rivalry in this connection that was first discovered by it and would be difficult to explain without it. We must deny ourselves elaborating these things, which would lead us far beyond the framework of our task. Perhaps that, which has been said already suffices in showing the reader that a fruitful area lies here, whose handling first lies in the beginnings, and that it does not promote the progress of science, to go past it quite carelessly or with brief rejection. I believe to have shown that the variations method is in fact the only way, the only means to get something out of all of that, which they can offer for the pure economical moments, and a first reminder follows from it to get acquainted with higher mathematics. Otherwise, it could happen that the progress of the economical theory completely falters, and this area appears unfruitful solely through the faults of its representatives. The case of the monopoly, which has already been handled altogether by Cournot in a classical way, especially presents itself to a mathematical treatment, which has acquired a high degree of completion through Professor Edgeworth and Marshall. The taxation of monopoly profits has a special interest primarily today for well-known reasons. And yet, as diligently as this question is being discussed, one can say that one is also generally not clear about the elements of the matter. Thus, a popular theory claims that every tax on a monopoly good can only affect the monopolist. In fact, what seems clearer than that the monopolist, who appointed the price in a way that his profit is a maximum, can also not gain an advantage through the changing of the same after the sanction of the tax, will consequently have to carry the tax. This is nevertheless not generally true, and if I think of the mathematical proof of the opposite possibility, then I cannot imagine how one is supposed to make the latter one clear without the help of higher analysis. But how up to date is this problem, for example, considering the punishments that are administered for some American trusts, which belong here indeed? By the way, also the proof that and why such a tax falls onto the monopolist as a rule is not so simple, and its exact form is not without interest. Just as important is the case of limited competition, perhaps even more important. However, we must deny ourselves of going into it. I believed it was better to linger on the presentation of one exact thought process and on the general principles of our method longer, and now no longer have room for anything further in the framework of this work. What kind of tax applies will also prove itself in a quite analog way for a premium. A simple changing of algebraic signs allows us, as one easily sees, to also stretch our thought process onto this case. But we may not forget to which limitations our result is subjected, especially that it only applies to small taxes and short periods. Regarding the first limitation, Cournot had suggested to break up a large tax into small parts, and thus successively also prove for them that, which initially only applies to every single one of the latter. This aid does not clear this difficulty away and also does not avoid it, because it does not make it possible for us to grasp the effect of a larger tax, which is indeed always issued at once. It requires that a small tax is issued and so to speak absorbed, and only then when the equilibrium is established again, the sanction of a similar, just as small one follows. Since it is clear that the effect of one of such processes would have to be an entirely different one than the sanction of the tax at once, since furthermore, as we have presented earlier, a deeper intrusion into the state of equilibrium would fundamentally change the same and would evoke phenomena, which are not even able to be presented with the means of static and perhaps the economy. Thus, we must renounce the stretching of our method. That fact that we are thereby not strictly limited to the infinitely small has also already been emphasized, but it will always be a question of each individual case whether and how much our method can accomplish for it. The same applies to the length of the pertaining time periods. We can only regard short periods in principle. Of course, some requirements, as for example free movement of the production factors in the area of study, would be more suitable for longer ones. But regardless, it is generally not possible for us to pass judgment on such without further ado. This would be very fatal now. Some taxes, for example a house tax, can only express a part of their effects immediately. Further effects, for example the ones that are dependent on the transfer of capital into other branches of production and on the limitation or stretching of the supply of houses, would evade our approach. And we in fact see that a dynamic moment regularly gets involved in discussions about the house tax, namely increase of the demand as a result of the increase of the population, certainly not without justification. One can impossibly disregard the same during judgment of this question. But this leads to ambiguity regarding the theoretical foundations, which are distinctly verifiable in all debates. In addition, our method would become inapplicable. But it is not quite so. Periods, which are long enough to fully show us all pure economical effects, are often not long enough to grant the dynamic moments too many developmental opportunities. We will therefore be able to avail ourselves of our approach in many cases, in which their static requirements do not quite apply. Only, we must then always be aware that we do not have entirely solid ground under our feet and cannot be surprised if our raisonnement does occasionally not correspond with the facts. However, we can also easily stretch our case to other taxes, as such of the kind that was just discussed, by ascribing real taxes of every kind to those, and finally even to personal taxes. This gives us an important way of conceiving the same at hand, whose applicability is however different from case to case. The general costs of a production are increases by a tax on an enterprise and can be reduced to the commodity unit. Point 3. It is by no means necessary to grasp taxes on rents and surplus as a sui generis case, as the classical authors have done. As our method makes continuing education of the realization, an increase of our insight possible and puts us in a position of adding some corrections of the generally accepted way of handling these questions, it also gives us a firm standpoint vis-a-vis the approach and the results of the older economy. One of the methods similar to ours, or better, the same method, only in incomplete form, has applied the latter to only the taxation of the product unit, for example, through a tariff. Apart from that, one operated with general principles and handled each case by itself. Our method places the entire tax theory, insofar as it is purely economical, on a uniform foundation. We could not have shown its merits better than through a brief discussion of the classical tax theory. But we can also not go into this here. Let us only give one example, the house tax. One of such would have to always fall onto the landlord, according to the classical authors, since, corresponding to the law of rate of profit and the wages theory of the same, neither on the building trade, nor on the wages can some of it stick. At any rate, this is the great principle. For houses that are already finished, one would really have to acknowledge exceptions. If one only acknowledges the formal principles, on which this thought process is based, as being correct, then the latter itself is also rather unobjectionable, not completely certain, because the analogousness of the rate of profit only then suffices for the conclusion, which is drawn here from it, if one can regards the building trade as insignificant vis-a-vis the mass of other possibilities of use of the capital. Otherwise, a tax on the same would influence the total niveau of the rate of profit, and so very well, a portion of the tax would fall on it. But how superficial and unsatisfying is this theory, how little it corresponds to reality. Ours, on the other hand, not only enables a more complete and more correct representation of the fundamental principles, but also a consideration of a myriad of finer moments. Thus, the influence of the structuring of means of transportation on the effect of a house tax, a differentiation between the different needs that are adequate for tenements, the rivalry between different parts of the city, etc. A good deal of very nice and theoretically, as well as practically, equally interesting results thereby arises. This was best elaborated by Professor Edgeworth, Econ. Journal 1897. However, the common discussion, which, as is well known, is currently led in a very lively manner, practically overlooks these things completely. It can experience quite a number of corrections and enrichments through the use of our method. This question is an excellent example of what a great difference the moment of the method can make for the results. The data are indeed the same for the theorist as for the practitioner, and yet, such a different effectiveness can be attained from them. In every step it shows how important a careful working out and correct handling of the formal instruments of the thought process is, therefore, how little redundant approaches of this type are, as the general portion of this section has brought them. I do not believe that someone, who has seen our method for this problem of the work, will make a contemptible judgment about it. Let a further use of our method in this area also be indicated, namely the theory of the income tax. Certainly, this one does not offer itself as easily for the grasping from our standpoint, and our contributions are less significant here than for the just mentioned problems. But nevertheless, two things can be done here. First, a theory of the progressive income tax, of the tax progression altogether, can be developed, due to the Bernoullian hypothesis. Thereupon, one can conceive the monetary income of our individuals quasi as a good, which has a specific value and a just as specific cost function. It is then possible to apply a similar raisonnement to the income tax and to gain similar results regarding its effects, as we have seen for our simplest case in which only one good was produced and consumed. Yes, therein should lie the most important practical use of this case that appears to be so unrealistic. To my knowledge, this has not happened yet, but I do believe that it is worth the effort, and that certain processes, which are not so completely clear to everyone, can thereby be accurately described. Finally, one can also grasp an income tax as a tax on the individual branches of income. We would encounter the difficulty here that only two of the same are static and therefore easy to handle. This is nevertheless a path to different, not uninteresting results. 2. Let us now skip to a second example, to the theory of tariffs. We also want to be very brief here and only say some things for epistemological reasons, but apart from that, we want to proceed differently here than for the first example. Have we primarily placed emphasis there on exemplifying the concrete process by means of which our method achieves its results, so here we want, with consideration for the fact on which we place so much emphasis, namely the fact that this process is always and everywhere the same in essence, in all ever so different areas, to only mention a few points, which are suitable for setting apart that, which the theory can achieve from that, which it cannot achieve, and to contribute to the better understanding of the essence and value of its results, to also free the theory from some misunderstandings and attacks, which it had been and is subjected to. Above all, during the discussion of the protective tariff, everything depends on carrying out both of the following differentiations. Firstly, one must differentiate the theoretical problem from the practical one. Whatever the result of the theory may be, it can never suffice to recommend or to damn a specific course of the trade policy for oneself alone. It lies at hand that the moments, which encompass the theory, always just form a portion of the matter and can be urged into the background by other considerations. And one therefore likes to possibly attack the politician, who only placed emphasis on economical moments, but it is certainly unjustified to condemn the theory for this reason. The tirades of the party conflict can therefore not direct themselves against it, and as long as the theorist remains a theorist, he will never be a politician. One must secondly differentiate between the static and the dynamic problem, between that, which one, although not quite correct, calls direct and further effects. In part, this differentiation coincides with the one between short and long periods, insofar as dynamic moments most often require a certain time in order to become effective. Developments need time. Now it makes no sense at all to simultaneously pit both groups of effects against one another. They are completely different from one another and most often quite incommensurable. If one were to realize this, then some controversies would become silent. In the consciousness of the politicians, dynamic moments mostly play the lead, which is, however, to be strictly differentiated from the question whether the parties, which they lean on, are also led by such contemplations or by the consideration for direct advantages and disadvantages. Now one can certainly claim that the aspects, which dynamic offers, are unequally greater than those of static. The future of the nation, the war of the races, etc., are certainly things next to which static arguments often appear petty and picayune. But this changes nothing on the fact that static and dynamic considerations are independent of one another and, each one for itself, has a healthy reason. Furthermore, also nothing on that fact that only the static ones are currently open for exact evidence and the only thing, which is able to offer strict science today. One can smile about it, this can only be partially resented, but one cannot deny these facts. Thereupon, the theory approaches the problem of the effects of tariffs with both of the following weapons. Firstly, it considers every tariff as a tax that is placed on commodities. From this follows that the problem is methodologically entirely the same as that of the tax theory, and results of the same nature and form can be captured. From this further follows that every other aspect of the problem of the theory is inaccessible. The second instrument of the theory is the assumption that between different national economies, the means of production are not freely movable. Therein lies the characteristic that this problem separates from that of tax. Insofar as free movement nevertheless exists, these processes do not distinguish themselves from the ones within the national economy. And insofar as there is also no completely free movement here, the difference between the two is an even smaller one. We will soon see that incidentally the latter moment allows for an important use. As a result, from the not all too great significance of that difference, the topic of the international values nearly materially coincides with that, which exists within the national economy. It is only separated historically from the general price theory because for its purposes, an approach was first worked out, which was different from the price theory at that time and is closer to the modern one. But today, where this approach is also applied to the general problem, there is actually no longer a reason for separation, at least from the standpoint of science. Further, in the way, which we have demonstrated the tax theory, a tariff theory, it would perhaps be better to speak of theories of the effects of taxes and tariffs can now also be attained, which can be formed very completely and interestingly and, insofar as the standpoint of the theory suffices, just as satisfyingly as correctly through the introduction of different data, of rivalry and complementarity of goods, of different forms and variables of the tariffs and of other circumstances. A series of corrections on popular and also scientific claims and quite a number of results, which cannot be captured differently, thereby arise, which are of undeniable value. Now, one may not forget their static character and everything that this involves in particular while assessing them. This cannot be repeated often enough. We can now not think of even just presenting a portion of these results here. Nevertheless, we want to say one thing. It arises that in general, a tariff diminishes the utility profit of both parts. But this indeed means nothing else than that this formal maximum of utility, on whose character and requirements we have placed so much emphasis, by no means that the welfare of both parts is also diminished. This basically just means something self-evident, namely that now, the same bartering acts are no longer made at the same price as before. This is self-evident because it follows directly from the distinct determination of both conditions. So far, this sentence is indisputable, but also without special interest. Its significance lies in the fact that one goes beyond it, over to the determination of that, which now happens, to the determination of the new prices and sales. Thereafter, our theory gives us a series of exceptions for this rule. J. St. Mill has already realized some of them, but they can only be completely captured with the help of higher mathematics. It is possible that the tariff is occasionally only carried by one part, yes, even that one part has an advantage from it. Our general rule is already not without value. That the tariff is generally carried by both parts is not self-evident, even if it seems to be clear enough. Those exceptions are furthermore also well known to the practitioner. But they are often overestimated, often also impugned. To really satisfyingly prove them, but to simultaneously limit to their actual meaning is only possible with the help of our theory. As an example of its value, let the catchphrase of the taxation of the foreigner be quoted, which plays such a great role in England. Our theory delimitates very clearly what can be true about it. First, the foreigner carries a portion of the tariff in general. And furthermore, it is in individual cases, whose characteristic of exception, however, comes forward in the exact raisonnement, that he carries the entire tax and possibly even more. Or another example, the claim that measures, which are of the nature of protective tariffs, amount to the destruction of machines, etc., has also stirred up much dust. In regards to the theory, the matter can be straightened out without every necessary échauffement. They are similar insofar as both measures lead to a limiting of supply, and insofar as a limitation of the supply can provide the opponent advantages, which are smaller as a rule, but not necessarily than the damage that thereby arises for the other one. They are both advantageous in a certain sense, but this is also all. If one also considers the profit of the Treasury as a result of the customs revenue, our theory naturally also applies to the essence and the effects of the financial tariff, and further, the possible backlashes of the tariff on the domestic price of the commodity that is burdened by a foreign country, as well as its effects on the price of other goods. Therefore, a very complicated problem arises, which does not allow for a simple solution and is very much in need of a correct method. As a whole, we can say that neither the free trade argument can be based on our rule, nor the protective tariff argument can be based on our exceptions, which generally gain strength through the complications that were just indicated. The answers, which the theory gives, are very different according to the situation of the case. It is certainly possible, for individual groups of interest, as well as for the entire national economy, to make profits through corresponding tariff political measures. But whether the same are significant enough in order to outweigh the effect of retortion measures cannot be said exactly, since that depends on the importance that one precisely gives credit to the interests, which are in question, and those, which thereby suffer. In fact, that, which has been said should reproduce the standpoint of the most advanced theorists, who are turning away from short and easily ready rules about our question more and more. Finally, we can therefore state the sentence that the static theory does not support the free trade argument, or nevertheless not in a significant way. Our general rule seems to do that, but if one first off considers its requirements, and secondly its exceptions, and thirdly, complicated cases altogether, then one comes to the realization that its practical meaning is very scarce. Our static theory therefore does give us many important results, and this is, in view of the complexity of the problem, virtually a testament of its accuracy and life truth, no simple, general answer. It is only to be added that the most important arguments pro and con protective tariffs are not static, hence, still evade the exact conception today. One sees this most pronounced for the theory of the educational tariff, but this also applies to most of the others. Namely therefore also for the free trade argument, because this one is by no means based on those small building blocks, which the static theory can contribute to it, but rather to a far greater extent on the opinion that free commerce of the economic development is of greatest use. But all these things require longer periods. But let us conclude. We must deny ourselves of going into the discussion of individual arguments, as compelling as the task of collecting the granules of truth is, which are contained within them. One only thinks of the catchphrase of the protection of national labor and to battle methodic and contextual errors. But it must suffice us to have said those things, which we believe to have had to say in the interest of the static theory, and above all, to have emphasized that they are completely inadequate for the role of a political weapon in the controversy of great principles. It may indeed solve smaller, clearly transcribed problems. 3. In a similar manner, the possibility arises to work out a pure economical, static theory of the assignment of income, which is subjected to the same essence, the same value, and the same limitations as both of the theories that were just outlined. Above all, one may not confuse them with the theory about the concrete tendencies of the assignment of income, as it has already been elaborated in the general part of this section, namely for two reasons. Firstly, our laws can only be formal ones and cannot say anything about the concrete relations, for example, at present, and secondly, one can also not readily want to find the result in reality even then, when the necessary data were to be given, because other, dynamic moments are also effective here, which are missing in our static picture. But despite that, enough is left for being able to extract interest for this branch of our theory. Already the classical authors have constructed laws of movement of incomes in regards to one another, and one will have to say that that, which has been achieved by them is nearly the only thing that we possess in this area. Despite many rudiments, the modern theory has not yet made an advance to a systematic answering of this question, and there is still much to do there. From our standpoint we encounter the difficulty that there are only two branches of income, but in the few remarks that are supposed to follow here, this will no longer emerge disruptively. We want to therefore nevertheless speak of the prices of the means of production, even if in our opinion, a group of the same does not represent a pure income. The first thing that we can say, a first, general rule is that every arbitrary increase of the price of one of the means of production damages the owners of all of them, once as a consumer and thereupon, by and large, also as a manufacturer. This sentence sounds very controversial, but is just as true and just as innocent as our general rule in previous paragraphs. Quite similar to there, the primary interest pertains to the clarification of all effects and to the exceptional cases, and just as there, a very complete theory can thereby be captured. One will sooner admit that a limitation of the quantity of one of the production factors damages all constituent parts of the national economy. This rule also has exceptions. It can happen, this depends on the form of the supply and demand curves, that the limitation of the supply, for example, of labor for all laborers is advantageous in the same way as the destruction of a part of the supply of another good for its seller. It can therefore be proven that, which is so often impugned, that a general strike can not only nominally increase the wages, but also the amount of laborers of all laborers of the amount of the available consumption goods. There is a good deal of such results. These include many very complicated ones, and much can happen for the clarification of some discussions through working them out. But our theory does not give a general answer to the question, which incomes fall and rise simultaneously and which move in contrast to one another, of the determination as the classical authors gave. This is nevertheless only an advantage. Such stark, Firm rules do not exist, or better, one can only construct them for the price of the acceptance of requirements, which then do have too little to do with reality. Precisely the circumstance that our theory gives a good deal of special answers and that different results arise from different data begets its life truth, the great progress, which it shows vis-a-vis the classical system. If, for example, a purchase of a product rises as a result of the increase of demand for the same, then this increase will generally benefit all its means of production. We can thereby express the relation of its participation through a formula, which very jubilantly unites strength and clarity with suitability for every possible situation. It is the relation of the elasticities of its respective demand curves. Next to such movements, which take place for all production factors in the same sense, we can then also consider others for which the opposite is the case, without contradicting ourselves. Our results can still be enhanced by means of different methodological measures. One can conceive the three production factors as three separate national economies, and then directly apply the theory of the international values to the commerce between the same, as Professor Edgeworth has suggested. The group of the consumption goods could form a fourth of such a national economy. And this aspect is very frightening. One can furthermore touch the matter from the side of the monetary income and examine how an increase of the same functions, which also leads to self-evident results and much more. What are the classical laws of movement supposed to do for us vis-a-vis this? Insofar as they affect the wage, they are dependent on population theoretical requirements. According to this, the laborers cannot win or lose under any circumstances. The price of the produced means of production must sink during the increase of their quantity, and it therefore arises that the landowner primarily has the advantage of progress, which corresponds with the result of the formal raisonnements of the classical theory of ground rent. One can go ahead and say that this is correct under corresponding requirements. On the other hand, Carey's law of distribution, for example, is completely mistaken and still be convinced of the lesser value of this theory. It is therefore good that we have other things to put in its place. 4. One is able to capture yet many a thing with our method. In fact, all pure economical problems can indeed be brought into the schema, insofar as they are not concerned with certain primary questions, such as the essence of the incomes, etc. And the primary difficulty lies there, as we have said, most often more in the stylization of the facts, so that they fit into every schema. The discovery of the individual theories then is, if this is successful, mostly very simple. In fact, these theorems are indeed the same for all the different problems, which cannot be emphasized enough vis-a-vis the difference of the forms. It deals with gaining a standpoint from which the things can be grasped in a way as we need it to be. According to the situation of the case, one can overlook such a greater or a smaller part of the matter, the results will have more or less value. But nevertheless, everything that is purely economical and static about it arises in this way. And there lies a broad, fruitful field of research, whose exploitation is just in the early stages. One can say that currently, even the most elementary principles of the method are foreign to most economists. Definitely as a disadvantage for this circle of problems, it is very distant to them, so much the more in questions, which have not already been discussed since the beginning stages of the economy. But the modern theory must rise to the occasion for precisely such new tasks. We want to limit ourselves to the following remarks. An important part of economics, which so to speak offers itself to the application of our method entirely on its own, is transportation. As one can easily see, the effects of the transportation costs on the price and aptitude for sales of the commodities can be grasped without much difficulty as the ones of tariffs, so that one can reduce this problem to the first one of the ones presented by us, and therein lies the entire economical theory of transportation. In the same manner as in the case of taxes and tariffs, we are introducing the tariff rates into our system of equations and observing how the state of equilibrium changes under its influence. Data from practice help us to give our sentences concrete content matter, and to bring the same in closer relation to individual problems. We can thereby exactly examine the influence of differential tariffs, of discrimination, of tariff wars, etc., insofar as these things are purely economical and insofar as they can be statically explained. This certainly does not suffice to completely understand, for example, the tariff policy of a country or even just of an enterprise. Insofar as it has its eye on far-lying purposes, especially being supposed to promote or hinder a development, insofar as socio-political and other non-economical moments also affect it, one will always find a discrepancy between theory and facts. But one will mostly explain it satisfactorily and will always be able to understand a significant part of the phenomena with our means, perhaps a greater one than many a national economist is inclined to accept. The theory of monopoly performs services that are especially important, since a monopolistic or even monopoly-like position pertains to most of the large transportation enterprises. One can say that all questions, which can be brought into the schema price formation of the transportation performances and reaction of their price on the one of the other goods and their turnover, can be answered very satisfactorily. The freight tariffs in the sense of our interdependency system do not only affect the commodities that actually reach the transport, but also all the others. There has to be an influence on the price of a good if it, for example, has to be depleted at the place of manufacturing due to the tariffs being too high. The effect of a tariff is not exhausted with its influence on a concrete commodity. This in fact affects all prices and incomes of the national economy through the increase of some incomes on the one hand, and through the decrease of others on the other hand. All of these things are made clear by our method. Finally, we can put the collection of tariffs in relation to the manufacturing costs, or at least the costs of operations of the transportation enterprises, and examine these relations. But what does the common theory of transportation offer? Above all, it offers truisms about the importance of transportation, about the influence of its progress in the development of the people. We hear that without the same, a higher level of culture is possible, that it overcomes the moment of the local distance and pushes the markets closer to one another, that it is an essential factor in the formation of a global economy, and so forth. One presents that the commerce by letter, by telegraph, and by telephone is an integrating moment of technology, of the modern economy, and is indispensable to the same. The trains and steamships have made new production combinations possible and have created new economies. And for all that, data are most often given to us, also most often overviews of the historical development. What scientific worth does this have? Everyone knows all this quite well, and I believe that one is not able to read such like remarks without disappointment. Descriptive examinations of this area certainly have value, yes, they are indispensable. But the general discussions of the theoretical economists offer extraordinarily little of interest. But thereupon, one maintains to discuss questions of the transport policy. A railway enterprise is a very important factor to the entire national economy. It is furthermore a great power in itself. The question how it makes use of its influence and whether or not one should entrust it to the hands of private ones, then the discussion of the advantages and disadvantages of the government enterprise concerns the economists much more than theoretical problems. The national economical and legal questions that are connected with the phenomenon of discrimination and the like, this is what one primarily means by the theory of transportation. The same are certainly very important, but they are by far more practical than scientific questions, and they are the arguments of parties and groups of interest that one also encounters in scientific literature. In a similar manner, one can single out every element of cost of a good and finally every good altogether, in order to continually gain such general sentences about the effects of small changes of its quantity or its price, in the same manner as we have presented them. Nothing else was that, which we did for the theory of the assignment of income, also nothing else for the theory of transportation. There are many similar applications, although they are of lesser significance. The daily life gives them to us in profusion, and in view of the relative complexity of these questions and their undeniable importance, a careful development of the method is certainly not without value. Of course, for practical purposes, it is mostly only a matter of concrete facts. The conditions, under which the price, for example, of cotton changes and which effects this has on the sales of the makes and on the involved industries, finally, on the entire national economy. All this can only be examined due to static material of any kind, and the practitioner will turn to his experience in business and politics, and not to the theory, but the theory itself is able to gain new suggestions and problems, data for its abstract schemes from business experience and statistics, and will certainly be in a position to sooner or later approach the facts with its system of equilibrium and its theorems. The practice of the economic life, especially that of the stock exchanges, has led to the development of an entire series of popular theories about price movements, etc., which, may they be as incomplete as possible, do represent the sediment of extensive experience in a similar manner to the rules of weather of the farmer. Without giving much thought to the deeper connections, the experienced stockbroker knows to anticipate the changes of the bank rates and takes advantage of the interaction between the prices of the stock values. The finance article of every newspaper contains more theory and more for theory than one should believe. Of course, these theoretical elements only seem rudimentary and disconnected, but our system gives us the means to prove and to adjust it. We can also expect something of the future here. May it also stay far behind the keen hopes that one dedicated oneself to in earlier times. The tax and tariff theory, or better, the sentences that the national economists initially developed in connection to and in view of these questions, therefore only represent special cases of a thought process, which is capable of a very broad application, insofar a general case, as there is thereby no talk of a specific good, and a change for the production relations is demonstrated the simplest through a tax or a tariff. And this entire broad circle of problems is able to experience an essentially perfected approach. This basing of the exact tax theory on a concrete scientific foundation on the one hand, and its generalization on the other hand, these are progresses, which I may recommend for the attention of the reader indeed. It is deep insight into the gearing mechanism of the economic life, which our system opens to us here. We want to give another example of a somewhat bolder application of our method, however, only very briefly, namely the examination of the effects of technological progress, therefore primarily in order to name the catchphrase under which the pertaining discussion is known well, the effect of the introduction of the machines. In typical life we already find both of the views being supported, between which science also fluctuates. The type of one of them is the feature section of a newspaper, which enthusiastically celebrates the achievements of technology and predicts all beneficial consequences imaginable of the same. The type of the other one is the conception of the laborer, who curses and occasionally destroys the machines. We can be certain from the very beginning that both views are not unjustified. Because the practice of daily life only rarely grasps something completely wrong, what appears as aberrance is often quite consequential from the standpoint of the negotiator, and the one judging forgets too easily that his standpoint is also a subjective one. That fact that a labor-saving invention is initially and by and large advantageous to the consumer is just as indisputable as the other one, that the laborer also by and large and directly suffers damages in his work opportunity and in his wage. The scientific discussion of the topic shows the features that are well known to us. Without bringing the question into organic connection with the foundations of the theory, one attempted to argue with general arguments for one or the other conception and to get to just as general of an answer, until one saw that one did not get any further and constantly ran into the same arguments, which do in fact not convince anyone, even if they are not unjustified. Then one tiredly turned away from the theory and fell into the other extreme, namely to despair of it and to suffice with the awareness to have realized its worthlessness. Always the same drama, pretensions and mistakes, justified attacks but which go too far and throw the baby out with the bath water, and then that state, which one could consider as disorganization of the discussion. But is there no other remedy than radical rejection of the theory? Certainly, namely a better theory. How can we reach it? Two remarks thereto. For one, we can and actually must relegate the question to dynamic. A primary reason of there being no result for the controversy certainly lies in not distinguishing between direct and further effects, between short and long periods. Marx and his students have above all emphasized the first one, the compensation theory has especially placed emphasis on the latter one. But then we can also attempt to introduce our new machines into the static system. This is principally, as no longer needs to be explained here, inadmissible, but if its influence is not too great, then we can nevertheless try it. It can also not be done readily, but we can help ourselves with different devices. We only want to indicate the latter ones. It would not suffice to simply assume an increase of the available supply of tools. But it is perhaps possible to somehow express that fact that through this increase, labor becomes dispensable. But perhaps the assumption would be better that the acquirers of new machines are suddenly in the possession of a specific quantity of labor. Once one has adjusted the new machines to our system in this manner or somehow, then the variations method will automatically give us all effects of its introduction, insofar as they are static, in an exact and clear manner, and an abundance of interesting and really sustainable results will arrive. And these will probably also maintain themselves under conditions that cannot be called static strictly speaking. So we are finally also able to advance against the problems of dynamic with our method. How far? This is always quaestio facti. We can never penetrate the core of the same. The great developmental tendencies surely go beyond our system, play on other stages. We only hear their voice like a growling of distant thunder. But, as the case may be, our method is nonetheless able to give us a great deal of practical results and, what is more important than that, a series of valuable realizations. We must learn to forego the demands of the older national economists. However, enough valuable things remain. For us, it was only a matter of presenting that this is the way it is, and we cannot go into the details of the matter. Of course, our method is a powerful instrument for the mastering of facts, which protects us from being mastered by them, to lose ourselves in them. Once one has realized its value and has paid heed to its teachings, then the scientific discussion will have been lifted to a higher niveau. Only through the understanding of the variations method does the path lead to certainty in the solution of concrete economical problems, to that certainty, for which we envy the natural sciences today, and also the path to the results, which are worthy of universal approval and will meet with it. Part B. Summary of that, which arises out of the previously stated for the judgment of the essence, the value of realization, and the developmental possibilities of the theoretical economy. 1. Nature or essence of the exact economy. I have strived to present the essential content of that area, which is generally understood by the term theoretical economics. This term has indeed gained a somewhat further, altogether different meaning in especially German, and one may say that that, which is offered only covers a portion of the same, for example that, which one could consider as pure traffic theory. But at any rate, our theorems and the foundations of our system apply by and large and at least in essence to every state of the economy, especially also to the commerce-less, closed, or isolated one, as we have attempted to work out. In addition, we saw that all other constituent parts of economics are either worthless or belong to essentially different areas and demand other methods. We therefore consider ourselves justified in considering that, which has been set as the core of the economy. But we do not want to insist on it. Let one call our discipline as one may, it is only decisive that it is a self-contained, autonomous province of the kingdom of knowledge. We only adhere to the former name for purposes of practicability. We are not dealing with what the modern German sociologist, social philosopher, or even economist defines as his area. We are also not passing judgment on him and his research, but rather simply that former type of economics, which he often considers having to shelve, that type of economics, which one condemns or defends without actually really knowing what is to be considered of it. The purpose of this last part of our work is to say the latter, or, better, to once again summarize our results regarding this question. It is no longer supposed to bring anything new, but rather only contain that, which arises out of the previous, in my opinion a final judgment of the value of realization of our discipline. The same lies in and arises from that, which has been said, and if we will speak somewhat more generally here, then one nevertheless does not want to forget that because of it, we are not basing on the practical scientific work, on the experience that arises from it, and on the concrete scientific goals any less than for our earlier approaches, not on general premises or on metaphysical speculations. The reader will soon see that he has nothing to fear in this regard. Our intent is primarily only to dryly and clearly sum up, and the simplicity and austerity of our executions will dissipate every suspicion in this direction and, as I hope, make the impression of complete composure and reliability. I gladly forego colorful phrases for this price. In fact, I should have to leave that, which I want to say here, up to the judgment of the reader. I basically have no right to anticipate the same. Such an appendix of the actual exposition would actually not even be necessary in any other discipline, also not in works that place more emphasis on epistemological questions than it commonly occurs. Goals and methods, value of the results, all this is much too clear there to have to be especially grappled with vis-a-vis a further audience, even today where criticism also does not stop in front of the proudest scientific structures. Few are there who doubt, many trust. But it behaves conversely for us. And if I myself were to not say plenty now about that, which I consider to be the truth, to point out the jumble of opinions of parties, then I would be nothing less than reassured about which final judgment about the essence and value of the theoretical economy would be taken from that, which has been said. The power of the phrases of the parties about the ghosts is too great. The latter are too little accustomed to look at the matter themselves and not their political or philosophical theater cloak. So once again, what is the situation that surrounds the little, exact island of knowledge that we recommend one's attention towards? What is its nature? Is it a sandbank or a boulder? Is there organic life on it or not? Is it fruitful or fruitless? Is it useful as a coal station or in some other way? What is it worth? And how does it behave towards the large mainland of the remaining exact knowledge of humanity on the one hand, and towards the sea of facts that surround it on the other hand? We will seek to answer these questions briefly. But we will not be allowed to thereby forget that the decision is in the hands of the reader, of what he wants to think of it. A number of viewpoints that seem important to me may therefore only be very briefly and almost solely suggestively emphasized, and apart from that, we want to distance ourselves from every absolutism and not only enforcedly grant everyone the freedom of his opinion, but rather emphasize ourselves that one can be of different opinions about many points, yes, even has to be, without one of them being able to claim the privilege of sole accuracy. But in addition we will still have something else to discuss or nevertheless touch upon here. Not only what one should think about that, which the economy offers today, is so unclear, but also and perhaps even more what one has to hope for it from the future. In which direction and how should one continue to work? Is there even anything new to discover or have the basics already been achieved? And where does this new lie? Which paths lead to it? Is the current foundation of our discipline capable of development or are fundamental changes preparing themselves as some reformers believe? Must other methods be found in order to advance further, or can significant things still be gained with the old ones? These questions have also already been answered in the previous part, and it can only be spared to formulate this answer, which gives us our present executions by itself. It is, however, also necessary. Several outlooks will therefore arise for the great question now what, and for the nearest future of our science. That, which we can offer here can only be brief and incomplete. And here too the reader will have to decide for himself, what there still is in our area, beyond the achieved. This can only be precisely stated to a limited degree. And we want to suffice ourselves with it. Every man can only feel, anticipate further details, and his hopes will be different, according to his strength and inclinations. The point of view that everything has already been done is just as comfortable and superficial as the one that everything has yet to be done. Both are not to be taken seriously or nevertheless not literally. The truth lies between both extremities, but by no means at the same point for everyone. To one, the achieved seems to be more complete, to another, in need of reform according to his personality and the standpoint that his concrete work instructs him. Whoever works in groundbreaking areas has less insight into the smaller defects of the theory's detail. whoever is directly working out the latter often has little understanding for the work of the other. Both will think differently about the direction and the means of the further progress. And each of these subjective opinions has its justification, and an exact verification of the right or wrong of one or the other is impossible. Everyone ultimately has to arrange that only with himself. 2. The question of the essence of our exact system can now be answered very briefly and clearly due to that, which we have already said about it. The purely static economy is nothing else than an abstract picture of certain economical facts, a schema that is supposed to serve for the description of the same. It is based on certain assumptions and is insofar a creature of our arbitrariness, just the same as that every other one is exact science. So if the historian says that our theory is a figment of our imagination, then he is correct in a sense. Surely, in the world of phenomena itself there are neither our assumptions, nor our laws. But an objection against the same does not follow from it yet, because this does not prevent that they suit the facts. Where does this now come from? Simply from there that we have indeed proceeded arbitrarily but rationally during the construction of our schema, we have simply constructed the same with regards to the facts. To make use of the phrase of a deep thinker, the tailor does produce the skirt and the same is insofar a product of his arbitrariness as he could have certainly also cut it differently. We will nevertheless expect that it fits and not be surprised about it at all if this is the case, because he will tailor it to measure. We will therefore also not misuse our sovereignty, but rather make such assumptions which are forced upon us by the facts and from which we can reasonably assume that they will not become disavowed from the same. This can nevertheless happen constantly, and all that we can do for it is choose our fundamental assumptions in a way that we can calmly face this eventuality. We work in order to adhere to our picture, not constantly to measure, but rather wish that our schema also suits the facts that we have not observed. But like the tailor who upholds a stock of ready-made skirts, we expect that our product suits a sufficient number of customers. And our expectation confirms itself by and large. The tailor then says that his skirts would have fit, we say that our sentences are universal. Now the latter does not mean, and we hardly still need to emphasize it, that they are some laws that are stipulated to the universe, or even that they rule the world of phenomena like beings outside the same standing, metaphysical world, but rather nothing else at all than that they maintain themselves to a significant degree, to such a significant degree that their construction is worthwhile. However, they do not absolutely do this. We often encounter contradicting instances. Now, great tactic is necessary for such. One will soon neglect them, soon control them with ancillary hypotheses, soon ascribe them to different areas and abstract from them in our theory, but it will occasionally commend itself to drop our other approach for them. As we have said, to properly proceed here is difficult and a criterion of scientific competence. We must truly quote the facts, this is the entire purpose of our approach, but we may nevertheless allow ourselves to be mastered by them. Just as an artist must carefully observe his object, but may nonetheless not lose himself in details, we also must meet both of the contrary demands and simultaneously defend the overgrowth of the individual facts, which smudges the great lines, and not deny the nature of truth, to so to speak discipline the facts and still let them run free. Hardly anyone steers entirely unscathed between the Scylla and the Charybdis, and there are no absolute rules for it at any rate. It is now extraordinarily important for the correct understanding of our, and ultimately every, theory to remain aware of this arbitrary character of the same and to not look for the expression of some absolute truths in it. It is none other than a descriptive method, and it must be judged as such and be equipped rough and ready. If one says that one expresses the essential thing or even the necessary thing within the theoretical laws, then this does not mean that an essential difference exists between the categories of facts termed as such, that one group of them are the consequence of great laws and the others are only causes for disturbance. This does not even mean that the first ones are absolutely more important than the latter ones, or that these would have a tendency to disappear. Only a rule of measure lies in it, to simplify the representation and to prevent it from becoming hopelessly complicated. Once one has understood this, One especially knows that only the purpose justifies the theory, only the success justifies it. Many objections, of course, also many pretensions are thereby eliminated that otherwise barricade our path. There is nevertheless an inclination in which one can say that the theory is absolutely valid, yes, unfailing and even independent of factual observations. This is sustainable by its logical accuracy. As one has said that the theory of light is independent of the existence of any phenomenon that suits it, one could also claim this of the pure price theory. But it would be a great fallacy to believe that one has thereby gained something for the theory, has also conferred a higher dignity on it, because what does the sentence mean if it is supposed to be accurate? Obviously none other than that a system of somehow defined terms by means of the rules of logic allows a derivation of certain judgments, against which no objection can be made from the standpoint of these rules, if only they had not been defied. This is of course true, even an implicitness, a truism, and applies from every system of concepts, as also from the one of the economy. But of what use is this to us? None, absolutely none. A system of such could therefore be completely unfounded of every usefulness, yes, of every meaning. Its value of realization can only come from the supply of facts, which has given rise to its construction. It is only characterized by this and can only be understood from it. This is all that we want to say here about the question of the nature of the theoretical economy, about the question what the economists actually do when they theorize. One has most often asked oneself the same in the form of one asking whether the theory is deductive or inductive. The answer was for the first, and a quite intense fight about the advantages and disadvantages of the deduction was the result. We can only express our sympathy about it for the involved parties. In spite of the fact that it cannot be the task of a special discipline to try a logical method, the entire question has failed. One could have just as well fought over the modus barbara. What does one-sided deductive approach mean? What use is a glorification of the deduction to us? But above all, it is inconceivable to me how the representatives of the theory could admit that the latter is solely deductive. If they meant to say that the theory represents a deduction of certain eternal, inalterable laws, then the reproach of most unfounded speculation would come upon them, how the latter in a certain connection with the deductive approach even stands, however little importance such a connection may have by itself. But let us drop this and rather briefly answer the question, in what sense is our theory deductive? Now, in the same sense as every exact science, let us say, for example, as astronomy. It can nevertheless not befall on anyone to deny the latter its empirical character or its justification in the facts. So how does the matter behave? Our points of departure are certainly induced. Further inductions as well as deductions follow it without an unbiased observer being able to find something objectionable or even noticeable in it. This is as simple as possible. Have also already stated what is to be considered of our fundamental assumptions. It no longer needs to be emphasized that they are not demands. But even apart from this, hypotheses can still play different roles, namely the following two. A hypothesis can be a statement about facts, express an assumption about an actual occurrence, or it can be a formal assumption, to which nothing in reality needs to correspond in itself, but which must lead to healthy results. For example, the hypotheses of history, as for example the one about the creation of cities, are of the first type. The ones of exact sciences, as for example the molecular hypothesis, are of the latter one. Both varieties are different according to the essence, as well as the scientific role. According to the essence, one of them attempts to reconstruct one of the facts inaccessible to the observation and requires verification. The others are arbitrary assessments and do not need to be true in themselves if they only achieve that which is desired. According to the role, the first ones already represent results in themselves and want to convey to us knowledge that is the purpose of their construction. The latter ones are methodological construction aids, which do not tell us anything by themselves, but are rather only supposed to lead to other results. Both are based on facts, the historical, as well as the exact hypotheses, but in an entirely different manner. one of them is based on factual material it would otherwise be in trouble only on an incomplete one that it is supposed to complete. Facts also induce us for the construction of the other ones, otherwise our skirt would not fit, but in principle, the assessment of these hypotheses is arbitrary and unnecessary, it is dependent on the lack of counter-instances. The first type of hypotheses can finally be a cause for serious differences in opinion, but the latter one is indifferent in itself, and only its purpose can be discussed, not its accuracy. Now, our hypotheses are only of this nature. They are fundamentally innocent in themselves and involve nothing, at which one could take offense from any standpoint in principle. And if theorists and opponents of the theory had always realized this, then our theory would have been spared many unfruitful discussions. What the historian actually means when he accuses the theory of its deductive approach and demands a factual study is not that the theory takes no account of facts, misunderstandings on his part and encroachments of the theorists aside, but rather something else. He believes, and perhaps partially with good reason, that facts other than the ones described by the theory are more interesting. At least this is the most important content of the historical objections, although not their only one. But we do not want to speak about it here, rather, only the relation of the theory to its own factual material is supposed to be indicated at this point. This can be done in brief, that every theorem and every result must be verified by the facts is clear and is acknowledged by everyone in principle, even though it is often, very often neglected in practice. It is just as clear if one were to believe that the points of departure of every theoretical reasoning can also only be facts, and that all results only flow, although often indirectly, out of factual observations. How is it that this is not always realized and even less often emphasized accordingly? This would be difficult to explain. But it is certain that for the opponents of the theory, their task was thereby unseemly alleviated. However, this is not yet everything. Factual observations also influentially, correctively, inspiringly, and warningly play into the theoretical reasoning itself, and this is comprehended the least. It was hopefully successful to convincingly instance it in the previous example. This moment uncovers a much closer relation between theory and description than even our verification that both are fundamentally essential. They must also go hand in practice. Just as one goes beyond the simplest elements, new views into reality will become necessary, new data indispensable. And as the theory is able to sharpen the view for the facts, let it be said under any reserve, these react fructifying to the theory in every step. The smallest observation can lead to a surprising change. We have finally still become acquainted with points at which the pure theory completely fails and where it must clear the field for an entirely new factual study. To sum up this portion of our argument, the structure of the theory appears very independent in itself, but it is nevertheless entirely based on factual observations. Yes, the necessity and the influence of the same reaches much farther than is generally realized and admitted. The deciding point that everything depends on is in the separation of two different aspects of the matter. On the one hand, we have the principal arbitrariness of our theory, on which its system, its strength and exactness is based, and on the other hand, its adequacy for and conditionality through the phenomena, which alone give its content and value. If one distinguishes between these moments and if one puts them into the correct relation to one another, then a clear conception arises, which successfully overcomes the difficulties and doubts, as they encounter us in the common discussion of these questions. One could say all of this about every exact discipline. In fact, the theoretical economy is an exact science according to its essence, as we have already stated previously, and as it probably now arises in an evident nature, as for example, pure mechanics, with which it is so often compared. We now see that an actual moment lies in this comparison. One could even say that all exact disciplines, including ours, are not only essentially equal, but actually only one and the same, namely one and the same system of equations. The same problem of equilibrium always forms the core of all. The only difference lies in the interpretation of the individual variables of the equations. We are thereby certainly aware that a healthy meaning lies, or nevertheless can lie, in the objections that were raised in the circles of the economists against such comparisons. These objections are however partially based on prejudices, but they are certainly justified in part, and a mechanistic conception of, for example, the essence of economics must appear as certainly being questionable, yes, failed, and nevertheless as being outdated. But we are keeping ourselves free from the possible mistakes that lie here. We did not proceed from such a premise, but rather unbiasedly approached our tasks, whereby it only arises afterwards that the structure of the pure economy is also a system of equations of the kind as we find in other exact disciplines. But then we do not extract any material conclusions from these facts, neither such social or political nature, nor any altogether, rather expressively acknowledge that no such thing not possible. This analogy only applies formally and methodologically, and even there only for certain fundamental theorems. This cannot appear any more questionable than, for example, the claim that similar, logical rules prove themselves for the economy, as well as for mechanics. However, to the extent that we believe that our comparison offers good services to the highlighting of the essence of our discipline, we will not go any further. I believe that this conception leaves little room for a controversy. Let us go ahead and look at this latter one as it has actually been led. We in turn find, as we have said, that right and wrong lies on both sides. One often looks for objections against the pure theory with reference to confute the exact sciences. But we observe that such arguments make little impression on the opponents, partially unjustifiably. To scoff at economy in vacuo is certainly superficial, as proper and effective as it may be. However, this aversion is partially justified, because one certainly has a right to demand that the methodical questions of our science are solved by their problems and subsequent to their goals, and not through vague analogies. For this reason, and also for the reason because the mechanical analogy can definitely be misused and was misused, we have absolutely foregone such arguments in general and also express ourselves with every reserve here, where we nevertheless make use of the same for the purpose of the clarification of the nature of our system. A remark presents itself here. It is one of the most favorite activities of the modern philosophers to unite the subject matter of the individual disciplines, in order to make use of their expression, to an architectonic, whole one. We are not allowing ourselves to pass judgment on the worth or worthlessness of such endeavors, which nevertheless make tremendous demands on every one that behooves them. But we can certainly demand that no harm is thereby done to our discipline. Certain universally known classifications of the individual sciences into different groups now apply to this purpose, namely the ever so modern one in natural sciences and humanities and several other, similar ones. It appears quite innocent in itself, but it is actually nothing less than harmless. A judgment on the essence of the individual disciplines also always hides itself in it, which can lead and actually has led to the construction of a priori demands for their goals and methods. It seems to us that a range of prejudices, misunderstandings, and unscientific tendencies lie here now, which must be regretted all the more, for these circles have a significant influence not only on public opinion, but also for us, on the experts in each area in contrast to the other, more self-assured sciences. A serious obstacle to progress of true realization in the area of the social sciences is growing there in Germany, under the protection of authorities of philosophical nature and metaphysical catchwords. But apart from this, and assuming that one carries out these attempts entirely unbiased, the economist by discipline can only have a nervous feeling in doing so, similar to that which one feels when one is in an automobile whose steering is entrusted to a novice. One can only peremptorily caution against trusting those shimmering phrases, and cannot preach a type of economic Monroe doctrine urgently enough. Let us only briefly and dryly formulate the conception that arises from concrete work. According to its methodological and epistemological nature, the pure economy would be a natural science and its theorems natural laws in the sense that was defined in the first part of this work. This claim applies entirely independent of a priori contemplations of any nature. One could still admit that the economy is in another sense concerning the contents of form of humanities and insofar of another character than its methodological sisters. Only, this factor does not come into consideration for the treatment of its problems. We, who do not want to philosophize or politicize, never had occasion to therefore assign an exceptional position to the exact economy, although we would have absolutely been ready to give one of such its right to have it. Only its minimal development and the organization of scientific operation brings with it that it appears to be excluded from the realm of the exact disciplines. 3. As many reservations as a comparison of two sciences to one another always has against it, as much as it must always be limping, it can nevertheless not be denied that it can contribute many a thing to the understanding of its essence. And precisely in the study of our discussions, in which we currently find ourselves, we can avail ourselves this aid with greater freedom than during the examination of concrete problems, and need to fear less than there that it can lead us astray. Even otherwise, apart from the purpose of the analogy, the contemplation of the relationships of our science with others contributes to enlightening us about its essence, namely to show us its independency again. We therefore want to still dwell a bit upon these things, as much as there has already been said about them, and as dry as the subject matter is. Deterred from the many attacks of exposed, mechanical analogies, one resorted to the biological ones. No one inferior to A. Marshall has recommended it to us, and one finds it in every textbook today. It must immediately be emphasized that this has nothing to do with the ominous, organic constitution and so forth, even though such views may have greatly contributed to the popularity of this analogy. It only deals with a comparison here, not with the drawing in of material truths. Now, if we want to figure out the significance of the same, we must ask what its motive was and what it is supposed to achieve. This becomes clearly apparent when regarding Marshall. The only reason that compels him to give preference to the biological analogy over the mechanical one was the striving to bring the moment of development into our discipline. The mechanical system of equilibrium gives a resting state and offers no analogies for the phenomena of progress, etc. This is correct. But unfortunately, Marshall does not say that, but rather only indicates the motive that the economy is a science of life, a motive that is far too general to actually be useful and to belong into the category of those general catchwords, which are only obstructive to a clear conception. Of course, if one, like Marshall, attempts to further our system in a way that it is also supposed to grasp the phenomena of development, then this analogy actually presents itself. But this attempt has not brought the desired results, in my opinion, rather showed that this way does not lead very far. For this situation, I find it better to acknowledge and admit an essential difference between static and dynamic, that the system of the pure economy is essentially without development, insofar as it has actually been worked out today, which we will still come back to. Precisely the fact that compelled Marshall to give preference to the biological analogy is a reason for us to prefer the mechanical one. According to this, the first one, let it be understood, for the static seems to be of little fortune to us, and rather brings the danger of bewilderment with it. We would rather recommend the old, mechanical one to the reader's attention, in which a healthy realization manifests, in spite of everything, also, because to us, it, among others, suggests the use of exact methods and the avoiding of phrases more. We fear the misuse of strict forms of thought less than straying off from its principles, however, also contrary to Professor Marshall. The latter danger should at least be the greatest one currently in Germany. Others have already preached enough against the first one, with too much success, as it appears to me. The relations of biology to other areas are certainly numerous. For example, the essence of the economic trade and the one to comprehend the humanly motivations, which, as we have said, we cannot do, it achieves this. And its results in the scientific worldview will therefore perhaps not be far from ours. But because of this, our discipline can still be very close to biology epistemologically, and neither receive stimuli from it, nor can it give such to it, and this is not only insufficiently clear to the layman, but also to the experts in each area, and the situation actually is this way. Even the realization that all trading must ultimately let itself be biologically explained, and the economy is determined to merge into biology content-wise this way, in a certain sense, that, as long as a treatment of the economical phenomena by themselves and without going into their most inner being, is able to offer us more than such an entering, as long as an independent discipline of economy even therefore exists, is also independent, and suffices for itself. But then biological arguments are able to tell us quite little for our problems, and then both of the areas have little to do with one another, at least for now and the near future. Of course such a support point was welcomed by the opponents of our conception, and one can often observe how much the enemies of exact methods like to seclude themselves to biology. However, this thought process proves itself as empty when examined for its actual contributions, and the result of every serious entering can only be a disappointment today, in my opinion. A readily apparent connection exists between the economy and sociology. No one can be more convinced of the necessity of this young science than the economist who sighs at the division of labor in the area of the social sciences. It is not a collective term for the latter ones, but rather an individual discipline with its own goals and methods, and it must be. Even today, one can often hear doubts about the justification of its existence and few clear views about its function. But even if its content were to exist in nothing else than in that, which we can allot it from our area, then this would already be sufficient. We have seen that under the title economics, important topics are discussed, which as we have said cannot run free in the same and require other approaches, namely the organization theory. On the other hand, we have to say similar things about the relationships of the economy to sociology, as about to ones to biology. The fact that other methods apply in this neighboring area brings with it that the results, like the arsenal of conception of the same, does not allow for a direct application to ours. Sociology can achieve many things that we cannot offer and what nevertheless interests us. It can therefore, for example, figure out the essence of economics, while we only talk about a study area that only has a few characteristics of the first one, and it cannot be considered its lifelike replica, out of risk for serious misunderstanding. But it cannot offer us anything for our own results, as little as we can for theirs. The points of contact between both disciplines can be easily indicated. They are certain data of our system, especially the given organization of the economic subjects of our area. But this given means nothing else than that we do not want to debate on this moment in question any further, but rather leave it to other disciplines. The pure economical processes, with which we are dealing, are in the same sense something that is given for sociology, and it is a mistake to believe that it could give us teachings about their treatment, as we had the opportunity to emphasize for the question of the individualism. In my opinion, one cannot even say that sociology stands beside our science. It would rather suit the facts to place it behind the same. Let us express ourselves more clearly. The situation is not in a manner that one could perhaps say that the economy deals with the economic commerce of man and sociology with the remaining commerce of man. In fact, the first one is a sui generis area whose content and methods cannot readily be placed next to the one of the latter, but are rather closer to other sciences whose material content has nothing in common with economizing. But it is nevertheless in the best interest of the economy to welcome sociology and to advocate its recognition, but namely to advocate that all those economists who are actually sociologists, and there are many, in Germany especially, actually consider themselves as such. The development of sociology and its general introduction into the organization of research work and teaching will provide the greatest services for the economy and contribute much to the clarification of the situation, of course, only when one lets it get to the calm possession of a field of work that is circumscribed well and does not expect the economy to become sociology. At any rate, both fields have nothing in common with one another methodologically and epistemologically. 4. We furthermore have to summarize what we have previously said about psychology, and add plenty more. In the broadest circles and for the most different directions, we encounter the viewpoint that the economy is virtually based on psychology. This can mean two different things. First, it can be meant in the sense in which one can say that all sciences are based on psychology, insofar they are products of the observer's and thinker's psyche. According to this conception, the area of psychology grows into an indeterminate thing. It not only becomes the most important science, but actually the only one. The economy also belongs to it in this sense, of course. However, we do not want to elaborate on it, as many followers as this conception may currently have among the psychologists, because this is not what the economists believe. They are concerned with a much more direct relationship, namely with the psychological explanation of the economic acts. Gabriel Tarde probably gave this standpoint the most poignant expression, one by virtually turning the economy into a branch of psychology. But the demand for psychological deepening of our discipline is being raised quite generally, and rather was raised, because a reaction is currently exerting influence. One must now clearly determine what this general phrase means. We encounter the indication of psychology in two different connections, once, subsequent to the newer value theory. We do not need such a foundation. It is based on a fallacy if one believes to be able to thereby justify our results more soundly. The point of departure of our thought processes are certain assumptions about the value functions, which are completely independent of the psychological explanation, as well as of parts of the voluntary theory, as of parts of the teachings of feelings. The same are particularly not identical to Weber's law, are not dependent on the same, and cannot be struck by the objections against the same. The economic facts, not the psychological ones, induce us to their construction. A connection can nonetheless exist, but the same is only of philosophical interest. The same is irrelevant to the economical results in themselves, and it can never be the economist's job to go into these things. And it is good that this is so, our discipline would otherwise be in a bad situation. The theory of motives of human trade, the questions about the meaning of egoism and altruism also do not play a role for us. The entire development of our discipline tends to eliminate these discussions. It is therefore very similar here as it is for sociology. We are coming up with our assumptions entirely on our own. It is redundant to go into the science, to which the same materially belong. It would not be worth the effort. We have to adhere to our facts in themselves and cannot follow the same into endless distances. The entire science field may certainly once be able to be uniformly constructed on another level of development, but currently, each discipline works with its own methods for its own purposes, and the economy also does this. It is possible that when the boundaries of the special sciences are punctuated with the flow of development, we are then compelled to change our conception in favor of a psychological deepening. This is not allowed to keep us from initially regarding our facts by themselves. May this type of proceeding only be a provisionary one. All scientific systems are indeed only provisionary structures when regarded as subspecie aeternitatis, which are determined to yield to other, more complete, more special ones after a few decades. However, this cannot lead us astray on our path, which leads farther step by step, and only rarely opens such broad outlooks. Just as his views about the development of humanity in the concrete case play no role for the trading of the individual, such broad prospects are also irrelevant to the current questions of a science. And even if the hour surely comes, where the same determinately step forward, it is nevertheless only damaging to let the practical research work be influenced thereby. It is only a loss of time, and only he, whom the rocky way has fatigued or who does not know how to continue on the same, dwells upon it. Of course, the individual disciplines interact in yet another way. Their methods and material results allow applications that are very frequently extraordinarily fruitful to other areas of knowledge. The history of science offers many examples, and especially younger sciences can learn much from their older sisters. But we do not believe that psychology plays such a role for us. Which methods or results would we have adopted from the same? Let us only distinguish between experimental and introspective psychology for our purposes. Thus, we see that the methods and results of the first ones, which are primarily dedicated to the perceptual analysis and lie against psychophysics and physiology, are as far away from our area as possible, and we have seen well enough that introspection offers us nothing. Even if we wanted to make use of the same, which can indeed occasionally prove to be unharmed by the principal inaccuracy of this approach, this occurs entirely independently, solely on the basis of everyday observations, which so far do not interest the psychologist in the least. This leads us to the other group of statements, in which we encounter the word psychological in economic works. We can summarize our present argument by stating that no connection exists between economics and psychology, neither a methodological one, nor a material one of the type that we would have to follow the latter one in order to attain our results. An example of those psychologically seeming claims is perhaps the expression psychology of crises. The expression is generally well known and almost every economist uses it. But what is actually meant? I believe that one formally thinks of two phenomena, of the feverish activity in periods of lively speculation and of the sudden change of the situation in the moment of panic, in approximately the manner of how this stands out in Engels' description, which has become classic, although in my opinion, it is rather vapid. Under the same title, one furthermore currently mentions the fact that the panicked behavior of the parties concerned is now a somewhat different one than previously, and that the entire phenomenon tends to take on another character. Another example is given to us by the expression psychology of entrepreneurship. By this, we mean the entire behavior of this class, namely towards the laborers. One especially thereby thinks of phenomena like feeling of dominance, awareness of power, etc., phenomena, which are adequate for others as those motives, which one is accustomed to identifying as the pure economical ones, namely a form of heightened egoism, which cannot be explained by hedonism or by eudaimonism. Finally, the phrase psychology of primitive man, which is accustomed to emphasizing the fact that the economic trading of the primitive man significantly differs from the one of the cultivated Indo-European of our days, that the first one shows a peculiar lack of foresight and energy, as well as clear capability of assessment. These examples could easily be increased, but we want to be content with these, since they sufficiently show us what we mean. Our claim that the same does not interest the scientific psychologist very much refers to these things. They do not belong to his system, but rather to that popular, everyday psychology, which has nothing in common with science. It is a matter of facts of experience that everyone knows and often observes, and they are not supposed to be analyzed any further than the practitioner does. But then it makes no sense at all to give them a scientific character as a result of one interpreting them as being psychological ones. This also only happens very frequently in order to cover up their triviality and to confer a higher dignity to many a doubtful claim. We have every reason to attribute distrust to the phrases that fill half scientific literature under the title of psychological sentences. Many an inexact, illogical claim is sought to be pushed through in this manner. Our examples show us this very well. The indication of the psychology of crises means almost nothing else than that one is not able to give an actual explanation of that peculiar upward and downward movement of the economy. The psychology of the entrepreneur very often serves only for the embellishment of political demands. We will soon say quite a bit about the moment of effort and thereby show that we are not mistaking the healthy core that lies in it. However, it is not discounted that they are often absolutely questionable and mostly not very scientific claims, which sail under these colors. Finally, the psychology of primitive man has played a not so meritorious role in literature. Ethnology teaches us that the influence of the environment, etc. does, however, lead to an essentially different mindset and conduct for the primitive peoples than for the civilized peoples, but at the same time, that primitive man is no fool, but rather deals logically within his narrow scope of view. But one has summarized observations under that title, which are supposed to show the inapplicability of the economical sentences to it. This does not apply to the correct understanding of the latter. In fact, it follows that this entire psychology is rather irrelevant to us. But apart from this concern, it must be emphasized, and this is the decisive moment, that only the visible behavior of man, not his psychological processes, are of interest to our purposes. In fact, those psychological statements are only statements about facts, about the behavior of crises, about the behavior of the entrepreneur or of primitive man, etc. The psychological manner of expression is only an attachment, does not touch the essence of the matter, and one easily sees that one can replace it with another, without affecting the value of the observations for our area in the least. It solely proceeds from the effort to explain the observations. However, this is a vain effort, and if one knows to add nothing else to the simple presentation of a social phenomena than the mere indication of the psyche, and it is nothing more, then one has only produced a tautology, as we have explained at a previous point. We therefore reach the result that our discipline is currently completely independent of psychology, and whenever it deals with representing this one purely, we can and must disregard the latter and should also avoid every psychological manner of expression. With this reserve, we can then nevertheless make use of this, wherever this is convenient and wherever it does not come down to strict accuracy, but this does not change anything about the principle. A brief remark may again be made here about ethics. Entirely unharmed by the role of ethical motives for the economic commerce of man, the fact alone, that ethics still currently do not describe must prevent us from dragging the same into an exact discipline. But furthermore, the same considers the commerce of man from another standpoint, even if it is describing, and for other purposes than the economy does. It cannot be foreseen how our results could be influenced by the ones of ethics, and conversely, a claim that cannot bewilder him, who stays current with that, which has been previously said. Specific ethical dispositions belong to the data of our problems and cannot be discussed from the latter ones. Ethical simply means non-economical to some economists. Would it be surprising if this cannot play a significant role in a theory of economizing? V. What does ethnology now teach us, to which also a portion of the area considered as being psychology of peoples is attributed for our purposes? In the economical textbooks, in which one so regularly finds remarks about psychology and biology, this question is most often not treated as ex professo, even though most of the ethnological facts are utilized. In fact, the attention of the economists has just recently been directed towards this field with the rise of the ethnological literature. One followed the influence of sociology there, which proceeded in this way. The theoretical economists have nevertheless also given rise to it themselves through their preference, the assumption of a simple economic state, which is of great value didactically, although only principally necessary in few cases. It is constructed livelier through the representation of a primitive economy. Instead of admitting that one proceeds on unrealistic assumptions, which scares away so many people, one believed having to make the same more plausible by embellishing them with actual or alleged examples from reality. It is possible that this was practical, it was not very scientific. Aside from the fact that it represents a flaw in a strict system, the imagination was thereby awakened, as if our deductions are dependent on the actual existence of such economies, and nothing was more obvious than examining whether the economic process actually ran in the manner for the primitive peoples too, as the theorists assume. It then followed that those examples, which were mostly just constructed, were actually not completely realized. Therefore, if there is talk of the economy of primitive people in an economical work, one must strictly distinguish between phrases with which the theorist embellishes his abstract constructions, which furthermore have no significance pertaining to them, and which can by no means be conceived as cultural or economical historical claims, and actual, ethnological collections of facts. The latter, as we have said, are becoming more and more common. Ethnologists and sociologists advise us to utilize the ethnological material for our theory, and many current economists, especially German ones, virtually expect the salvation of the same in a restructuring on this foundation. One could speak of an ethnological direction, which appears to steadily gain ground. Ethnology has recently very much come our way and has turned its attention to the economic relations more than it has done in previous times. For example, the 9th volume of the N. Rep. Bur. Ethn. of the Smithsonian Institution contains such material as the economists of that orientation desire. What is to be thought of it now? The reader is able to predict what answer we want to give to this question. The demand of a verification of our fundamental assumptions of the facts of ethnology is based on a misunderstanding of the nature of the same, and we dare to claim that it proceeds from a circle that not only faces the pure economy, but rather the exact approach altogether. The misunderstanding is dual one. For one, we have emphasized again and again, and we believe to have done enough in this direction, that those assumptions do not represent factual statements and can be neither validated, nor confuted by observations from the realm of primitive economizing, but are rather abstract aids, whose only purpose and whose possible service only lies in the fact that a schema for the facts of the price results from it. Even if economical phenomena are introduced into genetic language, so that it appears as if the theorist would want to tell a story about the same, it does not mean that the processes actually ran this way. It is probably of culture historical and also of sociological interest how these things developed. Furthermore, it is important for dynamic problems, but completely irrelevant to our exact system. The theory of money gives us an example of this, the theory of barter gives us another. Some theorists present these things in lively speech. Let individuals, or hordes, who have been content by themselves until now, meet and readily make transactions. The objection that primitive peoples do not have the conception of barter, but rather that robbery or gifting occurs, is entirely irrelevant if more is intended by it than simply the elimination of that naive manner of representation. And furthermore, barter, price formation, and the phenomenon of money would not be explained by the prehistorically correct representation. We could not derive any laws of movement of value from it. This shows better than anything else how different the goals of both sciences are. Let us assume that barter arose from gifting. What does that tell us about the point, which interests us alone, about the relation of exchange? It would at most be interesting to us to know something about the relationship that the gifts of both parts have to one another, and we can at most form a conception about it through economical discussion of theoretical nature. However, we do not need ethnology for it, just as we do not need the history of the earth for pure mechanics. But the economists of that orientation are still guilty of making a second mistake. Even if our sentences were to require the testing of the ethnological material, one should not act as narrow-minded in doing so, as it occurs. Dominated by the fact, which is obvious to the eye, that the savage thinks and acts so very differently from the cultured man, one explained that the sentences abstracted from the economy of the latter one could not possibly be suitable for the ones of the first. Here, one mentions the phenomenon of the silent trade, for example. One says that this one and other phenomena do not have an analogy in developing economics, and especially that the savage lacks the ability to carry out an exact calculation of value. Similar applies to the European farmer, and the entire argument amounts to limiting the application of the pure economy to modern conditions. This runs parallel to those objections, which were raised by historians, etc., against it, to transfer terms of the modern, economic life to former periods. The same are partially justified. For example, in finance, one must guard against operating with the modern term of tax by the observation of former times. It is very evident that the same is only applicable insofar as no general validity befits the term of the modern state and the sentences, in which it does not play a role. But this does not apply to the foundations of the pure economy. As for so many controversies, we must also be aware here of distinguishing the right core of general arguments from the one, which is false about them. Those difficulties that made an agreement so difficult are immediately omitted when we do this. It always depends on the individual case. The fact that the economic process now appears differently on different cultural levels, continues in different forms, changes nothing about its essence. One has no right to smile at the speculative economist, who realizes the analogousness of essence in the multiplicity of the form of appearance. Every act can be brought under the value schema, and if we want to avail ourselves to the psychological manner of expression for the sake of convenience, we can say that every act and therefore also every economic one assumes value processes that are as precise in their nature as the ones of the stockbroker. If a guest gives a present to the other, then this must either be a completely meaningless gift, which does not play a role for the economy, or a comparison of value must be possible between the gift given and the gift in return. When Cook says that a savage, whom he met somewhere, was so unfamiliar with the process of bartering that he did not want to comprehend at all that he has to forego the price commodity, then it is to be commented on it that the savage must have certainly known the inner barter. He must be clear about whether or not he wants to take on the effort that the bringing down of game requires, and this presupposes valuation processes. By the way, only a misunderstanding of the causationes was apparently present in this case, which can happen on every cultural level, especially when difficulties in a sense of language are present. But the following two moments are decisive. If one wants to definitely verify our theory by such facts, then one is first off, not allowed to be so narrow-minded as many people are, otherwise, one would also come to the point of denying the law of gravity, because not everybody always and readily falls to the ground. If a savage or anyone else would always barter differently as is to be expected according to our rules, for example, always divest oneself of one's commodities without getting something for them, then he would have to quickly perish, and this exception would therefore vanish. The basic principles of our theory presuppose so little that one can go ahead and argue the scarce significance of the exceptions. Of course, one may not count on it too much, and every longer development must be verified, which often leads to negative results. We have often emphasized this ourselves, but now we can also say that some of such verification attempts are virtually caricatures of healthy thoughts. But secondly, one must distinguish between the culture-historical fact of barter, to stay with our example, which assumes the most diverse forms, which undergoes the greatest changes and can also fail often, and our abstract barter schema, which is only a scientific instrument and very generally applicable. How can one mistake the dissimilarity of the two things? Ethnology is therefore able to offer us very little, but of course, only for the foundations of our static system. It may have a similar position beyond this, just as the economic history and the literature about the current, great problems. What is written in such a descriptive book? Well, presentations of facts and theories about actual events. And both are surely of fundamental meaning to the theoretical economist, as soon as he leaves the narrow boundaries of his exact system. Is this position not almost self-evident? But the foundations for new theoretical work lie here, by no means for a new construction of static. We have already outlined its significance for it, only this should still be added here. But one sees, brief, general answers to such questions are nowhere. Everything depends on the individual case. The same principles can lead to right or wrong results in different hands, can be fruitful or fruitless. For example, one can expect very much from ethnological material and nevertheless take that position towards some attempts that we have just developed. No contradiction lies in it, and this is ultimately also just self-evident. But we can say this much: all those relationships of the pure economy to other disciplines, which make themselves at home in prefaces and occasional utterances, only have little or nothing to give us. In the interest of clarity, it is imperative to emphasize their voidance and to throw this ballast overboard. 2. Value of the pure economy. What we have just presented is everything that we want to say here about the nature of our discipline and about the essence of our pure economical realization. The great question about its value arises now. We now know what the theorist actually does, what the core of those abstractions is, at which he slogs away, and now want to ask again whether that, which he achieves is worthy and deserving of the effort and cultivated, known, and worked out to be handed on to our followers, and we believe to have presented what this is in the main point, and we can view it on this level of our discussions and assume it as being known. Is our exact static system an airy perennious work, in spite of everything, which can fill us with confidence and will be maintained in the storm of time, or should it be laid to rest and considered a closed matter with or without regret? Is it similar to a flourishing marketplace or to a necropolis? Be this as it may, the matter is very deserving of austerity and loyalty, and be it only out of consideration for its circumspection that is devoted to it, and no one who does not give it this right can be spared of a heavy reproach. Everyone, at least everyone that we can speak to, encounters the question about the value of science altogether in his path through life, and everyone will answer it differently, quite naturally, not only because everyone brings completely different dispositions with him according to aptitude and course of education, but also because everyone has a special purpose in mind as a measurement of value. Some are interested in the great traits of things, some in the details. The first one may claim, for example, that all people are the same, the latter that all are different. An agreement is difficult there, actually impossible, and a substitute for it only lies in the acknowledgement of the difference of the standpoints. A banality is more attractive to one person than the most passionate political speech if it can be expressed in an elegant, exact form. The results of a work survey are more interesting to the other person than the most profound functional theoretical development. Many demand practical results, rules for concrete action, or at least a practical use altogether, other realizations for their own sake. Just as everyone has his own world, everyone also has his own science. It has a different meaning for everyone, and everyone values what it tells him differently, namely from individual standpoints and with individual measurements. This is his good right. If there were some natural right, then it would certainly be seen in his eyes. Only, no one may forget that every retina other than his own gives other pictures. Whoever forgets this is truly the biggest tyrant of all. We are not dealing with this question, but such moments certainly also figure into our problem, and we therefore emphasize again and again that the final judgment is at everyone's own opinion, however, only applies to him, and we can arrogate forcing an absolute result upon the reader just as little as unifying the religious opinions, for example. We are not striving for agreement in regards to the judgment of the value of our discipline, but rather for a better mutual understanding at most, which nevertheless leads to agreement in many, but not all cases. We want to be brief in doing so and limit ourselves to primarily such points, which have a more objective character and are capable of precise treatment, from these again to such, which to us do not appear appreciated, or not appreciated enough. Some things could certainly also be achieved through general arguments. In this manner, we could surely combat the standpoint of those who, for every theory, primarily or even solely ask about their practical uses. We could present that science is the sole purpose for us, furthermore, that theories of humanity can achieve greater services through the conveyance of knowledge than through technological successes. Is it not clear that one is not allowed to value, for example, astronomy with the value that it has for wave resistance, that the latter would have simply never led to the great structure, which we admire today and of which one can claim that it has impinged upon the entire being and thinking of humanity through the broadening of our mind? Must it always be emphasized that only disinteresting mental work leads to really great achievements, which often also carry practical fruits later on, of which the first pioneers did not think, could not have thought of? It is just as mistaken to demand practical achievements from a young science as allowing a child to work hard. This will damage the child and just lead to insubstantial results after all. We could certainly defend this standpoint with enthusiasm, and we would not fear the answer of the opponents. But we do not want to do that, but rather touch upon general arguments only to the extent that is unavoidable. We also do not want to evade the begging question, what is it good for? But also seek to highlight this side of the matter and put the judgment of the reader forward. It is of course even more peremptory to come to a result about whether the theoretical interest of our discipline is a sufficient one. The two questions, to whose answering through the reader we want to offer quite some material, is firstly the one, whether it is worth the effort in our field to even construct an exact system, and especially ours whether the same is sufficiently interesting, and secondly, the one about its practical meaning. A summarizing outline of its boundaries and deficiencies will be added unforcedly and then lead over to that, which then follows, in which we want to talk about the desired reforms and the paths and outlooks of further work. Firstly, turning to the first question, there is hardly any item in the world about which something general could not be stated. For example, a science about those moments would therefore be possible, which is similar to all ethical judgments, despite the fact that its concrete substance is different according to place, time, cultural state, race, etc. There are certainly moments as such, and it follows from it that there could be exact ethics, which would be strictly descriptive in contrast to the common one that raises demands and falls out of the framework of true science for this reason. But it could come about that the substance of its theorems would be such a general one, meaning so inferior here, that one is better to abstain from the construction of such a structure. It would be a shaft that leads to nothing. Perhaps this will change in the future, and perhaps this future is imminent. I even believe this with regards to certain new achievements of sociology, but currently, such exact ethics do not exist, yet they would not be worth the effort. I am not sure whether exact psychology of introspective orientation is not also in this position, and is also not able to extract much interest for the friend of exact thought processes the way it is today. Perhaps also, for example, an exact theory of human migrations could be conceivable, and basic approaches are also available for it. Every population movement surely goes about in a way that it can be described in the language of the maximum theorem. It takes place in a direction of least resistance, and it is certainly possible to speak of an ethnological balance, a state, in which any forces balance one another, and which strives to maintain itself as long as no cause of disturbance operates from the outside. But as long as one can say no more than this, someone who wishes to carry on exact ethnology will not be found easily, and no one will be able to reproach even the most passionate theorist. We have instanced these examples for two reasons. Above all, we wanted to emphasize again that sufficient interest is just as necessary for the justification of existence of a science as sufficient power for the emergence of sovereignty, according to several teachers of constitutional law. The question about its existence is by no means to be confused with the above-mentioned begging question, which opponents, as well as representatives of our discipline, have often overlooked. Is it in such a bad situation as the one of those imaginary, exact theories of ethics or of ethnology? Well, the general answer to this question, as will be easily declared, will be in the negative. We will still engage in it further and highlight it from different angles, but by and large, the core of our argument, which we, as we believe, can offer to the reader with the greatest ease imaginable, can be specified in the following manner: no, the theoretical economy is not as worthless as the indicated types. An actual worthless or nevertheless premature, theoretical structure would look like these, and the comparison between both says everything that is essential in this regard, to the extent that another word about it would be superfluous. However, the economy of the accepted exact sciences stands just as far as from those that impress the layman. Some of its components apprehensively approach the first ones, some of them the latter ones, and if one is allowed to speak of an average level of our discipline, then one can say that it lies in the middle. So since the judgment about whether or not a discipline is worth something, as we have emphasized, is necessarily subjective, and also the boundary between the worthless and the valuable is not a concrete one here, as everywhere, but is rather a fluid one even for the individual ones, then that, which has just been said is by no means sufficient for an absolute judgment. But for this reason, one will admit that we have now moved a bit closer to one of such in a natural and inoffensive way. But let us go on. We are not holding it against anyone if he rejects our theory. If one says that it does not interest him, then not a word is to be uttered. We are reserving to make use of the same right towards other directions. Such judgments do not always flow from mulishness, but rather from subjective impossibilities. But it can occasionally be interesting to hear the justification for the same, firstly, because this difference in opinion gets some color and its complete meaning through it first, and secondly, because the justification can contain actual claims, about which an exact discussion is possible. As we have said, we would like to contribute to one of such. No one can be understanding of especially the pure theory, which is far off from the exact science and its methods altogether. This is certainly the case now for many colleagues in the field. Many an economic politician or historian, who judges the theory so harshly, would think about exact mechanics in the same way if the firmly founded character and its connection with the achievements of modern technology would not hinder him from doing so. Its pure system and its epistemological premises would interest him little. Many a man, who condemns the modern, nice literature, similarly pays his reverence to the classical authors, not because he actually understands them, but rather because the attack on their well-secured position is much more difficult. Some condemn judgment about the value of realization of our discipline, which is justified externally through the reproaches of speculation, a prioristic, etc. flows from this source. Such influences will always affect our pathway to clarity impedingly. We cannot go into it and relating points again and again, and want to turn to other things, during whose discussion we will have the opportunity to show that we acknowledge that, which is correct in the arguments of the opponents of the theory and their merits, and have actually learned much from it. It lies in the nature of the matter that in the previous part, we have already said that, which can be led into the field for the theory and which lies in its concrete achievements, and can only add or even summarize very little here. It is the downside that is primarily discussed here, and the reader always has to keep sight on the previous discussions if he wants to render us justice and maintain a passably complete picture in an approximately accurate light. When we view our work, primarily the concern is forced upon us whether we have not abstracted from precisely the most interesting aspect of the things, with which we occupy ourselves, excluded them from our consideration. We cannot deny this. The opponents are right in this regard. Does a rather bare framework not remain in our hands after all the work? It may certainly be correct, logically indisputable, and also, as far as that goes, applicable. One could also object that this is also not certain beyond any doubt. We will still come to this at any rate. We saw that our rules suffer from many exceptions, but on the whole, I believe to have put aside the most profound concerns in this regard. However, precisely this happened by means of a far-reaching abandonment of content-related, highly significant results, as one will recall. Is that, which we are left with not just as worthless as it is lifeless. It could almost appear this way, it is entirely indisputable this way, in part. That, which is really relevant, which is noticeable through its significance in the chain of causes, which determine the course and the state of the economy, that, for which it is battled, and that, which is being discussed lies quite formally in the data of our problems, so outside of our circle of power. The distribution of land and the remaining means of production, the social power relations and forms of organization, these are the factors that control the formation of the economy, and these are, at the same time, those moments that we assume as being given. Everything further follows from them so naturally and almost self-evidently that it is almost forgivable when some overlook that there are still other problems besides those. In this sense, it is not only true, but altogether indisputable that economizing is historically contingent. In addition, it is of course clear that we are never able to offer anything concrete, but rather always just general realizations, which, on top of everything, are also often still disavowed from reality. Our response to it is simple. The reader already knows it. Although all of this is true, the theory gives us a group of sustainable and precisely not self-evident sentences. The previous part must speak for itself in this regard. We do not believe that the insignificance of that, which was just said, follow from it, but we do believe that it will be limited to its true content. Accurately conceived, it does not contradict the famous statement that whoever has grasped the theory of value, has thereby also understood all economizing. It suffices to realize that the authors of both of such seemingly contradicting dicta, this one and the one about the historical contingency of economizing, thought about different problems, in order to easily be able to combine them. A small area still remains that is contained and can be described by a single, great principle of clarification, an area that carries significantly more fruits than perhaps an exact ethnology. The difference primarily lies in the fact that at first glance, there is a phenomenon of great importance, which can be described exactly and generally, namely the price relation. Its significance is still heightened by the fact that its schema, in which the theory grasps it, can be easily and naturally broadened to the phenomena of the commerce-less economy, and thereby gains a high universality, which is a fact of great, very great significance, despite the necessary limitation, which we have already emphasized often and will soon touch upon again. Two other moments are still added. First and foremost, it can be shown, and we have shown, that the price relation contains all factors in itself, which are necessary to distinctly determine themselves and to derivate a single state of equilibrium, and also, under the same requirements, the quantities of goods that must find themselves in the possession of the regarded economic subjects, also that, under limitations, which reduce the significance of this moment, but do not destroy it. And this does not already follow by itself from the historically contingent facts of the organization, of the milieu, etc. If it appears this way to some, then a verifiable fallacy lies in it, but is rather a result of our theory, which it possesses from its own strength and with good reason. Solely with its means can it not only be made plausible, but also be proven. This has a dual meaning, a dual value of realization. We will get to the question whether it also has a practical one, and which one it has later. For one, it is an interesting truth in itself. We see here with a type of clarity, for whose beauty one may, however, have more or less understanding, that there is a type of logic of facts in our field, whose pressure must be felt by everyone, and we certainly obtain a contribution to the understanding of economical events from this source. But thereupon, precisely the evidence through action lies in it, that these things form one, self-contained whole, to which exact forms of thought are applicable, despite their seeming unpredictability. And this is a scientific fact of an importance that can hardly be overestimated, as it has already been emphasized. We do not want to emphasize this too much, because one can nevertheless think very differently about it, and we would like to avoid compromising our representation through inexact moments at all costs. May the reader therefore see for himself what he wants to do with this suggestion, just let him not overlook it, despite its brevity. A gap exists in the scientific worldview there, where man stands. The mere fact of the applicability of exact methods is therefore very important here, even if the results of the same were to only be insignificant. It nevertheless opens up significant outlooks and possibilities. And to us, the utmost interest of the pure economy seems to lie in it, that is, represents an expansion of the area of exact thinking. Of course, this judgment is subjective in part, and we do not want to force it upon anyone to that extent. Others, along with A. Marshall, for example, like to search for the value of the theory elsewhere. But under all circumstances, that, which is being discussed, is also a not too neglected moment. And it seems to me that one can defend the demand of the pure economy for acceptance better from it than from some other one, namely better than from the practical one. One point has yet to be added to the far-reaching universality and to the distinct determination of our state of equilibrium. It allows for different applications and provides the same results, of which not every value of realization is to be deprived. The monetary theory, the distribution theory, certain laws of movement of prices, these are the most important examples. One will be able to maintain the claim that the contributions of the theory are only difficultly dispensable for the discussion of these topics, and its lack of knowledge in many points, which do not, however, have to step forth often, involves a significant disadvantage to a clear understanding. One may attribute a greater or lesser significance to it, and the same will surely vary case by case, but one will indeed occasionally claim that one is able to manage completely without it, but everywhere there, where realization and not so much the solution to practical problems is at stake, one will most often or nevertheless quite often not be able to prove it. This is one of the sides of this argument. The other exists in the following: our system, which is so universally valid theoretically, whose elements are distinctly determined, and whose applications nevertheless contain a healthy core, which significantly stretches beyond the area of implicitness. The system covers an enormously great amount of facts and is in a closer connection with reality than it is perhaps apparent to the opponent of the theory, who is shocked by its apparatus. We had to again emphasize the opposite in contrast to other theorists and in substantial agreement with the opponents of the theory. Above all, we were necessitated to eliminate many allegations of the elder and even some of the modern economists from the theory as not corresponding to reality, like the hypothesis of the individual egoism, or to restrict in a way that they lost their most interesting content, like the maximum theorem and the theses that pertain to free competition. This has been done and we are not speaking of it here. Thereupon, we saw that our static system does not explain all economic phenomena by far, not, for example, interest and entrepreneurial profit, not even all possible types of price formation and everything that is important to the latter in its simplest form. Moments that belong here will come up for discussion immediately and then at another point once again. Finally, it continuously occurred that even the accurate results of the theory in themselves did not quite sufficiently sustain themselves in the reality of the facts. For example, in the wages theory, yes, nearly everywhere to a certain extent. But especially the opponent of the theory, whose great merit was to give the same its right, overlooks these kinds of considerations too easily, that the amount of facts, which unforcedly falls in line with the schema of the theory, is an extraordinarily great one in spite of everything. This is the great mass of phenomena of everyday life, that, which one can see daily and everywhere, and from which one knows that it happened daily and everywhere, and will repeat itself just the same with great certainty. Precisely this everyday occurrence in the true sense of the word effectuates that these things are less noticeable to us than others that are fewer and less important, to the extent that one overlooks them and is little inclined to give an account about it, just as how one does not give thought to the none the less so unusual phenomena of digestion or of sleep in everyday life. This entails that many people are not able to give special interest to the discussion of those economical phenomena, which every cook is well acquainted with, and so often find the lecture of a book about pure economy boring, because the things that it deals with are so banal. One therefore believes that every representation of the same could also only be banal. But in this connection it is an argument for us, and more strikingly shows than everything else how broad the bases of our system are. They are much broader than it would be necessary, broader and more reliable than we can strictly prove, and maintain themselves better than our suppositions had speculated, to which we attached such a great number of reserves for the sake of strict correctness. So if one says that our system of equilibrium portrays precisely that, which is banal or even self-evident and abstracts from everything really interesting, then this is only a half objection. The interesting thing is the unusual thing, and then every sentence partially amounts to acknowledging that we are actually grasping the common thing, the regular thing, in short, the great mass of those phenomena that we want to grasp anyway. The scientific significance of our discussions therefore even gains something by it. It is admitted that only a relatively small, although precisely therefore noticeable arrearage of price facts, in our sense, inexplicably remains behind. But only partially, as we have said, does this save the value of our discipline, and we are far from denying that this argument is double-edged. The fact still remains that precisely those things, for which our system is customized, very much withdraw from interest vis-a-vis other scientific and social phenomena. How insubstantial our picture of reality looks next to the colorful fullness of life, which presents itself when we look around us. The great questions of life, of time, the problems of the past and future, which force themselves upon us there, cannot fail to fascinate us. And then precisely the newest progresses of the pure theory of static teach us that we cannot understand anything, nothing at all, or as good as nothing about the same from it. The attempts of the older economists have deplorably failed, and we cannot do more, as economic theorists, than to prove just that exactly. Those great analyses of economics, which have occasionally been attempted from the pure economic standpoint, are especially instructive, for example, Marx's and many others. We cannot go into an evaluation of the same here, namely also not touch upon their merits, which we do not completely deny. But I believe, the final result was nevertheless always a negative one, and only a few will dispute that the insufficiency of the foundation thereby arose. One has deviated from it today, and even though almost every textbook attempts such an analysis, it does also pull forth other and even formally different means than those, which the economic theory offers in our sense. We cannot even think about grasping the problems of the races and classes, and the great questions of politics, the magnitude and the reduction of the peoples, their hopes and aspirations, and the dangers that threaten them, their past and future, from our standpoint. And all these things nevertheless have their economic aspect, of which one will be easily convinced. We will discuss this with greater benefit if we speak of the practical value of our system, but they already had to be mentioned here. We like to admit that the most interesting problems of the social sciences lie in them, that they attract the intent look with a magical force, and that we cannot blame he who forgets our theory due to their magnitude. But this is not even everything. The common course of the economy is also full of life and movement and grasped in continuous development. We now helplessly stand vis-a-vis the developmental phenomenon and the great problem of the economic progress. Not only this makes the grasping of highly important, economic phenomena, which appear daily and never fail, impossible for us now, as we have seen and will touch upon again, but also our picture of everyday life, to the extent that we portray it, is in danger of being virtually falsely convicted, since it feigns a resting state to us, which never and nowhere exists. What pitiful countenance our economic subject, who nervously searches for the balance, is, without ambition, with no initiative, in short, without strength and life. And where are all the wants and actions that also raise everyday life out of the dust? More can be replied to it, even if there is certainly something true about it. We want to sharply contrast one and the other against one another. As a side remark, the reader is able to see here in how complicated a manner the threads of opposing arguments are engulfed, and how easy it is to go too far to one side, how much patience and love for the matter belongs to it, in order to push towards the truth. The following can be replied and instanced for the value of realization of our system: as good as everyone is such a boring balanced person for the greatest period of the common life by far. Everyone only braces oneself up for energetic wants, for new paths in certain cases, which carry an exceptional characteristic vis-a-vis the numerous daily events. This may appear obvious, but it is well founded. Precisely the stir that deviation causes from that, which someone commonly does and which one expects from it with great certainty, proves it. After quite some pondering, one will be perhaps not without surprise, but certainly sure that we only actually live in relatively seldom moments, but otherwise mechanically chip away at the common workday. Of course, no one does this completely. We cannot assume this of anyone, especially from our standpoint, since we have already conceived the production of a new tool and similar things as an extraordinary event. We have therefore always attached great importance to emphasizing that our system is only applicable to very short time periods. From these, we can claim that nothing of the sort happens without going very far astray. In any longer one, in which the energy of the individual one, as well as that of the masses has time to, so to speak, conglobate to jump, it generally does not work. New pathways will be pursued there, which change the foundations of our system. But within all of our suppositions, the same actually cover the great mass of phenomena. In addition, we still have a reserve in one regard: we have suggested a method, according to which it is possible to circumvent the suppositions of a pure hedonistic egoistic method. The effects of non-economic motives, etc., can be included in our value functions to a certain extent. As the reader knows, our economic subjects are not complete calculating machines, but it is however a bureaucratic, quietist, narrow-minded world that we are sketching, or better, it is precisely the quietist, narrow-minded aspect of the commerce of man, which is reflected in our picture. But this aspect simply is important. Even if it is not everything, it is nevertheless much, if not the most shimmering, then nevertheless the broadest problem, that, which must be solved first and must be understood before one can continue, that, which consciously or subconsciously is never lost sight of and can never be lost. It is the great headquarter, from which all interesting movements begin, and they are simply interesting and unusual in comparison to it. This is the aspect that would offer itself to the unbiased observer, to a being that would not know anything about the trading by man yet would especially offer itself at every given moment, and whose laws can be verified the easiest. In fact, while being eager to emphasize the counter-instances, one overlooks how strikingly our system of equilibrium can be verified. The laborer generally goes to his daily work rather mechanically, in the same manner and with the same dispositions as yesterday. The civil servant goes into his office in also the same manner, the merchant to his market stall, may the same be located in the Kaffir Circus, in the stock exchange in London, or in the fruit market of a small city, and what all of them experience there daily is by and large the same as yesterday, and every novelty is noticeable and encounters a significant resistance. Of course, everyone speaks about the changes that are consummatory to himself, and if one were to believe him, then one would have to believe that all economic relations change daily from the ground up. Not only the man in the practice of economic life and every housewife believes this, but also the agitator and the politician. But that is not the case, the things only change slowly, their essential characteristics even slower. It is based on a fallacy in a large part, if one speaks of groundbreaking developments within a few years. This is recollecting of the popular belief, which one can hear so often, that the climate has recently significantly changed. But it should not have changed at all according to current belief of the circle of experts in historical times. The changes that take place are certainly not complete, but significantly more than one believes, in words, in the popular for us, unfortunately also the scientific phrases, and even these remain the same in a surprising way. They are always the same arguments and fears that we hear and that are hardly ever actualized de facto, namely, it is an old trick of the parties to accuse one another of changed behavior, new demands, where opposing class interests collide. One always believes to possess an especially effective counter in it. A classical example is the relationship between servants and their employers. The latter ones claim that the first ones now behave differently than a short time ago. But a bit of contemplation teaches that considering the fact that the character of this employment slowly changes, that combinations within the same are difficult, and finally, that many servants considering their occupation as only being a transitional stage can insist less energetically on an improvement of their position than other laborers. At most, this position goes along with the progresses of other working classes, but can in no way stand at the top of the upward movement. It can actually also be shown that all essential characteristics, for example, the long labor period per day, can by and large have changed only a little, also vis-a-vis the Middle Ages and even antiquity. And furthermore, one also sees how the smallest actual change causes the greatest stir, leads to the liveliest discussion, and therefore often attains undeserving distinction, especially when worried interests of property are considered. One could certainly go too far with this thought process, especially we, who cannot explain this enough, are exempt from such a suspicion and perhaps even misunderstanding of different kinds. But if one believes that we have gone too far, then one should consider that we want to help one neglected aspect of the matter to justice, while to us, the other one seems to be sufficiently appreciated. We have always emphasized which limitations the applicability of our raisonnement is subjected to and will do it again soon, but here, it was about time to emphasize that our system nevertheless maintains itself, although not as good as the theorists most often believe, can survive better than its opponents believe. What one may think about our argument, in turn, depends on personal opinions. We are satisfied when one admits that some truth lies in it. We only want to mention one more point. As we have seen, our theory is based on those connections between the quantities of goods, which the individuals possess, and which we consider to be the law of the marginal utility niveau, the law of the marginal utility level. We said that the entire pure economy lies in a nutshell within the same. Now, this fundamental theorem can be easily verified. A great fact suits it. It is the fact of the budget's constancy of most people by far, the fact that as good as everyone tends to consume the same goods in always the same quantities within long enough periods, which are long enough to be interesting, as well as how one by and large extraordinarily, tenaciously adheres to one's productive activity. One can speak about laborers' budgets and easily construct types for every place and every time, which, whatever one may say, sufficiently correspond to reality, and the same also holds true for other classes than the ones of the laborers. Of course, differences exist there, and the construction of types will not be easy everywhere, but for every individual one, there is a rather set budget one only has to ask oneself, or, as one can also say, one and only one rather set production and consumption combination, a very constant standard of life. Let us also not exaggerate this fact. There are many significant limitations that would have to be made, namely there is simply, in no way such a fixed standard for everyone, but all of this does not destroy the great scientific significance of this fact, and no generous criticism will contest with us that a sufficient verification of the theory's main content lies in it. If one accepts this, and we have the best hope pertaining to this, then one will also agree with us when we say that the great phenomenon alone suffices in carrying a scientific structure, and this latter one is of value, even if it did not describe anything else at all other than this one moment. But one can by no means reproach us with the claim that the ground, in which the theory anchors, is an insignificant and worthless one. So this is what one can present for our system, and something is undoubtedly won by it. If one had ever appropriately pondered that, which has been said, then, I believe, one could have never gone so far in the rejection of the theory. But, it is now incumbent upon us to also acknowledge on our part that something of truth, even much of truth, lies in the arguments of the opponents. We have already emphasized this so often ourselves in individual cases that we only want to suggest 2 moments of the reader's attention here. One of them is hardly more than a banality, namely, all that has been said does not completely help us, but rather only partially, beyond the indisputable fact that our picture itself, as far as it even reaches, is incomplete and does not contain a series of important phenomena. Its exceptional characteristic is only halfway comforting when faced with the indisputable interest of these exceptions. We cannot regard the same as being a quantite negligible or nevertheless only from the standpoint of our results, but must rather admit that their study is necessary and interesting, because they are in no way inclined towards balancing one another or disappearing, but are rather the foundation of constant developments, and we cannot forbear to grasp the standpoint of those who smile at our theory, even if we do not share it for the instanced reasons. We have thereby already touched upon the second moment that is important here, the economic development and all the more significant causes for disturbance of the state of equilibrium, meaning all with the exception of errors, etc., led away from the latter without there being a tendency to come back to it. It is therefore not an abstract, but a nevertheless always available gravitation center of the economic powers. However, we are certainly not describing a concrete state of the economy, but rather a formal one, which we can always observe, even at every moment of the liveliest development, things, which actually remain constant, just as the concrete data change. But one can still not say that our state of equilibrium resembles the level of a sea that is constantly disturbed, yet constantly strives to produce itself, yes, seen from a sufficient distance, constantly offers a picture of tranquility. The waves of the sea come back to the level of the same, but not the waves of the economic life, and despite that, which we have said above, the economic development continues faster than, for example, geological changes or even systematic changes of the astronomical bodies. It therefore has a much greater significance to man than this one, and it is unavoidable that the intent look falls upon it. The dynamic phenomena therefore play a larger role than in the one of other exact disciplines. In relation to the static ones in our field, this remains in effect, despite our previous argument. From there now surely follows a great limitation of our system's value of realization, and also a, if perhaps only gradual, then still not any less significant difference vis-a-vis its exact relatives. The comparison with pure mechanics is more comforting. This one is also just an insubstantial picture of colorful, vigorous nature, and yet, who will reproach it with it? From all of this, in cohesion with our discussions of concrete problems, however, the reader may now form a verdict about our discipline's value of realization. I believe that one will not rebuke me for the indeterminateness of the result and the many ifs, buts, howevers, then agains. This was intentional and can, in my opinion, bring more use than finished, brief, general claims, which can indeed be countered so easily. The reader finds enough of such in our literature. Here, we wanted to try it differently for once. What we believe to have shown is only that a ray of realization proceeds from our theory. One may think differently about it, and we have therefore only offered material, not an absolute opinion, but the reader should feel its presence. 2. Let us complete that, which has been said through yet a few words about the question what significance approaches our system for the solving of practical questions. We thereby want to deposit a moment an important, too little appreciated one, and reserve a later discussion. Here we understand the problems of practical politics, etc., by those practical questions. Now, in principle, we do not think highly of that, which can currently arise for it from pure economic contemplations. Bearing in mind the strict lessons, which the history of our discipline has given us in this regard, we therefore want to rather be too careful than too sanguine, all the more as we believe to have observed, not without concerns, that the theorists, in turn, stand at the point of forgetting the same, or more correct, that they have never sufficiently paid heed to the same. One only slowly manages to push oneself through to the yet unavoidable renunciation, and the number of the entirely irreproachable works in this regard is still deplorably scarce. So let us immediately say that we agree with the opponents of the theory to a great extent. The practical applications of the same are partially based on misunderstandings of their methods and on misjudgment of their task. What we thereby reproach the opponents with is that they concluded the worthlessness and even falsehood of the theory from it. But we do not want to repeat this, but rather only briefly summarize our results concerning this matter. They are supposed to be offered to the reader without further justification, since we, tired of the endless mistakes and the failed attacks that followed, doubt to convert anyone to our point of view anyhow. We can communicate with the historian, but not with the politicizing theorist. Whoever wants to absolutely solve the greatest questions using the pure theory as a starting point, he resembles Icarus in an alarming way, or whoever does not use theory at all, in order to utilize it for the political discussion, is its worst enemy. It is based upon a misjudgment of the essence and the tasks of the theory if one wants to demand something, or justify or attack something due to the same. The reader knows well enough how much the theorists have sinned and are still sinning in this regard, that this contradicts the essence of a strict science and that we do not want to have anything to do with it, but especially that such aberrations can be separated from the theory, and that this does not stand and fall with them. We do not need to develop all of this again, regardless of how lively we wish that the reader imprints these points on his memory. It is also a misunderstanding of the essence and also of the methods of the pure economy if one applies its terms and theorems outside of its closest field and especially to reality, without further ado. This is nevertheless more forgivable. The same can be observed in all areas. The first glimpse of a new realization gives rise to fulsome hopes, and one overestimates the significance of that, which has been achieved, and this also has its advantages, but the disillusion is unavoidable and it will be necessary to decide on painful abandoning. This is also the case for us. We must be clear about the fact that we cannot solve the great problems of our time from our standpoint. Some strategist, Napoleon, or another one has said that during war, everything depends on having the superior forces at the right moment. A good word, which we also want to be able to say to ourselves. It makes no sense to attack great problems with insufficient means, and the secret of scientific success also lies in encountering such only then, when we can cope with them. It is not the pure economy, because its weapons are not even made for this. Believing that our atomistic term of economics tells us something about its actual life and weaving, or that our maximum theorem is adequate for social politics, means misunderstanding both. But even there, where not such misunderstanding is committed, the attempt to gain much for practice from the theory must currently fail. What do we want to say about, for example, the problem of British imperialism? Only truisms or inexact philosophies would be our offers, but can we not contribute to certain special questions of that great problem, for example, to the fiscal problem? Certainly, and we will come to this shortly, but one may not forget that, which we have already highlighted in the section about the variations method, namely the static character of these contributions. The same entails that we can always just grasp the direct effects of the things, and exposes us to the objection that we are missing the decisive point. We are then in the unenviable position of having to let ourselves be told that we are considering the things from a worm's eye view and in the most short-sighted manner imaginable. What does it matter if a tariff directly damages someone, where the future of the nation is at stake? What use is the exact verification to us that a socio-political invasion lessens the maximum utility of the parties concerned even in a case where it really works if we have to sit with a caeteris paribus? Cetera do not simply remain the same, are not supposed to remain the same. We are examining the effect of a tax. These examinations cause the politicians, who have appropriately learned from the economist, to very much be for conservative budgets, justifiably in part. It is certainly true that boundless expenditures eventually will reach the limit of that, which is possible, and steadily increasing taxes will have to become alarming. But to the extent that something true lies in it, this is indeed self-evident. We need the economy just as little for it as the private citizen needs it, in order not to be a squanderer, and on the other hand, the social politician will smile about it. He surely does not want the things to remain the way they are. He wants to continue on, higher up, and our tactical position will again not be an advantageous one. But for virtually all questions of the industry and its development, the matter is the following: the interests that come into play, due to the combinations of the individual ones to groups, among others, are so great that the people and the state must take it well or badly. Trusts, etc., must be impinged upon. It must be arbitrated between laborers and entrepreneurs, new outlets must be established, possibly with force, and occupational opportunities must be made available for the industry through the state and its diplomacy. The acquired orders must be distributed more or less arbitrarily, and frequently according to non-economical points of view, etc. There simply is no other way for all of this, and it is completely pointless to argue about whether it is good or bad, vis-a-vis this. The facts are more powerful than the principles, and the most vigorous doctrinaire could not do otherwise but put all those tasks on familiar terms and conduct industrial expansionism, etc., when put in the relevant position. But if we want to have the courage of truth, all of this means not much less than that our theory, insofar as it is well justified, fails vis-a-vis the most important phenomena of the modern economic life. In the great battle of the world market, which is led with such different means, the future has the say, and our system becomes silent. If it achieves something, then it is only the fact that it teaches us, especially in its exact form, to separate the individual moments that it comes down to with clarity, and not to confound them, as it usually almost always happens. It can do this up to a certain degree, the differentiation between static and dynamic, and the specification of the necessary data of our system already achieve much there, but that is also it. We are also unfortunately not in a position to let the reader have much hope for the current development of our science in this direction. Those problems are certainly not hopelessly difficult, but we believe that our discipline, the pure economy, will never achieve anything substantially better for it. To step back, not move forward, is offered here in our opinion, sincere renunciation sans phrase. We will get to know another direction, in which a developmental opportunity seems to present itself to us, but those problems will probably be forever unworldly to us. I believe we can only answer one thing to the question what the pure economy has to achieve for the questions of practice. There is a series of very special problems of practice, which the theory can solve in many cases. These are those complicated questions of the price formation, for which an exact expansion of the general rules of logic, a type of special logic of prices, is not worthless. We have gotten to know examples. Of course, data from reality are always necessary, and if the same are given, then the result also often arises entirely on its own, but nonetheless not always, and one will not be able to completely deny merits of the theory here. It is nevertheless possible to add a series of corrections to the popular discussion of these things in this manner. The reader knows that we are talking about the complicated applications of the variations method here, but is that really all? What we can say about the essence of the branches of income, does this not have a practical significance? It hardly does, apart from the fact that this realization enables us to apply that method. The result is certainly interesting, just as the distinct determination of wages and rent. But what use is that to the practitioner? The fact that they are economically explainable gives no higher dedication to incomes as some theorists believe. The first one will be very indifferent to whether he can directly influence the distribution of income or only by changing the data of the system, if an exertion of influence is even possible. We have seen that from the economical derivation of incomes that a justification or even its absolute necessity of nature does in no way yet follow, and if the owners of the sources of income would not defend themselves, then they would protect our discussion very little from socio-political intrusions, and this is the situation for all of our theorems. They are interesting, scientific results and promising beginnings of further development. But let us suffice with that, and let us not expose them to the endurance test of practical applications. They cannot endure it. They are observation towers, not fortresses. They cannot endure a bombardment. A brilliant man has once expressed his astonishment about the fact that the practitioner most often understands nothing about theory, the theorist understands nothing about practice. This is extraordinarily relevant. The greatest statesmen and business people are often agnostic about the most elementary things in a very astonishing way, not only about the pure theory, but also about phenomena that directly concern them. The best men of action have written the worst critiques about economic questions, and have given speeches that would not withstand cool scrutiny. But this cannot surprise us, and we will not rate it according to this, that, which we would expect is much more straightforward. One can indeed also digest very well without knowing that one even has a stomach, and we know that correct thinking is by far not necessary for correct action, as one believes. The motives and the principles that are conscious to the doer are often other than those which actually guide him. It would be terrible if we had to first teach the economic subjects their action. We want to learn from them, meaning to characterize their doings to our intellectual satisfaction. Our sentences must be partially self-evident and partially incomprehensible. It will signify the dawn of a new period for the social sciences, when this will someday be accepted on all sides. 3. Once more, the boundaries and defects of the economy. We want to present the boundaries and defects of the theoretical economy once more, according to its current condition, before we move on to that, which we wish to say about the necessary reforms, the question about the direction of further work, and several developmental possibilities. We will thereby in a sense proceed somewhat differently than during the discussion of the value of realization of our discipline. While we left the final judgment to the discretion of the individual there and only made the effort of fully and truthfully presenting its so to speak material substrate, we believe that here, not only the layman, but also the expert of another orientation must surrender the reins to he, who devotes his entire strength to the theory and knows its structure exactly. So there, the pros and cons are supposed to be represented in a corresponding relationship. Here, brief and precise answers are supposed to be given to the reader to questions, which he is justified in directing to us. We want to suggest a ready standpoint to him in these questions, something that he can adhere to, in our opinion. But here as there, we are constructing our views in front of the eyes of the reader, and are making an effort in being careful, but also reliable. But we do not want to create as many words here as there, but rather be as brief and dry as possible. After all that has been said, we can present the boundaries of the pure economical realization, which makes our static system possible, without further justification in approximately the following manner. Our area positively reaches as far as the applicability of our barter schema, as we want to repeat again, so in one regard further than the phenomenon of prices in the typical sense of the word, especially also into the field of the commerce-less economy and even beyond that of the economic processes. The latter point is, however, of relatively little importance. The results that are thereby attainable hardly deserve an elaboration, or not to the extent of the economic ones after all. But in another regard, our area does not reach as far as the barter, because we can by no means explain everything about the barter altogether, and also not all bartering relations and all types of the price formation. Only as far as the economic everyday life goes, especially the great factum of the constancy of the budgets, does one get by with our picture of reality. One can then express this more precisely, in that this picture is useful insofar as the assumption of continuously and always decreasing marginal utility functions do not collide with reality. It cannot be emphasized often enough that all concrete prices can in no way be described on this basis. Our reduction of the entire pure economy to the barter relation will already meet with opposition, but the claim that was just constructed will be even more noticeable, and yet to us, both seem to be essential for the correct understanding of the economy. A delimitation of our area already lies in it. We still want to negatively complete the same by indicating those moments, at which we notice its failure, meaning so to speak its boundary stones. This is also just a repetition. We have established 4 of such boundaries. They are the following: firstly and above all, the data of a problem also always represent its boundaries and those of the method, with which the same is solved. But our data were the value functions, in which the entire nature of the economic subjects were reflected, their race, history, etc. as we explained, a given geographical milieu, climate, composition of the ground, etc. a specific organization of our individual state, law, economic organizations of every kind, etc. and finally, a given distribution of all goods as well as of all productive and consumption goods. The last mentioned limitation is insofar the most important one to us as it is often overlooked, and in this sharpness that was first worked out by us, it represents a very serious and perhaps peculiar limitation of our area. It is so important to the evaluation of our system and for the understanding of some points of the method's controversy that it is recommended for the reader's attention again. Secondly, one of the boundaries of our system that it is a practice of many and is to be very much emphasized vis-a-vis most economists in its descriptive, meaning, strictly scientific character, which excludes value judgments and demands, thirdly, in its formal and fourthly, in its static nature. These boundaries entail that nothing about concrete conditions of the economy can be contained in our theorems in themselves, and that they generally fail for the phenomenon vis-a-vis the development. We do not want to elaborate these things any further. That, which has been said, only represents a resume of previously won realizations, and the same also applies to the following. If we ask about the defects of the economical theory, then we must carefully separate 2 different types of the same, namely those, which cling to the prevalent scheme and those, which cling to the theory itself, quasi-inhere to it and cannot be removed or are only difficult to remove. We want to sum them up separately, and very much regret that this did not always happen. The number of the first ones is significant. They are to be grouped in the following manner. We saw that this scheme above all, contains quite a number of worthless constituent parts. As examples, let certain parts of the monetary theory, certain discussions about economizing, about transportation and the insurance industry, furthermore, things that one could consider as perhaps the study of trading, be mentioned. Thereupon, it contains non-pertinent elements. The same can be combined into 2 groups. The common justification attempts of incomes can be considered as the type of one of them, considerations about climate, question of race, etc., can be the type of the other. We are not theorists at all for the first one. For the latter one, we are probably theorists, but dilettantes. The theory of population partially belongs here. Thirdly, if we now skip to the actual economic theory, we detect an entire series of sentences, which one could consider as perhaps being weak points. If one recollects, for example, the theory of interest, the theory of capital formation, the theory of entrepreneurial profit, apropos also others, the common monetary theory certainly belongs here, but it is on the point of outgrowing this stage. But one can still include the quantity theory today, and one could have just recently included the theory of ground rent into a 4th category, in which the dead points, by which we mean the topics about which an endless discussion is led, whose arguments constantly repeat themselves without any type of progress being noticeable. One will partially count the theory of population, and nevertheless the iron law of wages, hereunto. A fifth group of defects is of another type. It repeatedly occurs that one and the same representation contains thoughts, which jar with one another, as for example, a classic theory of ground rent and in addition, another theory of entrepreneurial profit that is based on the moment of differential rent. Even the acceptance of the modern abstinence theory and the adherence to the classic theory of ground rent can also not comport with that. Furthermore, the theory of interest, precisely in most recent times, is overrun with such mistakes, and the striving to highlight the phenomenon of interest from all sides, or better, to cover up the lack of a satisfactory explanation through the accumulation of explanation attempts, has led to aberrations in this direction. These are only some symptoms of the deplorable fact that not every economist appropriately reflects about his system and is sufficiently clear about the nature and the mutual relationship of his theories. Instruments of different origin and different age are used side by side. In the works of authors, whose primary interest does not apply to pure theoretical questions, different systems of our discipline are confounded, which do not abreast in their developmental process, but are determined to take turns. For the most part, no conscious and beneficial unification of different standpoints, just as we aspire to them, lies in it, but rather, as we have repeatedly shown, a misjudgment of their differences, a mistake that is extremely damaging to the discussion and also stands in the way of clarity and unity of our system. While some inconsiderately and uncomprehendingly drag along new skills, others drag along old skills in infinitum. Examples for this already offer themselves to us in the most superficial overview, in the outer appearance of our science. In order to name only one important one still adheres to the old classification of our theory today, into the sections of production, consumption, of trade, and distribution. But production and distribution are based on trade, as far as it comes into consideration for us, they are simply just bartering acts, and the consumption does not offer us any interesting sentences, if one does not think of culture historical and psychophysical discussions for a consumption theory. This classification is therefore entirely inapplicable and shows with alarming clarity that some economists, who classify and judge the theory, do not quite know what it is actually about. Regardless, it lives on point 1. That, which was last said leads to the sixth point of our criticism. Finally, the common methods are inadequate. We only want to stress two instances and forego other points, above all, that method of word discussion, of the revision of conception, that method, which gives itself away through the introduction, in which meanings does one use this or that word. We are certainly not denying that many of the best thoughts of our science, actually the most, appear in this form, and that this method for many a good achievement is nothing more than a figure of speech, for which it therefore only has the meaning of an imperfection and does not touch its essence. But in principle, one can only consider them as being deplorable and will also have to see one of the reasons in it, as to why economic discussions impress the layman, as well as the educated public so little. Thereupon, we would like to point out, although with all reserve, that for more complicated problems, where the language does not suffice, the economists avail themselves to a highly primitive aid, namely the construction of tables of concrete numbers. Ricardo already does this, and this has become very common today. This is also just an imperfection for the time being, but these tables furthermore complicate an exhausting representation of the problems and easily lead to incorrectness, which would avoid the language of higher analysis. If one is already conducting theory, then one should also do this as correctly and completely as possible and not be left behind that, which can be achieved. Let us now move on to those defects, which are inherent to our system, which still exist then, when it is represented completely accurately. There are also many of them, and not all of them can be stated again here. Only the following may be summarized here. Above all, some boundaries of the system are to be mentioned there, and many a thing that is a weak point for the common scheme and is being excluded from static can therefore be considered as a defect of our system as well, although from another title, because we can only partially excuse ourselves with excluding, when solving is demanded of us. It is probably of little use in itself to complain about that, which one cannot attain, but this does not prevent that for every theoretical system, it is more or less reproached for its failures and testifies against it, especially then, when its acceptance or rejection is at stake. It is just that these defects are inalterable. In this sense, one will certainly reproach us for the fact that we are constructing a system, which does not explain several very important and undeniably purely economical phenomena, especially capital interest and entrepreneurial profit, and we respond by stating that we just cannot do differently and feed with hopes of dynamic. However, a further comfort lies in the fact that we, as we believe, are then able to grant a far more suitable approach to these problems, but these are painful deficits for static, and this one alone has already been worked out halfway satisfyingly today, so that we almost have to identify it as theoretical economy altogether. It furthermore fails vis-a-vis every phenomenon, which can only be conceived from the standpoint of the development, as the ones, which were mentioned in our opinion point to the problems of capital formation and others, especially the one of economic progress and crises belongs there. Especially the latter must be emphasized, since we have not mentioned it until now. The static systems and its methods do not give us a means of explaining this phenomenon. Just as there would be no interest, there would also be no crises under the requirements of static, even though some effects of the same can be demonstrated by it quite well. In a static economy, there is no room for those moments, which cause a crisis, and all crisis theories, whatever their nature or value may be, are essentially dynamic. In connection with it, it also states that we cannot even adequately treat the recompensation of capital, that our people, strictly speaking, are not allowed to alter or otherwise change themselves, that great changes in ownership of land and capital, which would result in a change in the direction of production, cannot take place, that the savings activity must keep itself within narrow limits, that we cannot do justice to the law of increasing production return, insofar as it can function as an element of progress and influence the size of the real incomes, etc. Now, all of this is not as despairing as it appears. If one considers that our system only applies to every given moment, and if one also knows that everything that our system limits in principle and according to its essence, and because we are primarily concerned with the realization of its essence, we have so distinctly emphasized this, but nothing prevents us from going somewhat beyond it in practice, if one only remains aware that one thereby carries out further, more audacious abstractions, then one will calm oneself about it. However, the nature of the aid thereby shows itself in a bright light, the artificial, not quite adequate thing of our system, and also the necessity of a dynamic. We only want to instance one more defect of our system here. We have seen that the exchange theory does not yield a distinct exchange relation in all cases, namely not then, when two or more monopolists face one another. This is very unfortunate, because this case is very important practically and does paralyze our system of distinctly determined actions and reactions. This defect is even more serious than even when the exchange relation between monopolists is certainly distinctly determined. If we could grasp its economic power and energy, etc., just as exactly as other moments, then a distinctly determined result would also have to arise here, which would have just as much justification of existence epistemologically as our competitive price. And yet, this is a point, about which one can justifiably demand an explanation from us. If we admit our inability to give it, then we cannot deny that a great defect of our approach lies in it. 4. About reforms and attempts at reform. Our views about the reforms that are necessary in economics will arise by themselves from the previously stated. They are, as I believe, clear and natural, and can be presented in brief. I furthermore believe that they correspond to a healthy communis opinio, which slowly but surely seems to break ground, and differentiates itself from others by its practicability and also due to the fact that it is equidistant from radicalism and from quietism. Through composure and measure, we would like to achieve that they seem just about acceptable to everyone. In turn, we would like to distinguish between the reforms, the one which is to be carried out for the common scheme and that, which is to be done to our system in correct form. The latter will then lead us to the discussion of the further paths of research and several developmental opportunities and perspectives. Both of the different points fall apart on their part into the presentations of our views and a judgment about the other economists. Our suggestions for reform in first regard are the following. They simply amount to the demand of the elimination of defects. Let one separate theory and practice. Whoever can never forego the value judgments and politics, even within his scientific activity, he should at least say every time he touches upon these areas that he is doing that and momentarily leaving the ground of strict science, in order to thereby facilitate a separate criticism of his theorems and his political position, but he should not hide behind the theory. One should furthermore separate theory and metaphysical speculation. One should never forget that for the sake of truth and clarity, for the sake of the serious obligation towards the science that one is dealing with. Thereupon, we are demanding distribution of labor in the area of the sciences of the trading by man. The very first thing that the unbiased observer in our discipline must notice is the characteristic of its parts that is so different methodically and content related. In the beginnings of the same, it was possible and even advisable to combine them. This is no longer possible today. No exact science is allowed to consist of a conglomerate of different things, just as, for example, medicine or finance, if it is supposed to fully develop itself. Such unifications are essential to many practical purposes, but none of the contributing sciences can run free within the same, but rather the latter must still find their separate maintenance, and their progress is achieved in this alone. The separation of static and dynamic is still necessary, meaning the general acceptance of the fact that our static system, even though it achieves enough for problems, which could otherwise not be treated accordingly, in order to justify its existence, but it is nevertheless not able to solve all pure economic problems, and that this lag is better to be worked out separately, by means of other presuppositions, other materials, and other methods. In it lies the demand for the foregoing of the attempt to jam things into our system, which do not fall in line with its schema by themselves, and furthermore, the ones of the discovery of an adequate approach, which gets rid of the weak and dead points. These points are especially the ones that should be pointed out to those experts who either consider the economy as being completed or doubt its developmental ability. Here lies a large, fruitful area of work, in which there is too much to be done, that has to be cultivated first, a colony for all economists who complain about shortages of theoretical work. And finally, the most secured area of our discipline has not been fully developed yet by far. A thinking through, working out is still necessary there, a really satisfactory conclusion of all the pending controversies. An improvement of our methods is also a necessity. In these brief sentences, which arise here as a consequence of our work and which we strive to carefully prepare and secure, lies our view about the reform of today's economy. Again, we sought to be clear and also modest, and have limited ourselves to salient points, about which a difference of opinion should actually not exist. Precisely this will contribute to its acceptance, as we hope. But now, yet another word about other views about this matter. Most of the economists admit the necessity of a reform altogether, and most of them also have a more or less specific view about it. But the same often has a commonality, which very much complicates the practical implementation of suggestions. One of such is often not even attempted. It is often just a matter of a coining of catchwords and of a type of window dressing. The fact that these suggestions for reform do not grow out of concrete work and occasionally originate from people, who must be denied of having sufficient expertise, contributes to this. We cannot let the philosopher point us in the right direction, but rather he should turn to us when he wants to find something out about it. But unfortunately, the economy is able to gain just as little from the majority of the methodologies and epistemologies, which economists have to draw up, because the same only rarely glance back at their own theoretical work, are often not adequately acquainted with the theory and rest on their task much more subsequent to the philosophers and their manner than it is good, and whether they actually further know the work of devoted economists. But the catchword and the general phrase also prevail here, and all misunderstandings, which only exist about the topic of the essences and the value of the economy, are rendezvousing here. Wherever truth is contained in there, it must first be liberated from a shell of falsehood, correctly formulated, and limited. The call for facts in its commonality belongs here, just as the demand to avoid a priori sentences, and the one to consider non-economic moments. We have already mentioned all of this. We have therefore shown, in regards to the first mentioned demand, that one must differentiate between those facts, which form the foundation of our system and to which its results refer, and those others, which lead to the problem that lies outside of the same, and thereupon, that and at which points the latter affect the first. However, we do not want to elaborate these things at this point. Let only one more type of reformers be mentioned, namely those who step forth with the demand of wanting to newly construct economics from the ground up. The self-confidence that is expressed therein is enviable. Newton and Laplace have worked consequent to that, which exists, but they do not consider that as being necessary. The brain work of a century and even longer seems meaningless to them vis-a-vis their own productivity. An endeavor like ours could surely only fill them with contempt. But is it not narrow-minded to deny the possibility of such a recreation? We do not do this. We do not know of one of such. If it stands in front of us, then we will not withhold our sincere admiration from it. But the demand for a completely new construction by itself seems idle to us, and to us, promises regarding this do not seem to be fulfilled. I do not know who the brilliant scoffer was, who wrote in the Globe during the time of Polignac-Labourdonnais' regime, under Charles X, M.D. Polignac is certainly very determined, only he does not know where to. I also have the same impression in our case, which does not prevent me from showing complete appreciation for every actual achievement and even for every good aperçu, which may find itself in such a work. Our view now about what there is to be done for the core of the static theory, so therefore for our system when it is accurately presented, correctly delimited, and methodically irreproachable, is simply this: an actual reform does not seem to be necessary to us. That is certainly not supposed to mean that it is absolutely complete and that there is nothing else to change or to better about it. But it seems to us that the way it is as good in essence as it can possibly be, even if it is just for the present and the nearest future. We are not mistaking its defects because of it, we just believe that they are unavoidable in part, and that it is more advisable for the other part to accept them, to deal with them as those fundamental changes, which would be necessary for their removal. To us, the reform, which demands time and scientific development, seems to have been realized, whereby we of course have to emphasize that we thereby not only mean the newer value theory, but also several other points, namely the more accurate formulation of the foundations and of other, individual things, the acceptance of our variations method and the separation of static and dynamic, which also has the result for the theory of capital interest that was affected by us. But if all of this is accepted and spread, then we would like to withdraw from the row of reformers, because we consider it practical to hold on to the foundations that have been gained for a while unchanged, in order to let them consolidate, sit down and bring themselves into effect. We believe that essential, further reforms would currently be possible indeed, but would harm the clarity and simplicity of our system more than the probable result warrants, insofar as we can look past it. Of course, every moment can expose us, and then it would of course be the greatest pedantry to adhere to this standpoint. But if one asks us about our opinion whether further great reforms of our system are to be expected in the nearest future, namely, whether we believe such to be desperately needed, then we can only answer in the negative in the sense, which we have just explained and which will hopefully not be misunderstood. Completions of methods and content in detail, careful working out of many individual points, this is certainly necessary, but the great characteristics of that, which this work is supposed to represent are not expected to change so quickly. Beforehand, a battle for their acceptance is to be partially ended and partially begun, and then they are supposed to still carry further fruits first, before they are thrown on the scrap heap, and new ones, which are, as we must emphasize, not yet available, not even in basic approaches, and of which we cannot conceive a clear idea yet, take their place. Before we say something little about these further fruits and other ways of further work, we want to still make some remarks about several suggestions for reform, which are expressed from a different side for our system. 2. These are the desiderata, which are of a more particular nature than the just mentioned catchwords, and furthermore for the reason that they absolutely bear witness to insight and expertise, they deserve more attention. And if we believe that they are better to currently remain unrealized, then we are still aware that another view about it is possible and may even seem more correct by deeper insight into our science than I possess. We are alluding to the following points, all of which we have already mentioned. Above all, one has also demanded a social approach in the theoretical circles. This demand, which is to be strictly distinguished from the one of the consideration of socio-political moments and which aims for the introduction of social categories in place of the individual ones into the pure theoretical thought processes themselves, especially in Germany and America, and our standpoint vis-a-vis it, apart from all misunderstandings, which it so easily encounters, exposes us to the objection of backwardness. But we have already talked about this topic and can only repeat here that we still find methodological individualism to be indispensable today, and that a social approach, of course, only in our narrow area, seems to offer us neither essentially new results, nor any other essential advantages, which is confirmed by the fact that no one is serious about it anyway. But it would probably complicate our picture and take clarity away from it. In consideration for demands and attacks from the outside and herein, not in requirements of our system, is the origin of this tendency to be searched for, and in the attempt to fend off false suspicion in the political and social orientation lies no sufficient reason for an improvement, so much the more since it mostly only exists in the utterance of a principle. This is not quite the case for the desideratum of the consideration of the moment of effort, with the attempt to create an energetic theory of economy. This moment is certainly necessary for the understanding of important phenomena and must be grasped somehow. But, as I believe, just not through the progress of the static system, but rather separately, namely for a similar reason as the one, which induced us to eliminate the social moment, namely, because the essential characteristics of static would thereby be complicated and tarnished without something special arising from it. And entirely the same applies to the phenomenon of development of movement altogether. Attempts to consider them inside of our system have led to little, valuable results, at least up to now. We believe to be able to continue in another way and would like to keep our static system, whose most beautiful adornment is its clarity and unity, free from all of these things. Let us only mention one more of these desiderata, perhaps the most important. It refers to the moment of time lapse. Apart from several attempts to consider this moment, which are less significant and at any rate, uninfluential, there are mainly three noteworthy theories, which realize the same. To begin with, it is the abstinence theory. Thereupon, Professor Marshall's theory of long-period curves, which distinguishes itself from our demand functions by the fact that they do not just count for the moment as this one does, but are supposed to cover a longer period of time. But v. Boehm-Baruch's moment of time was especially studied, and it powerfully penetrated into literature from his work, so that today, almost every systematic representation talks more or less about it. Where do we stand in all of this with our system that only applies to one point in time? Well, what we have to say about it is the following: it is not the mere time lapse that these theories have in mind. Rather, they refer to that, which happens in this time. This is hardly more than self-evident, and this can be nothing else than development, in our sense. One can be easily convinced of this. The abstinence theory considers the significance of productive efforts for the purpose of changes, elevation of the level of the economy, and plays, as we have seen in agreement with Professor Clark, no role in static. Furthermore, one readily sees that Professor Marshall's long-period curves just have the purpose of grasping phenomena, which escape our demand functions. But these can only be developmental phenomena, which involve the changes of the data, which we are necessitated to determinately accept. Of course, one can also interpret them as pictures of further effects of causes for disturbance, which we also treat in static. But only then can they have a form that is different from ours of static curves, when these effects drop out of static. Otherwise, the time lapse, which must take place up to its entrance, has no significance, and nothing prevents us from disregarding it. We have already proven that V. Bohm-Bawerk's theory finally is not static. His third reason, on which the main emphasis is placed, has a distinct relation to economic process. Since the most important thought processes, in which we encounter the moment of time lapse, therefore do not fit into the framework of static requirements, the conclusion arises from it for us that we are not foregoing anything essential when we disregard this moment and adhere to the belief that our system only applies to given points in time, which suits its essence and enlightens us about so many of its peculiarities, as we, however, cannot demonstrate again here. In fact, it is one of our most important methodological results, without many a theorem not being able to be correctly understood. By the way, here still lies many a problem, and if we do not go into it as into many interesting questions of detail, we are only reluctantly conforming ourselves to external requirements. We are therefore answering the question whether the basic approaches to a future development lie in these and related attempts for reform in the negative, insofar as the formation of static is thereby considered. But we want to emphasize again that we therein differ from many, precisely the most progressive economists. We constructed our judgment in front of the eyes of the reader and believe to have justified it, as far as this is possible in such things. At any rate, strict verification of its validity is not possible, only the future will tell whether or not we are mistaken. 5. The developmental opportunities of the theoretical economy. Finally, after all that has been said, the question now what is raised. It has been discussed what is to be improved on the scheme of our science and the question whether groundbreaking reforms are imminent for our exact system in the near future, for the exact system as we presented and delimited it. It is now worth saying quite a bit about what is to be further done on this system and which paths the further work in the area of pure economy will presumably pursue. Everyone who really feels at home in his science must be able to answer these questions, and as long as they are left unanswered, even if it is in brief and with due reserve, the representation of our discipline is not complete, the reader has no clear picture of it. It lies in the nature of the matter that a good measure of subjectivity must also lie in such discussions, and there is certainly not only one way to continue, but the matter is nevertheless, as we have said, of lesser subjective character than a judgment about the value of the discipline, and the reader can, and also must, trust the specialist in doing so. So to begin with, we want to indicate the direction of further work on our system and several of its developmental opportunities, at least in an outline, and thereupon, say something about the problems that lie outside of the same, which essentially amounts to a perspective of the area of dynamic. Now above all, our system must still be elaborated. The variations method has nowhere near given all the results that it can give, and especially the mathematical analysis can still get much, more than one thinks, out of these things. We could only indicate how rich this area is. May the results not even be very great, they are not worthless, but rather certainly of significant, theoretical, and not without practical interest. But this has already been said and should only be mentioned here for the sake of completion. The expansion of our system therefore especially resides with us, and one can say that it makes gratifying progress daily. But thereupon, those connections, which we can currently clearly define and which give us our secured results today, are in no way everything yet that can be won on our basis. On the contrary, the same can still be substantially enhanced, its fruitfulness increased, namely in a different way. One can characterize these opportunities by three catchwords: specialization of our assumptions, construction of new assumptions, and new combinations of our elements. What we mean by our first catchword is a methodological rule of measure, which exists in the fact that we give our assumptions a more specialized content. One of such would be, for example, to lend a more specific form to our value functions, which must suffice for the same requirements as the current one, but also contains others. Bernoulli's curve is such an attempt. W. Lonhart probably went the furthest here. One harshly criticized this, but too harsh, in our opinion, because it is indeed true that such further assumptions must not be as one chooses, but rather carefully verified and limited to the purposes, for which they prove themselves, thereupon, that the gained results will have a narrower application area, are distanced a step further away from reality, in short, represent a keen attempt, which only success can justify, finally, that both of the mentioned ones and also other authors proceeded too carelessly and either became guilty of many a mistake themselves or in their followers, but this changes nothing about the fact that their proceeding was not a principally failed one, but rather corresponded to very correct insights into the essence of our discipline, and that future, basic approaches for a development lie here. To have realized this, it is a much greater benefit than one may believe. It is also much greater than the mistakes that were made in the process. We cannot get closer involved with this point any further, but would like to express our conviction that here, a path leads forward, upward to a worthwhile look into the gearing mechanism of the economy, a path, which only he, who was educated using exact methods can completely appreciate, but which will be treaded on sooner or later. This is the first of the opportunities of new development, which we consider as being really fruitful, unlike almost all of the experts, also unlike most of the commonly suggested improvements. I am well aware that this lies too far from their goals, desires, and their developmental process, than that agreement could be counted on. Let us therefore suffice with that, which has been said, and let us go to the second point, the construction of new assumptions. Entirely the same applies to it, the same hopes and concerns. New assumptions signify the introduction of new facts because, as I said in the first part, the same always enter our system under the guise of assumptions. Examples would perhaps be the hypothesis that the total demand of all economic subjects of our area of study for one good behaves similarly to the individual demand of each of the same, that a total function of similar form to the individual functions can therefore be constructed, or the hypothesis that the value functions of the individuals only differ for the same goods through constants. Such assumptions can then also lead to new results, which are of course to be realized, but with great caution. Finally, a third opportunity is represented by new combinations of the elements of our system. We are generally speaking of the ownership of goods of the individual economic subjects, we are using it as our point of departure. But for some purposes, one can combine, for example, all quantities of work that are available in the area of study, and contrast it with the quantities of the other production goods, and finally also the consumption goods that were combined in the same manner, just as this occurred in our picture of the islands. This leads to some results, which are certainly worthwhile. As a rule, we are furthermore only speaking of consumption's goods in general. If one separates them into different groups, nourishment, housing, clothing, etc., then one can add further characteristics to each of them, which together, are not adequate for it, and perhaps more specialized results will consequently be gained from it, which may have more or less value, but must certainly be looked at, before one blows over them. Therefore, our tasks are the elaboration of the current foundations of our system and their enrichment in the manner that was just mentioned. A further point is now added to it, the appointment of concrete data into our formal theorems. This moment is already partially contained in both of the others, and there is nothing noticeable about it so far. If we want to examine the effect of a tax, then something must be told to us about its type if more than very general sentences are supposed to arise, so for example, whether it is placed on the profits of the entrepreneurs or on the unit of the commodity, etc. During the discussion of the influence of every cause for disturbance on some price, the result is dependent upon the elasticity of supply and demand, meaning on new facts, on further data. But, what interests us here is the fact that one gets very far with this appointment of facts, that an entirely new perspective can present itself to the economy, a developmental opportunity, which is unimagined in the true sense of the word and perhaps appointed, to induce a complete revolution in the conception and evaluation of the economy, to bring it into a new era. One does not readily see this by looking at these modest sentences that we just stated, and we must therefore be somewhat more explicit. When we introduce the datum into our raisonnement that a tax is placed on the unit of a good, then our result still remains very general. It will apply to all of such taxes and tell us nowhere near all that we would like to know about every single one of the same, in regards to the pure economical aspect of the matter, or when we examine any other price variation with the help of a special datum, in regards to the demand function one of such is the degree of elasticity, then this result will also apply to many cases, to the variations of the prices of all goods, whose demand function has a similar form, but since the form characteristics that are given to us are always so little, we will therefore not attain a concrete, let us state the decisive word, numerical result. But can one not continue on this path, which already thereby proves itself, even more, has proven itself as indispensable and generally used? Can one not determine the demand function more exact, so exact that we do not just achieve a distinct result, but rather a concrete result? I believe to hear the answer, what a fantastic endeavor, unpredictability of the economic processes, constant change, etc. But we can also generally counter such universalities, so where does the utopia of such a proceeding lie? One can only press towards it difficultly and slowly. The path leads through tedious collection of facts, possibly through unsuccessful attempts, through mistakes and disappointments, but this is only natural. If the matter were simple and everything was already done, then every word would be redundant. Every progress encounters doubts and failings, and one only needs to throw in the towel a priori, in order to actually cause nothing to be achieved. We are only further opening a way, whose beginning already clearly and surely lies ahead of us. Why should we not be serious about the inquiring, about the experimental determination of our value functions? I can readily construct my value function for cigarettes, especially since a circumstance comes to my aid. And we are therewith entering the realm of exact arguments. This circumstance is the following: it would be difficult for me to say what the quitting of smoking would even cost and what I would pay for a cigarette daily. But I do not generally need to say that, it rather suffices for many cases, and these are the ones we are concerned with. If I can indicate a relatively small interval of my value function, for example, that portion of the same that applies to the 10th or 20th cigarette, and everyone can do that, and the effect of price variations is felt in everyone's budget. Each one of its influences is almost deliberate, meaning, let it be understood, the form of its value function in the so-called actual interval is one not supposed to be able to press towards a great precision of an indisputably existing moment. The difficulties are great, and we cannot hope for practical significance of the results for the time being, but theoretically, even convergence would be of great significance. Another moment helps us further, it is the total demand. Every merchant knows, or if he does not think about it, then he feels it and acts accordingly, how the price of a commodity influences the demand of his customers for the same, and furthermore his demand for the same, namely in no way just almost, but rather quite exact, meaning he knows about the total demand curve of the concerning commodity within his area and in his street more than we include in our curves. This applies much more to a fortunately especially important case, namely to the one of the great world trade articles. And especially today, and this will pertain even more to the future, where all kinds of organizations unify the price formation and the news service makes an abundance of data generally and quickly accessible, demand curves of gratifying convergence can be constructed relatively easily. Can one not follow quite well, how a tax on corn influences the food supply of a nation? Do we not have quite a number of methods to determine this quite satisfyingly? Can the pricing policy of a trust not be analyzed here with the greatest success? The examples would be so numerous that an explanation of each individual one is completely redundant. But of course, A great change in price could lead to such changes, for example, to the abandonment of consumption, or to the introduction of surrogates, that our approach fails. Thereupon, it cannot be denied that the phenomena of development figure into this here, and not only let our results become quickly obsolete, but also complicate the construction of our value functions. It is certainly clear that the pricing policy of a trust is very significantly determined by the consideration for the future, that the wrestling down of competitors, combat and distribution areas, attempts to introduce a commodity or to stretch its use to further classes of consumers and other moments, form great difficulties. But also nothing more than that, we are pointing to earlier explanations for the justification of the claim that we are left with a significant stock of facts when we forego them. However, we must do this, but if we are paving our way step by step towards a higher goal, then we do have the right to ask that one does not immediately demand everything from us. Those who have already denied the possibility of the first step have the least occasion to do this. We must suffice with this one for now, but we can and will do it. This is only half of the matter, but it really is this, and if it is possible to come to this problem solving through static, then the gained results can then in turn serve as a measure for the development. If our method sufficiently proves itself and one has gained confidence in it, it will be confronted with the latter in cases in which its results do not correspond with reality, and then it will show us how great that difference is, that unexplained falling behind, which is ascribed to moments other than those that static offers. Our sharp delimitation and our detailed discussion about the essence of static methods prove themselves in precisely this point. Short periods, small changes, all of that, which we have acknowledged as belonging to this essence achieves practical services for us here. It namely instructs us to separate those facts, which especially lend themselves to the scientific conception, from others, and makes us aware of the availability of an essential difference between both groups. So it was not the mood or any other speculative premises, which induced us to all the formulations and discussions, but rather moments, whose real significance show themselves in problems that are just as real. We wanted to, so to speak, adjust the methods and theorems of the economy, which, in our opinion, press towards directions, which lead to nothing, for exact, theoretical, and practical, well circumscribed problems, and suppress that, which seemed harmful to this goal. One must not misunderstand me. That, which has just been said, is certainly not what the economy is all about. We are certainly not infringing the theoretical significance of its result in themselves, but it does show us one of our future paths, well, one, which is very important to the value and the reputation of our discipline. Our exact system shows itself to us in a new way from this standpoint. It is also a workshop, among other things, in which weapons are forged, which, although not by themselves, but together they can nevertheless also serve further purposes of science and practice. We are making the case for computing operation. The connection of our discipline with the methods and the factual material of static becomes readily clear to us here in turn, from our work and not as a result of some general phrases. The popular question, what static can accomplish for the economy, now answers itself completely automatically. If one wants to signify our system by economy, we require it for the determination of the value functions that are so fundamental to us. We expect much from it. Even the smallest result will signify an enormous step forward on the pathway of the development of our discipline, as much as it may be sneered at or criticized, as it will surely happen, and nothing is easier than such a criticism about first attempts. We must of course limit ourselves to this indication of a great developmental opportunity here. But that, which has been said, is only one aspect of the matter. We now want to turn to perhaps even more important ones. Let us immediately say what it is about the connection of the theoretical economy with the technical sciences in the broadest sense of the word, aesthetics if you will, although we would prefer to avoid this term. This change of our discussion can actually not surprise the economists, namely for two reasons. For one had indeed conceived the economy itself as a type of aesthetics in earlier times, as aesthetics of the practical, economic life or even of politics. This has of course been overcome, and it should hardly be necessary, especially to emphasize that we do not mean something of the sort. But thereupon, one has always said something about technology in the economy, in the usual sense, and this still happens today, about the significance of the same, above all, for scientific progress. We have, however, already mentioned the fact that this has little value. Furthermore, one has also always touched upon technological topics, meaning topics, which the engineer typically deals with, as, for example, transportation. Of course, one limited oneself to universalities, and all of this moved into another direction altogether than that, which we want to say here. For example, in the economy of agriculture, agricultural political topics are mostly discussed, and possible schemata about the technical methods of agriculture, which we encounter very frequently, have no independent significance, serve as introductions or even as pointless embellishments. But nevertheless, one may possibly claim that within the constant return of such things, the feeling is expressed that the relationships between economy and technology are closer ones and partially of a different nature than one principally believes. By the way, it is also clear that the facts of technology impact on the process of the economy, and the laws of the latter on the progress and the practical application of technological methods. Particularly the latter point is important to us, for the question, which technological methods should be applied, for example, which operating system should be chosen for a piece of property in a given moment, what type and how many machines recommend themselves for a specific factory, etc., certainly not only the level of technological knowledge is decisive. If it is concerned with explaining a specific, given modus procedendi of the agriculturalist or the factory owner, then different moments are regarded, which we can combine into three groups for our purposes: the level of technology, economic considerations, and finally, still other moments, as indolence, destitution, ignorance, etc. It is now essential to distinguish between the second and third group. The third encompasses causes for disturbance, about which we can say, in the same sense as for error, etc., in the economy, that they are without principal significance. This is of course not the case for the second group. Even the most technologically developed machine will not be used, as long as it is not worth it, and much has already been said about the difference of the agricultural operation systems, which recommend themselves under different conditions, even if better ones are known. So if we find different technological methods parallel to one another in their application, then this does not need to involve any backwardness whatsoever, but this can rather be correct and be based on much more interesting moments. So while the pure economy on the one hand, and technology as an independent field of knowledge on the other hand, face one another as independent in themselves, there is still an area, in which the moment of technological efficiency and the moment of economic efficiency meet. It is thereby especially important that these two moments do not stand next to one another without diffusing, in an approximately similar way as it occurs in the finance, economy and socio-political chapters, which are completely independent of one another or whose points of intersection do lie outside of strict science and only in the psyche of the politician, but rather that the two can be combined exactly and bring forth a new, third area. This area is that, which one can describe with the words practical business operations in the broadest sense. The agricultural business operation, the theory of forestry, the one of transportation, railway economics, commercial routing, tariff theory, etc. are parts of the same, which we want to cite as an example, but the entire area of practically applied technology belongs here. This area lies in the middle, between those two other ones, and it can only be treated with the help of both. However, up to now, it was as good as exclusively in the hands of the engineers. Which discovery is to be established now for the economists, that the same are already actuating economic theory and that one recognizes the forms and theorems of the economy in works of this nature, incomplete and insufficient, which actually results in the fact that not quite that is accomplished in those works, which could be accomplished, and that they still play a rather minor part today, very satisfying to us. But the fact in itself is without doubt, a glance into a popular book about such topics, or into a magazine that is dedicated to the same, for example, the Annales de Pensée et Choses, convinces us of it. The fact gains a special significance in this connection, that an engineer belongs to the first discoverers of the law, which is carried under Gausson's name, which means none other than that he is interested in the form of the demand function. There are already works of economists in this area. To just name the best one that I know, let the one of Luigi Perizzo, one about the Italian trains, be mentioned. Furthermore, one more of the mentioned, somewhat remote topics must be thought of the theory of insurance. The fact that one can consider an economic hypothesis as its foundation teaches us two things: firstly, how little airy and speculative at least this economic assumption is, and secondly, that we at least connect in one point with the theory of insurance. I cannot elaborate on further relations to it here. Point 3. We can only indicate what is to be done, perhaps best in the following way: let one consider works about commercial routing and others, in which the questions about technology do not emerge by themselves, but rather with economical ones regarding the costs and the returns, and let one attempt to express this about that, which has been said last with the help of our theory, just as exact as the technological aspect of the matter has already been expressed, and our system allows us to do this quite beautifully. The economic aspect about it then appears just as scientific and of surprisingly similar form as the technological aspect about it, and one will find that this not only essentially increases the clarity and correctness of the entire thing, but also enables us to gain complete unity and many new results. This is the principle. We have already given examples. Even if the difficulties are great, and that, which can be directly achieved is nothing more than a start, no reasonable person will let himself be scared off by it. The matter functions like the first locomotive functioned, and maybe the hope is not unjustified that a distant future will look back at doubts, objections, and derision, which this new pathway will surely encounter, just the same as we did at that, which was said about those of its time. But we emphasize the conquest of a new application area. The introduction of new data into our raisonnement is not a vague hope, but it has rather already begun. Its day has already been broken. Even though it is not entirely correct, it will perhaps contribute to the highlighting of our thought when we say that just as statistics substantiate the demand aspect, technology, also supported by statistics, however, substantiates the supply aspect of our equilibrium problem, and will fill it with life and facts. Our exact methods now prove and justify themselves here, particularly also the application of mathematics. The analogy also proves and justifies itself here with mechanics. All of this now appears in a new and very significant light. One cannot get at these things with the literary economy, and even less with the common universalities, and with consideration for the same, the opponent of theoretical gimmickry will hardly still sneer at our efforts. But we want to be content with these insinuations. Let us now conclude. We believe that here, and not in the attempt to solve great political and social questions, lie the prospects for the further development of the economy. This is the moment that we skipped over during the discussion of the practical value of our discipline. We believe that the introduction of methods and theorems of the economy into the area of technology will lead to practical, as well as theoretically valuable results, and is readily possible in principle. This is now of very great importance for our discipline. The smallest gain is that individual ones of its area, which only offered the saddest implicitness up to now, like the theory of insurance and transportation, can thereby be filled with very interesting content that is based on the foundations of our system. The verification of our system is of great, principal significance, which is achieved the moment at which the practical usefulness of the same shows in an exact way, in which no doubt about it can exist, that our value functions and that, which is based on them proves itself in a similar way in the considered area, actually entirely in the way as the foundations and theorems of mechanics that are not less abstract by themselves. We are thinking about the scientific importance of this fact here. The practical one is clear, although by no means as great, as we finally want to admit here. Only then can we be sure that we have thought correctly and have constructed our thought structure solidly and appropriately when such practical applications prove themselves. The importance of technology for the exact sciences also lies in it indeed, as a great physicist has said, for, if the latter were not to lead to correct, meaning beneficial acting, then we would not know how we should conclude. Now, this last and most convincing manner of verification does not lie in the area of economic policy for the economy. One could almost say that it does not prove itself there. It is therefore fortunate that we find the necessary verification elsewhere. The conception of the economy as a piece of economic logic also carries its fruits here. Furthermore, our claim appears in a new light here, that the economy is closer related to the exact natural sciences than to other science fields. It does not only belong to them methodologically, but also according to its practical results, it comes into direct contact with them. This partially makes an entirely new conception of our discipline necessary, and perhaps even a transfer of the same into other hands. At any rate, that, which has been said lights fire under those who would like to separate the economy from the other social sciences. Its character and its direction proves itself as being completely different from the ones of those, and as we have said, the demand for exactness and for application of exact methods receives significance, which should also be taken seriously by those who rejected our other reasons. It shows that more lies in all of this than one expected. This may encounter resistance. The outer difficulties of a development in this direction are actually already great. What mistakes are being made, what objections are being raised. Even the change in the entire conception of our science that lies in it will only penetrate slowly. The utmost sparing objection that we have to expect will be a smile of superiority from the sides of all involved, and in the brevity of our presentation, as well as in the lack of practical examples, lies a partial justification of this standpoint. But in spite of everything, we believe that the developmental opportunity, which we indicated here, has a future that lies ahead of it. Despite everything, the prospect that presents itself is great. Finally, despite everything, a new time announces itself, in which the historian and the social politician will not deny it of its acceptance, and the engineering student will also visit the College of Economics. It is not meant by this that the first ones will now have to be interested in the theory. On the contrary, they will only realize the difference between their tasks and those of the theory even more distinctly. But the meaningless and fruitless battle of directions will be weakened or disappear, and if the pure theory is set aside, then this will not happen without complement. 2. We still want to touch upon the economic problems that lie outside of our system, whereby we want to be even more brief. Every modern economist knows the fact that there is an area which one, as we have already said, has not very befittingly been called dynamics, which belongs to the economy, but lies outside of our system. But if we acknowledge that one of the most important progresses of the newer economy lies in the differentiation of static and dynamic, and also one of the most secured, then it can still not be concealed that the most far-reaching differences dominate over the essence, tasks, and the content of dynamic, that still only very little has been achieved in its area, although nevertheless some things, and that the expression and its content is virtually in danger of solidifying into a phrase and of increasing the amount of the unclear and inexact expressions, which already exist in our area, by one more. Even the misuses, which just seem to belong to the destiny of one of every economic thought, we can already detect here. They threaten dynamic like bacteria a yet unborn child, and will probably only disappear after a long battle, endless discussions. Many a man already inserts this modern-sounding word there, where he knows nothing to say. Many an other covers practical demand and hopes with it, because it is absolutely not able to support the static system of science. Since much to our regret, our views about the matter differ from nearly all other ones that we know of, even though very gratifying agreement exists in principle and in many individual points. Also for us it is necessary for the completion of the picture, which we attempted to draw, to also say quite a bit about dynamic, even though this does not actually belong into this work. But we want to indicate the following points only to the extent that it absolutely necessary for the general information, without discussing other views or even just stressing the points of difference. Let one especially spare us the good deed of a priori pointing us in the right directions or giving us the essence and methods of dynamic. We or our followers will see what our paths are and where they lead to, after they have been treaded on, and not sooner. The fact, from which we proceed and which we no longer need to prove here, is the one of the existence of such problems that lie outside of our system, but are yet economic. The formation of capital, the interest of capital, the entrepreneurial profit, and the crises, these are phenomena, towards which the pure economy 5 currently fails. One will nonetheless have to accept them well or cursedly, as economic, or even in another sense, in that, which will perhaps recommend itself in the future as pure economic, no one would accept the opposite. One must therefore somehow attack them in themselves, and insofar as they drop out of every other discipline, which actually shows itself, in our opinion, one can fittingly combine them possibly with several other problems and characterize this group of questions with one name, so let us say dynamic. But this certainly does not mean, and the reader will recollect that, which has been previously said about this matter, that this dynamic represents a system, just like static, and also like this one has a uniform method and things that are conditional of one another at its disposal. Those who have already included the variations method in dynamic may believe this, but we do not believe this due to the simple reason, because we have recognized the most valuable component part of static in it. In fact, we do not think anything else of our dynamic other than a in no way logically concluded and non-duplicable group of problems, which satisfy both of the indicated requirements. An exact, enclosed system crystallized itself out of former economics, which forms its nicest and most valuable component part. Of course, nice and valuable is always just subjective in this manner. But, if we consider what remains when we have salvaged this crystal, then it shows that the backwardness does not only consist of elements that belong to other sciences, but also of such, to which none of the possibilities apply. We can only attempt to nevertheless integrate the latter ones into our system, or to treat them separately and by themselves. We have decided on the second possibility, due to reasons that we have already presented, and our dynamic thanks its creation to this decision, whereby, as I believe, enough has been said, in order to give a first and clear perception of this area and of our conception of it. How is one supposed to treat this problem now? Nothing is easier than presenting this in principle. We will consider the fact, as many as we can provide, first off historical ones, more specifically, descriptive ones, static ones, and also those, which we directly see around us, and when we have done this for some time, we present the question, is it necessary to continue on with it, or will it arise that a further accumulation of material details no longer teaches us so much that is new, that it is worthwhile? Another question is of similar character: do we have to be satisfied with our collection of facts, or can we somehow describe the facts more briefly than it is possible through merely cataloguing them? If we can answer these questions in the affirmative, then our actual, theoretical action begins, and we will begin to proceed with assumptions, isolations, and abstractions, or better, attempt to proceed, because it can arise that our venture was premature and we would have been better off answering those questions in the negative. Of course, this will not scare us off forever, but rather, we will continue our work and make our way towards exact pictures and phenomena through mistakes and failures. Others may proceed differently, and we will be able to demand a privilege for our proceeding all the less than we are aware of, that everyone naturally sees his special path, that there are many good paths, and finally, that even a logically questionable one often leads to at least partially valuable results in a quite wonderful way. All of this is certainly easier said than done, but we are allowed to bring forth these remarks all the earlier as they seem to be so natural and clear as possible to us. Let it still be remarked that we are of the opinion that at this moment, although very soon no longer, the economic history and description prevail almost exclusively in dynamic, and not in theoretical works, but rather in the works of that character, and not lastly in the German ones, are the most valuable achievements in this area to be searched for. It is irrelevant that the authors of the latter ones possibly know nothing about such considerations and the significance that their works have for the theory, and that they follow completely different goals with the same, and that they have not bred abstract methods yet, of the type that we finally aim at, is to be permitted in the current state of the affair and even imputed to them as a merit, especially towards hasty attempts of some theorists. A further point is the following: the opportunity offers itself to us to let moments be expressed, which we could not consider in static. Yes, we can non-reluctantly exclude many a thing from static, and thereby preserve its purity and clarity, if we know that we can come back to it here, as if this were not the case. We will make use of this opportunity and come to another aspect of dynamic, even apart from the fact that the problems, which we ascribe to it demand consideration of such new moments. We will also attempt otherwise to treat interesting things here, which do not fit into static. Such new moments, whose significance lies in the solution of those problems for now, but does not necessarily exhaust themselves in it, are, for example, abstinence and even more importantly effort. We will keep our system of equilibrium free from these things and turn to those more brilliant, more significant phenomena, which one can commonly characterize with the words will to power, will to be master, etc., and will seek to come to more general theories with their help. The great battle for the world market and the economical aspect of the being and becoming of the social classes will become the item of our efforts. Some other types of price formation, as Static explains, and perhaps even other social, ethical, and national influences will encounter us in the process. But should always remain as our premise to keep quiet about things or to limit ourselves to factual presentations in regards to things about which we have nothing exact or sufficiently interesting to say. The circle of our topics is growing under our hands. The phenomenon of credit represents an especially important moment. Nothing actually prevents us from already speaking about it in static. But I believe that only definitions and otherwise only truisms come out of it. Its significance lies in dynamic, in the movement, in the development. Only here can its effect be observed, its essence understood. In a static state, it only appears in connection with a momentary emergency situation, if any, and its treatment in static leads to a stunted picture. Therefore, only outside of the same can a new, complete, naturalistic theory of credit be given, and it will form an important chapter of dynamic. Another topic that belongs here is the question of the tendencies of the distribution of income. As we presented the variations method, we said that static cannot say anything about the concrete movement of income, at least nothing about the great tendencies of the development. Now, more can be achieved outside of the system of static, with other methods, and due to other facts. But this example teaches us, compared to the other, mentioned topics, how disparate the items of dynamic are, how little they have to do with one another, and how little perspective exists. This may indeed change to unite them into an enclosed whole, which could be based on one or a few principles. Some of the dynamic problems easily offer themselves to a theoretical solution, others do not at all tentatively. Some will be able to be treated, due to daily experience, like the ones of static. Others only will with the help of statistic examinations. Some are of superior magnitude, others are relatively small. One could reproach us for combining things that are so different. We, on the other hand, must see something very suitable in it, because to us, it would seem to be a mistake to systematize and categorize too early, to possibly squeeze the problems into artificial schemes. The individual ones should be treated freely and independently, from their own needs, without shackles that would have to soon be torn apart again. The opposite appears to contain a serious danger to us. And yet another must be indicated. It is the one to improperly expand the circle of dynamic and to get there in this manner, to make invasions into neighboring areas again, like the older economists' attempts, to seize on an economic theory of population again, to come to a scientific economic policy by means of dynamic, or to expect it to explain the economic history in the end. History altogether, all of this would only be obstructive to peaceful work and true progress, and the tendencies that exist for it would only instill worry. This must suffice. Since we are only able to offer so little at this point, we are not allowed to permit ourselves to give others good teachings. Only one point remains to complete this panoramic view, as far as this can even happen here. It concerns the problem of the economic development in its commonality, if one wants that of progress, although the latter expression hardly fits into strict science, and the dynamic in it will perhaps recognize something like a man-trap in it, whose removal could possibly be associated with difficulties and battles. Above all, is there an economic development? The question is not as absurd as it could seem. It does not mean that we are in doubt about whether or not the economic things change. But one could very well doubt whether the causes of these changes lie in economic moments. In fact, the economic principles in our sense do not evolve. The economy that we actually possess today gives us a system, such as mechanics, does not tell about development, such as biology does. One has called our theory scientific logic. Does this not point towards lack of development? Well, not necessarily. The economic development could simply lie outside of our static system. But there is still another fact that points in this direction. You see, we can very often and possibly always attribute that, which we call development, to causes, which are not economic, neither static economic, nor dynamic economic. For example, the increase in population, changes in human nature in needs and motives, progress of technology, changes in the social organization, and others. Does this not indicate that the development can never be economic, meaning it can never be explained by scientific moments? Again, not necessarily. It could be that there are also economic moments, which lead towards a development out of themselves. For example, economizing could be one of such. Even further, other things could be utilized, as for example, the moment of effort for an energetic theory of the economy, which could say something about an economic development. Furthermore, the changes of human nature, the social organization, etc., often have economic causes themselves. Finally, there are always economic consequences of a development that cannot be explained economically, so that we can probably contribute something to its understanding. But all of this is surely not certain. In connection with this, the question is also raised how a possible economic development even compares to the social one. Is it possible to construct a theory of the first one on condition of the constancy of the social conditions? If this could happen and yield results, then so much would be gained. Finally, there is still the question whether something like that exists, or whether something like that can be assumed, like a dynamic balance, or whether only a static one exists. We cannot answer any of these questions. We only want to emphasize how important it is to approach them impartially, and to not want to find certain things. For this reason, it is also very important not to attack these problems with the apparatus of static, in front of our eyes. Despite everything that has been said, we are not denying the connection between static and dynamic. During the discussion of the variations method, it has already been indicated that its power reaches into the area of dynamic to a certain extent. We still want to add here that we also consider other aids of static being capable of a reconstruction, which will possibly grant a utilization for dynamic one day. But today, one has all the reason to beware of such attempts. One would surely almost go mad in doing so. All in all, one can still say today that only the historian and the statistician can say to themselves that they are on the right path and that their works are of value. Beyond this, we must keep very close to our goals and are not allowed to hope to achieve great success with little effort. And now, we still have a word to say about the future of the pure economy. Even here, on the last step of our path, we want to refrain from that moderation, which we constantly seem to have endeavored. It would contradict the spirit of this work if we wanted to attempt to simultaneously say inaudita and gush about keen hopes or dreams. Several sobering words will provide better services than great prophecies. We do live in a time of cool criticism of that, which has been achieved and that which can be achieved, in a period of limitations and the correct formulation, and even the modern physicist no longer shares the hopeful pretensions of his predecessors. But much more than he, do we have reason for modesty, because our discipline is just starting to recover from a difficult crisis, from a crisis that was largely caused by such pretensions. We have to be glad when only its justification for existence is admitted, when it is granted only one spot, although a modest one, in the kingdom of knowledge. So we modestly ask ourselves, after all that has been said, will the economic theory disappear as is often claimed? Namely in the near future, which we are able to disregard, not in the development of the centuries, which can cause and actually will cause unpredictable changes in our realization and its technology. No, it will continue to exist. This is the great, final result that we come to and which, as I believe, every impartial judge will sign. There was a time where it appeared as if the theoretical economy was based on unfounded speculations, frivolous generalizations of temporary phenomena and halfway true demands, would be recognized as a mistake and swept away by the current of the scientific development, where a significant proportion of truth for the benefit of its opponents existed, and where the best and most advanced spirits of time turned away from it. This time has passed. One can clearly indicate today where individual pieces of right and wrong are in this dispute, and it thereby arises that so many points must be recognized as being unsustainable and so many as being in need of reform. A discipline of significant value under the title of theoretical economy remains. It may experience new reforms in the course of time, and it surely will be based on new principles, gain a new form, which is so far from the current one, as this one is from the classical one. It may be the subject of general interest and carried by the current of the scientific development, or it may only be fostered by some and simultaneously appear to be washed up on a sandbank. It may finally also be overestimated in the future or unfairly criticized, but that it will even have such a future life, can no longer be doubtful today. I will say more. It is not only incorrect to believe that the pure economy has been, but I actually prefer to believe that it still will be. In my opinion, it is in its early stages of development today. Is this disconcerting? Let one regard how numerous, detailed questions of the theory have not only not been solved, but have not even been generally felt yet, as many great problems have only found pseudo-solutions. One finds examples on every page of this book, but I have not even attempted a complete representation of all these points, as much as it was my endeavor, precisely to show the developmental capability of the economy. And this also teaches us how very energetic work on its problems is necessary and also worth the effort, despite all of the limitations that the results are subjected to. Superficial observers often believe that the pure economy is stagnating, that no actual progress shows itself. Will the reader still share this belief now? Even if this was true and many a backward representation evokes the semblance, this is not the economy's fault, but rather the economists'. The work has not been done yet by far, and only the cornerstones have been laid. We have already said in which direction one should continue to go and what is to be expected of it. We only still have to ask ourselves here, whether great, epoch-creating things are to be hoped for, whether we are standing at the eve of a development, which can be put at the side of the one of the exact natural sciences. Now, it has seemed certain to me from the very beginning that results of our science will never make such an impression on further circles like the ones of physics. What the stars are made of is a problem that impresses the layman. The questions of his own action are much less interesting to him, would also interest him less if the exact same brain work would be related to it and just as brilliant methods would be developed for it. Besides, our science is indeed centuries behind its exact sisters, and the prerequisites can only be obtained little by little for similar developments, in lengthy work. But it would be vain pretentiousness to want to indicate where they will lead to. The history of the sciences gives us enough examples of such prophecies being deplorably disavowed. The decisive factor is only the existence of developmental opportunities. Let one follow them and one will see, or our followers will see, that there are paths, on which one can press forward further, that the area, in which we work, has not been exhausted yet, that there is also a tomorrow for us and not only a yesterday, a future and not only a past. This is all that we can claim with ease, but at the same time, also everything that we need. So to work and not despair can also be shouted to the economists. the economy is not a corpse yet, and as long as this is not the case, unlimited opportunities also exist for it in a certain sense, as for every living being. Whoever believes to be able to a priori condemn it, precisely shows that he has no actual insight into it in doing so, and whoever believes it to be exhausted, shows that his strength is exhausted. If the reader has gotten the impression that viable powers bestir themselves in our area, that this discipline, which is certainly worthy of honor, of having first regarded the action and suffering of man in an actual, scientific spirit, will also have new things to say in the future, then everything has been achieved that I desired to achieve. May it also be admitted that the number of interesting theorems is only a modest one today, and even this small group of secured truths is after all a beacon in the middle of a sea of darkness.